But thank you very much for coming in tonight. I really appreciate it, man. You take care.
All right. Thanks, Alan.
Absolutely, dude. You take care.
And then there were two. I'm sure you've probably got more people waiting in the wings. No? What you were saying earlier, Alan, about when you have those complex shots and you sort of thinking that initially at the start of the scene, like, oh, I'll probably only be able to do it for one person, but then you nail it and you manage to like cover everybody perfectly. Yeah, you're right. When you do that and you're booming, it is like a really good like thrill rush. Like, yes, I got it, I nailed it. Now there's just me, and oh yeah, now that I see it on my big screen on my PC because I'm recording, streaming on my tablet. Yeah, I can see I am like 240p to be generous. I have added like this big light just here to help give myself a bit more exposure. Man, it does lag an awful lot on YouTube in comparison to live here. So I'm just talking to myself. Let's check what this chats are. Somebody says, and then there was one. Yep, following on for me. David, you're now the host. Yep, I'm gonna hold the fort here. So, the chat. Any conversations I should talk about? Anybody, somebody wanting to know anything from the future? Here on Thursday. Wait, is it Thursday? Yeah, Thursday evening. Yeah, I don't know. Shall I talk about how the fact I've somehow got the same name, well, almost as Alan here. Well, in the sense of YouTube channel name. I've got sound speeds, but so he's got sound speeds with an S, but I've got sound speed with an exclamation mark. We like started our channels at almost the same time, like only maybe like near days or weeks apart. I think maybe mine was uploaded first, but obviously at that point, like neither of us knew about each other. And then, as we started uploading more, we sort of came across each other and it's like, hey, where we should get that Spider-Man meme, when there's multiple Spider-Mans pointing at each other and just like put my face and Alan's over that or something. Oh, hey, we've got an Australian here across the ditch. Hey there, Eddie, where are you in Oz? Something about powerback sound speed. The other one just wrote. What movie inspired me as a child? To be fair, I did not watch much movies or TV as a kid compared to some other people. We did not have a TV at all when I was growing up, ever. I didn't even get a computer until I was at university for studies. So, I just read a lot. What watch are you wearing? Oh yeah, that's a Garmin. Garmin, I forgot which model, 260 or something. I used to be, kind of still am, very much into triathlons. Done a few Ironmans. That's why, like, if you've ever seen my website, I'm Iron Film. So yeah, I'm just very big on Ironmans and triathlons. And so yeah, I thought at one point I might grab myself a watch that can actually track my runs because it's got GPS and so forth. And yeah, I like cycling. I often even cycle to see it. Hey, you're in Sydney. Hi, Eddie. He's in Sydney. I've got cousins and uncle and people, relatives living over there in Sydney. Sometimes I think about like maybe I should move to Oz. But yeah, because definitely like if I was to go anywhere else in the world than New Zealand, like where would I go? Like what makes the most sense to go? I get a Phoenix. So that's pretty cool. I think the Garmin Phoenix that you have, that's like much larger and chunkier. So as you notice already, this one's really big. So I think having one that's like not super chunky and it's going to be like make you walk around lopsided is best. But yeah, anyway, going back to Sydney, or like where would somebody move as a sound mixer if you're in New Zealand? You want to just go experience a different country somewhere else. Obviously, like the big glamorous LA or Atlanta would be appealing, or New York City, and but you're moving from being a small, medium-sized fish in a small pond to being like a little speck of bacteria sized in a very gigantic ocean if you were to move to LA. So it'll be quite a different experience, but it will be good. But the downside, of course, is that here in New Zealand, like most of my talent is block 25, 26. I have a little bit 24, and then I use like block 22 for my IEMs, IFBs. So yeah, so basically all my talent wireless, burn wireless, would be just like worthless if I went to America. So that really like rules out America, even if I thought it was a good idea, and even if I had the visa for it and so forth, because you know that's pretty much half my investment in my equipment or something sort of cancelled out. However, Australia does share a similar frequency allocation to New Zealand, so I could probably go to Australia and like work there pretty easily. Plus, like to be a Kiwi to move over to Australia is so easy. I could probably swim across and then just like wash the jellyfish off me as I walk up on the beach. I won't even need my passport checked. And then where else could I possibly go? Probably go to Israel. I've got no idea what sound mixing is like in Israel. If there's anybody here in the chat who's like knows somebody who works in Israel, tell me. I'm very curious. Yeah. Anyway, it's a relatively small country. I don't think they've got much of an industry to work in. Where you got, I guess UK I'll probably get to easily. Oh, Canada, actually. There was somebody on the feature film I'm working on at the moment who just came back from Canada recently. I think it is relatively easy for New Zealanders to go work in Canada or Canadians to work in New Zealand because we're part of the Commonwealth. I've got no idea about what the frequency situation is like in Canada in terms of what frequencies are legal or not. And hey, welcome back, Alan. I just stole your time for a while.
Yeah, I wanted to give everyone a heads up that we ended up having a power outage the second that Siegel disconnected from the stream. And the power quite literally went out. And to answer your question, Liberty, I was about to give them away. And then the power went out. And we also just passed our deadline to give away the S-Mic 2. So I'm going to do that now. But and then right afterwards, I'll do the socks. So here's the thing. And my wife has pointed this out to me. We are currently under a severe storm and even tornado warning. So I am hoping to stay around here. But I will, just for the fun of it, I'm going to show the severe weather that Atlanta is under. I'm going to share my screen real quick and show exactly what we're dealing with here, so that way we can keep track of it here. This right here, if you see, is the current conditions in Atlanta. It is it says as of 11:39, but we are in this is Atlanta area, and we are in a severe storm warning. So if something happens and my power goes out, you're going to be the host again, David, if you're okay with that. So yeah, so pretty much get Dodo on the leash. I think that's what she said. It may just be a bad storm. I mean, you can't hear it now because my noise gate's aggressive, but there is. Yeah, I keep kicking off my headphones because it's pretty bad outside. It's like rumbling right now. So anyway, let's go ahead and do a couple of giveaways here. We just passed midnight, and that means that we're going to be doing the S-Mic 2 giveaway here from Deity. So I do want to put out to everybody and let everybody know that the S-Mic 2, what I did with regards to the K-Tech hit bag and with regards to the Deity S-Mic 2, I wanted to put it out there to people that work in the industry, that work, and this gear could actually help somebody. Because I didn't want to just give it away in chat with a random number generator and have the person say, oh, well, I'm just a podcaster, I'm never going to use the hit pack. Or I just really don't have an interest. I just entered because, you know, whatever. So that to me was like, yikes. I don't want to end up in a circumstance where we where we gave it away to someone who's not going to use it. So let's go ahead and do this because I just saw my lights flicker again. So I hope that you don't become the host by yourself here, but you know, sound speeds will become sound speed. and and I will be back as soon as I possibly can, even if it's in on my phone, if I can somehow figure out how to use it. So let's go ahead and say that the person that we have chosen to win the DDS Mike 2 from the emails I received is Lurka from Hungary. And I did talk to, I know we said we were going to be giving away to someone from the United States, but I did talk to Andrew. Lurka's story was very good. Lurka comes from a small town in Hungary, doesn't have very much access to pro audio gear, was actually bought a microphone, and the microphone, which splurged a bit of money on because it found a good deal, but the microphone ended up having a buzz. It has a technical issue with it. So it was kind of like a disappointment. So Lurka is having to rent a shotgun microphone in order to get by, and is slowly trying to work up the sound package. So it's one of those things where the actual S Mic 2 would be a something that would actually prevent Lurka from having to rent a shotgun microphone or a microphone when they do when Lurka does shows. So I thought that was a perfect opportunity to get the S Mic 2 right there, because working right now off of a Zoom recorder, a Zoom, I think said F4, and then also using just got through getting a Sennheiser G wireless. And so between that and the S Mic 2, I think that if we're a small village in Hungary, someone that's trying to build up their package and slowly get jobs and driving to and from those, I think that's a great opportunity. So S Mic 2 goes to Lurka from Hungary. And I definitely am very, very, very proud about that. So I'll be making sure that Lurka gets connected with Deity for that. Real quick, I'm also going to, before we get into the other announcement, the disabled American veterans. 100% of this live stream is going directly to them. If you have not yet donated, please do so. And I want to thank a few people who have made donations recently. We have Morgan Chan donated $25. Very much appreciate that. We have Nathan Smith donated $50. And that was Nathan from earlier that was in here. Jefferson Hyperplane donated $20. And then Liberty Dude did $200 after Dan Agnew donated $25 as well. So we've actually surpassed last year's fundraising goals, and I'm very much proud about that. I would still love to make even more donations to them. So please keep it going. By all means, this is a great cause. The Disabled American Veterans Foundation is wonderful in everything that they do. So I also want to point out, since since people have donated in the amounts of at least $25 or more, Video Mantis is actually doing, for donations that are $25 or more, you can write me and say in the chat, hey, Alan, I donated, or say in Alan at soundspeeds.us, send me an email, and I will make sure that I connect you up with Video Mantis if you would like to get a free sound class, because they are doing this promotion for every donation for $25 or more to the DAV. Video Mantis will give you a free course. And if you donate at least $100 before the end of the month, you can send me an email also, and Video Mantis will give you a free course for that as well, because it's a very good cause. And also, if you miss out on that opportunity or donate no more than $25 before the end of the week, let's just say you get paid on Thursday via direct deposit, and that's a day late to make it during the stream, and you want to donate at least $100, you can forward me the email or whatever confirmation from your donation, and then you can get that. But there's also at videomantis.com a 50% off sale currently going on. You can get any course there, including Ken Strain's Boom Right Masterclass, for half off. And then if you apply the coupon code SoundSpeeds at checkout, you can get an additional 10% off. So that's a wonderful deal that they have done for us. Now, let's go ahead and do the Darn Tough Socks giveaway. This is, I talked about it earlier, and I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. I'm a boom operator. I stand on my feet all day long days on set, and shoes are very important. Now, a lot of the times people are like, well, I have to have the right kind of, shoe and footwear. But here's the thing. A lot of the times we end up having a high arch or some reason to get an insert, and you need to have your feet be comfortable. And so if you get yourself a shoe, it doesn't really matter what the inside of it feels like. If you get yourself an insert and you just take out the stock inside pad and you put in your insert. So my high arch is like, this is an exaggeration probably, but something like that. Then when I put my foot on top of it, those can be kind of on the hard side. So that's the reason why getting a good quality cushion on a sock is important. I'm currently wearing Darn Tough socks. And I tell you, once I discovered Darn Tough, I haven't worn anything else since, especially on set, because I tell you, they're quite literally game changers for me. There's no question about it. I'm a heavier guy. So there's a lot of pressure on my feet all day when you're doing this for 12 to 14 to 15 hours a day. And when you're standing on your feet that long in these hard inserts, wearing shoes, then it is very important for you to have some sort of cushion on your foot. Now, these, of course, are in the socks that go with you wherever you go, and Darn Tough makes top quality socks. Despite my best efforts, I was unable to get any kind of a coupon code or anything like that through them or through the company that I actually bought mine through. But I do have 2 women's socks right here. The ones that I usually wear on set are the crew length, or crew height rather, regular, which has a cushion that's just around the bottom half of your foot, not just the bottom, but it's actually like an inch up or something like that. So it does cushion any part of your foot that would touch the inside of the sock. And then for heavier weather, when it's cold, like for example now, the tactical midweight with cushion, these are the boot high socks. These things are wonderful too. These socks right here have a full cushion, so basically anything below the ankle. And one of the things about Darn Tough that's amazing and definitely worth mentioning is not only are they made in Vermont, which is the United States, they also have a lifetime unconditional warranty. So if you ever run into a hole, have an issue with these things, you simply send them to Darn Tough in Vermont, fill out their form. It has on their online, and they will send you a replacement pair. So we're going to give that away right now. Now, granted, they're not cheap, but here's the thing. I was going through a pair of I would buy a 6 to 12 pack of socks and go through them probably every 6 to 8 months. You can buy those if you want to, or you can get one pair for the rest of your life. One of these pair of Darn Tough socks and replace each one of the socks you currently have, and they're going to be with you the rest of your life because they have a lifetime warranty on them. So definitely want to take advantage of this if you want to. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put the word start in the chat. Now, keep in mind, these are women's socks. So the size of them it says US women, and it says femmes underneath that, 7.5 to 9.5 size, or about a 10-ish to 11.5 women's size. So these are 2 different pairs of socks. You'll get those from me, and I would like them to go to one of our female sound friends or somebody who is a female viewer out there. These are completely wonderful socks, and I would love for them to be used by someone that works on set, if at all possible. If not, one of the female viewers out there. I absolutely love the men and women viewers of this channel, but I would like them to go to a female because, hey, why send them to a guy when it could go to a woman, right? So I'm going to put the word start in chat. As soon as you see it, I want you to put a number 1 to 100 one time, one number. I don't want to see multiple numbers in the chat. I'm going to stop the chat as soon as I say the word end. Your entry must be between start and end, and it will be the without going over. It's basically going to be if you say a number like 50, let's say, and the number is 45, you're not going to get it. But if the number is 51, you're the closest and you get it. So the chat is going right now. David Peterson, you overshot it just by a little bit there. But anyway, so here is what we have going on, and let's see here. I'm going to stop the end right now, so the chat is now closed. Kaori, I know that is a female name. Liberty Dude. Let's see here. Oh no, Coffee, you overshot it a bit. So Dan, sorry, you overshot it a little bit. I don't know if or you're in after the end. So let's see. We have very few names here. I'm going to go to our random number generator, which, what do you know? It closed when my computer shut down. So I've got to reopen the random number generator. So give me one moment here. I forgot that the power died here.
So disappointing. I overshot it just by a little bit, didn't I? Oh well, never mind. Next time.
Maybe. Okay. So let's see here. You're cheating for your female friend. Okay. Well, that's fair. Liberty, I know you. I've known you for a long time. Liberty is also one of our channel members. So I do have available channel memberships here. And if you're interested, as soon as we're done with this, I'm going to play a quick clip of something that is actually one of the member benefits. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But for right now, let me go ahead and add in the random number number generator here on the screen so that way we can see exactly what this should look like and adding it to the stream now. So this was the number between 1 and 100. I'm going to click the random number generator and we're going to see what number is generated. And here we go. Survey says 89. So whoever we got, let's see, we have Kaori. Okay. So Kaori is 46. I believe Kaori is the highest number that does not go over and is closest to 89. So please confirm, Kaori. I hope you are indeed matching your name and female. I would love to send these to someone that is one of our women sound friends that would love to use these. But regardless, Kaori, please do me a favor and email me. Email me your information so that way I can send these to you. Wait a minute. What about the muffin?
Yeah. Well, what about the muffin there? That's 62.
Wait a
And
minute.
also, you know, I wasn't too far off.
Oh, geez. I totally missed it. I'm sorry, Kaori. What about the muffin? Oh, geez. I totally missed that one. How did I miss that one? It's on the screen. It's because it scrolled up too high. I had to scroll up for it. That's the reason why. I totally missed the start of my start. I'm sorry, Kaori. What about the muffin? Hopefully you're one of our female sound friends. But regardless, please do me a favor and send me an email. What about the muffin? And let's see here. Where is that? What about the muffin is right on the screen. So please, by all means, send me an email. What about the muffin? And I will make sure that I send these out to you. So sorry I overlooked you to begin with there. Hopefully you didn't rage quit and leave this stream. What about the muffin? Please let me know you're still out there because I do want to give these away to somebody. And so if you were like, wait a minute now, he's playing favorites. I don't want to be that guy. So please, what about the muffin? Tell me.
Would be funny if they had rage quit.
I'm sorry?
Would be funny if they had rage quit.
I would hate that. I would feel so bad. But luckily, what about the muffins? Picture icon is up there, so hopefully I'd be able to hunt down and maybe there would be information on the channel about let me see, what about the muffin? So I don't see a YouTube channel. I'll have to go hunting. So please, if you are here, what about the muffin? Please let me know what the muffin? What about the muffin? What am I getting this stuff? Give it to Corey.
I found it. I've got 4 subs.
Wait a second. What about the muffin says give it to Corey? Okay. Well, very good. Thank you so much. What about the muffin? Very much appreciate you right there. So Corey, hopefully you haven't rage quit. When I said you and then I changed it to what the muffin. I keep saying what about the muffin? Sorry about that. Either way, what the muffin, you are extremely generous. Give it to Corey. So Corey, are you still here? Please say, very, very team like right there, said congrats muffin. So Corey, if you're still here, please let me know because I will take an email from you and geez, sorry, Liberty, dude. I'm you know me. I mean, Liberty has known me a long time. Been a subscriber since the very beginning of the of the house. Yeah, there you go, right here. I was gonna give the socks to my house elf. Well, instead, I'm gonna be mailing them to someone and freeing somebody's house elf. So, yeah, as crazy as that is. What's up with the mix? What is this? The Academy Awards? Oh, what do you mean? What is the mix? What's up with the mix? Is there something wrong with it? I am not aware of anything going on crazy right now in the chat or in the sound or anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about, Bandrew. Just as always, Dobby loves socks. Okay, so sounds fine to Dan, and I'm trying to make Dan happy as opposed to Bandrew. So, what's with the mix up? Oh, you messed up the winner, just like the Academy. I see. Now I get it. Well, this is why no one's going to put me in charge of something like the Miss America pageant, trying to, pull a Steve Harvey. I'd give it to the wrong person and say, what? That's just me, though. y'all know me. If you're here part of this channel, you definitely know who I am, and you know how I goof things up, and I'm silly that way. So anyway, let's bounce back here a little bit. Curry, please send me a message. So that way I know it's you, unless we can find Curry up here. If we can find Curry's channel, I can maybe try to reach Curry directly if unless Curry is emailing me. Either way, I will do my best to hunt down Curry. So there is no email just yet, so we'll see in time. All right, so we'll
Alan,
see.
you mentioned you're starting on a new feature project next month. Maybe tell us a bit about that.
I will tell you about the show I'm working on very soon. Yeah. Let's actually, before we do that, let's bounce back here and go through some of the comments that we had from when everything completely died. It was quite literally when I disconnected Siegel, power went out, and I was like, "Wait a minute, what's going on?" I was like, I clicked a button on my screen, and wouldn't you know, at the exact moment I click it to remove Siegel from the stream, the power goes out. So, that's crazy. So anyway,
Yeah, I was sort of wondering, like, did you just simply like you want to switch out your computer screen for a moment or something? Where did you go? You just taking a bathroom break? Like,
no.
what's going on?
No, I thought about taking a picture of me in the darkness, but then I was like, where am I going to send it to unless I can get back into the stream? And I figured it was more of my efforts to try to get this thing back on. I was like, I was quite literally looking and saying, if I were to run power to my UPS, my backup power supply, then I could get my computer on, but that doesn't do anything for my internet. So what can I potentially do? Set my phone up as a Wi-Fi hotspot, but then I would only be able to get my computer up just enough to say, I don't have power right now. And as soon as my UPS dies again, my computer dies. And probably by the time I got the computer up, it would have been out anyway. UPS is just sitting there as a backup the entire time. So David was the host. It said, David, what movie inspired you as a child? I don't know if you saw that and answered it.
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, you did? Okay. Well, I was too busy.
I think I was sort of looking at the chats, and I did sort of reply to it, most of them, I think.
Spill
Oh,
the
there
dirt
was
on
one else.
Alan. Did you do this
I've done
one?
it with techniques. Sorry?
Did you hear that? I don't know if you heard that one. That was loud. That actually, I heard it go through my gate.
No,
So
it's
spill the dirt on
and
Alan.
the stuff there. But if you like a weather update from New Zealand, it's so bloody hot here. Like, I kind of wish I could just like take my top off, but that might be a bit inappropriate to be topless on a live stream. But it is like very hot here. The weather is fantastic.
Well, the question here is, what watch are you wearing? It looks big. And I'm sure that Podcastage would be interested in knowing what it is too. He loves watches.
Ah, yeah. Well, it's one of these Garmin watches. I just like it tracks my GPS in rain.
Oh, gotcha. So
And
that way the big brother can track you there in New Zealand too. Any new tricks and techniques that you've learned?
yeah, I didn't actually like respond to that much because I needed to pause and think about that. Um, I guess I've been using my phonic a fair bit, but like I've done that before. What's am I doing different this year about last year?
Hmm. Tom Buck said, is
I
this
don't
a
know.
12-hour mark? It
Everything's been
was.
to do.
Someone says Canada is tightening up their spectrum in line with what is happening in the States. Yeah, Omicron is going nuts.
Yeah, because I was talking for a moment about like somebody mentioned it was from Australia, and I was thinking about, and I think it's from about like where else might I go in the world, and like as much as it might be nice to go to say Atlanta or LA or New York City, I can't really go there because like my talent is all on blocks 25 and 26, and I've got like a lot of wireless, and so if I'm to go to see anywhere where you live, yeah, like that's maybe not half my investment, but a very good large chunk of my investment just pointless. They're lumps of lead. So it does limit to like where I would go without having to do a really big like sell that all off, rebuy. And then if you go somewhere and you just go there for a year or two and then change your mind, decide to come back home, hey, you have to do all that again.
Yeah. Okay, so just I'm playing catch up here. Carrie does say I think I sent the email. You think? Let me verify. Uh oh, okay, gotcha right there. Okay, good. All right, one of the women's socks. So I will be sending them off to you, Carrie. This week I'll have to get in contact with you as soon as we're done with the epic live stream right now. And you heard it? What is you heard it? Oh, you heard the thunder. You heard the thunder. Hopefully, that's what you're referring to when you said I heard it, because it's amazing. It was quite loud there. It didn't shake the house or anything, nor did it kill my power. But we it says David was a wonderful host while you were gone. And I tell you, David could have done anything, had my channel banned, probably. If David wanted to, could have said, you know what? Let's do this. And there would have been only one sound speed. But he was very, very tame, apparently. Either that or I'm going to start receiving emails of content violation warning, and I'll be like, what? What happened? It was in that 5 minutes
very
that
disappointed. Someone just suggested that idea now. It's too late. I can't. That's a
it's too
genius
late. I
idea.
can
I
remove him
could have
now.
done. Oh, darn, missed opportunity.
Yeah. When he said, yeah, I thought you heard it. Gotcha. That's funny. All right. Well, let's see here. Okay, good. Well, we are back up. We are happening. We are good. Let's take a quick side note into something that I wanted to mention here. Channel membership. That is something that I've done some stuff with channel memberships. What basically I have 3 different levels here. And there's like the entry level, which I'll share pictures and tips and tricks and things like that. I'll share video with the next 2, and then if you're and so I basically have a supporter, which is the entry level of $5, and that will get. I'll do tips and tricks. I'll send out messages with regards to like things that I'm doing on set that are probably more advanced than what you might run into on an average set. Where I'll show tricks of things that I've invented, or techniques or whatever. And if there's any channel memberships in here, I know Liberty Dude's here and probably looks at quite a bit of those things. But I'll put other things up there as well that are that are outtakes from episodes or something along those lines. Obviously, I'm not going to play them all here right now, but I'm going to show you a couple of things that are things like what I will show members. And this was an outtake of the beginning of a video where I just basically spent nonstop money. I spent like money and then more money and then more money and more money. And at this point, all I could do was laugh about it. So I did this as an outtake. Sound speeds. Welcome back to another video where I spent a few $100s of my hard-earned money just in order to make back about 25 cents for my view time. I tell you, I'm so responsible. I should be in government with the way I spend money. So yeah, I record a lot of these episodes in the middle of the night when I am completely like exhausted from having been on set. So when I sit down and actually record this thing, I'll be loopy, I'll be bad. That's where you'll come up with some of the outtakes where I just start, just like you'll see my eyes like almost cross-eyed in my sound speeds video where I do a complete. I don't want to say a reaction, but I do outtakes. And I talk about outtakes and creating an episode of Sound Speeds. When I did that, it was one of those things where, to me, it was it. I thought it would be fun to actually show because I'm terrible in front of the camera. If we're doing a live stream or something, and I know I'm playing to an audience, or if I'm teaching a class in person, I naturally can eloquently speak from one thing to another with minimal stutters. But if I am talking to my camera and it's just me doing an episode, I will stutter all over the place. If I do a long stream of consciousness type thing where I talk and do everything in a stream, and then just hit stop on it and then upload it, or do editing and something like that, then it's probably going to be okay. But it's if I am trying to get the words nailed and move on to the next thing, and that will usually be an issue or something. So I will run into issues, something like that. But channel memberships are something that I now have available. And depending on the level, you'll get video where I'll share something, at least once a month or so. I'll do behind the scenes looks of things. I'll talk about different aspects of things things. That's great. But I'll do videos sometimes. I'll do sometimes pictures. I'll do different things and share them with the different members. So if you're interested in being a channel member, that is something that I do have available, and that is something that if you join, you'll see any and all of the things I send members just as updates. Plus, I have different ways that you can contact me directly, depending on the level. Like the top level, I'll basically be available to you. And I think Liberty Dude is one of my top level members, and he asked me a question at one point. And I shot him a video. I did a video and I answered his questions. So that's the kind of thing I'll do for the top level members. So there's different benefits, and you can check about that. There's a link down below where it talks about interested in channel memberships, and you can check that out if you are interested. Dan Agnew, I'm running this at the moment on my potato of a Samsung camera via the streaming running on Android's Chrome. What does that comment mean? I thought I would ask you. Is that your stream right now?
Yeah, so I was replying to what Dan was saying. I think he was saying you could probably run this on your cell phone if you get another power cut again and store out again. And I'm saying I'm not exactly running it on a cell phone, but yeah, it's definitely like most cell phones are more powerful than a Samsung tablet. So and most cell phones probably have a better quality camera than this Samsung tablet. But to be fair, my phone, whether that is even more crap. And if I did use my phone to stream on this, I'd have to stare at a very small screen. It's small enough on this as it is. That's why I've actually got YouTube playing up here, but muted, of course, with enough common sense for that. So I can actually see a bigger context, like when you bring up some words on the bottom, or just see like, oh yeah, this lighting is pretty crap, but whatever.
I'm looking at this, and it doesn't look like StreamYard actually has an app, an official Android
So
app.
that's what I'm saying. I just
Yeah.
simply went and copied the link that she gave me, and I just posted it into the Chrome.
I see.
Chrome as in the web browser. And I'm running on Android, which is the operating system.
Yeah. So I'll have to see if I can do that if it happens again. Hopefully it won't. So let's hold crossing fingers that way David doesn't get me banned. So I am
Yeah.
running at the
Now
moment
I
on.
know what to do next time. Thank you for the tip, whoever that was.
It does mean the thunder, and then use the browser. Let's go over here real quick and remind everybody that we do have donations open, and we are trying to raise money for the DAV. Right now, we have hit our halfway money mark that I'm interested in hitting for. Liberty Dude donated another $100, so that we were at $2,500. That's amazing. Thank you very much, Liberty Dude. So, definitely, we're doing great. We're doing better than we did last year, so that's going to be wonderful for the DAV. Nice little end of the year benefits for them right there. Definitely want to say thank you to all the different companies that have sponsored in some way this episode of Sound Speeds through giveaways. There is, of course, Halter Technical did the very first giveaway here today, and they donated a pair of Elite monitors, and Dan won that. So I've already connected the two of them. Video Mantis, of course, has their free course if you donate at least $25 during this stream. So you better hope I don't end it soon if you're planning on making the donation, or you should hope that I go on long enough for your direct deposit to go through on Friday. And that way you can take advantage of this. But if you don't have $25 to donate today and you want to before the end of the year, donate $100. Video Mantis will also send you a free course in exchange for your donation directly to the DAV, or hitting the donation link on the right-hand side of the screen. So, which is that way, actually. So right down here, if you look down there, you should see, unless I'm mirror imaged on my screen, you should see the donation link and be able to click that and donate directly to the DAV. So Halter Technical, Video Mantis, we just got through giving away the darn tough socks that are completely amazing. I'm actually wearing some right now, even as we speak. I'm wearing the low profile. As a matter of fact, look, I'll just take them off real quick. I have I'm using the low profile version right now, which is where is it? It says darn tough at the bottom, right here, and these are the no shows. So these go on your feet, and these actually have a cushion. All the ones I have a cushion on them. They feel great, and you can see all the particles picked up from the inside of my slipper here. So those are the Darn Tough socks, and we appreciate them sending us a few Darn Tough socks to be able to give away. K-Tech, of course, supplied us with the hip bag, the new hip pack, which is going to be quite amazing. And we have the scoop on that here that they are redesigning it. They Tino, the new marketing director for K-Tech, told me that I can make that announcement on the stream, and basically it's going to be redesigned. There's going to be 2 different colors. Let me look at the message real quick that he sent me, because there's a couple of new designs. It's not just going to be the purple on the inside. There is going to be a couple of different. Oh, there was some more thunder. I don't know if you heard that or not, but we will see. We will see what Tino says. All right. Well, he did not send me pictures of that. I did not get those. Maybe he sent the update of what's actually going to be in the email. Let me look at my email real quick, because we did go back and forth a little bit regarding this, and I want to make sure that if I give you information, it's going to be correct. So, what did he say? Changes to the previous model are entirely cosmetic. Functionality is identical to the previous model. Outside colored fabric is our new X fabric, which matches the new mixer bags now. Black with a silver micro dot. Okay, with the micro dots. And the customer can choose from 2 different internal colors, purple or orange. So there you go. That's the scoop. You got the newest information regarding what it is from K-Tech right there. And then, of course, we have the DDS mic 2 that we gave away to a person that is mixing in a village in Hungary. So we have done some great giveaways here. Thank you very much to everybody. We had Halter Technical, Video Mantis, Darn Tough, K-Tech, and of course Deity, and all of them definitely appreciate. And of course, we are still collecting donations to the DAV, and every single one of the donations that you make today, 100% of that is going to YouTube. There's not 30% going to YouTube and 70% to me. It all goes to the DAV. And if you don't trust that or want to make the donation directly to them, then you can do so at the link below, which is in the description below, which is dav.org. You can go directly there and make your donation at their website if you would like. So, yep, Dan's planning got the Elite monitors earlier. And let's see, 2021, the year that Alan took socks off on a live stream. You know what? I did. That was actually okay. It was a video that I released to members only. So it was something I talked about the socks that I was using on a particular episode, and I will leave that as a member only thing. So if you join at I think that's the colleague level to see videos, with a few rare exceptions, I'll share something that is a video with the supporter level. But the colleague level and the friend level, those 2 levels are the ones that I share videos with more than often. But let's see. Bravo, Darren Land. What did Darren Land say or do? Must have been a while back.
But it's very clear this is not smell-o-vision.
I don't know. I'm scrolling up. Wait a second now. It's just a lack of... Wait a second. Hold on a second. I need to see the start of this conversation. I missed something. Sounds like Alan needs a zip fizz. Bandrew, Miss America Pageant. Bandrew says 2 zip fizzes. And then lack of zip fizz there. So she does have a channel. Okay, so we're back to that conversation. And you're right. I have not. We are 12 hours and 37 minutes in, and I have not taken a zip fizz yet. Actually, I take that back. I did earlier while we were talking to Mark Mangini. I did take a zip fizz. But I want to point something out. I did reach out to ZipFizz and ask if they would be willing to give out some ZipFizz to viewers. They were not. I guess they did not choose to do so. But what I will tell you that they did do, and I've learned this from watching another channel, because yes, of course, I watch videos about things on YouTube. They do have a bottle opener, a ZipFizz bottle opener. So I asked them to send them to me, and they will send them to you for free. So if you're interested in a ZipFizz bottle opener, you go through them like I do, then you can certainly take advantage of this. Now, I will say, I will use this. Let me see. Oh, Darren donated. That's what it was. Okay. So let me see. Darren Land donated $100. I am a great host to live streams. It requires opening up multiple different windows, and I'm trying to bounce over the place and trying to run what looks like an entertaining show, even though I'm just blabbing away while poor David just is like, in this number.
I think it's a lot shorter than last year.
I
Like
was going to comment on that.
Like,
you've trimmed around the mustache and the beard and everything. It used to
Yeah, it used to be almost down to my belly button, but it's sort of and also my hair was like as longer than some girls. It was like down past my shoulder, and now it's sort of just like buzz cut, and I know, just maybe looking a bit more professional. I'd actually been saying for a long time I was going to go clean shave for my Christmas, but because we're in the future, in fact, actually anywhere on Earth, we are past Christmas now.
Wow.
So yeah, I've done that. I'll
Dude,
go clean shave one day.
If you go clean shave, you got to do that as a video. Please. Please.
I know, it would have been more impressive if I'd done that before I like cut all this off. But I know, I'm just going to bite the bullet at some point.
I want to watch you cry. So if you do the beard shaving video, I want to watch you. It will be totally amazing to see. I don't
think I'll cry. It would just be like, deep breath, do it.
You know what's going to be interesting though is because you haven't felt your real face in the longest time, it's going to feel so weird. Like when you had long hair, if you brush. I used to have long hair down to like my. Yeah, I used to have long hair down to like my mid chest, my mid back. It was the same length all the way around.
Yeah, I think
long hair.
Talking about that, or a picture or something. I think I remember hearing that before sometime. But yeah, it's totally right about the beard. Like sometimes people ask you, like, does your beard feel really itchy? Or and exactly the reverse of that, because what happens is that when somebody grows a beard, it feels itchy for the first few days or whatever. But once you get to a certain length, like no, it doesn't feel itchy; it just feels normal. But then as soon as you shave it, whatever length you've got to for a few weeks or months, well, I don't know what it'll be like for me, having had it for years, it'll feel so weird, and it'll just feel like itchy weird. Yeah, it'll feel very weird and itchy.
It wasn't long chest hair. It was just hair. Long hair. That's all. And that's what it was.
Oh, wow. You said it was going to your
because
chest.
that was the comment that popped up here. Said
with
long chest hair?
Chest hair as well.
It wasn't long chest hair. Chest long hair is what it was, yes. And then no more ASMR, no. Actually, you want to shave on stream? You want to shave live right now? No. He's like, nope.
I think I need to stop to think about it for a second, but...
what if there's the donation big enough? You want to put a donation amount on it? Shave stream.
To be fair, I remember actually there was this TV series I was working on right at the start of the year, the first AD, during like the weekend, it wasn't Friday, but our Friday night wrap drinks. Or maybe it was actually just like, maybe we were wrapping up, it was like halfway through the season, whatever. Anyway, I remember we read about in the first AD actually asked me like, how big would the donation have to be for you to shave off your beard? Or no, it was shave off your head as well. And at that point I was like $10,000 is just something outrageous I said, just so that it'll be a definite no. But yeah, on the same point, if somebody did do $10,000, sure, I'll shave off live right now on the stream.
$1,000? You said $1,000?
$10,000. It was $10,000.
I don't know that we're going to find anybody out there.
That won't happen. But if it does happen, I'm a man of my word, and I will actually go through with it. But I feel confident nobody's going to do a single $10,000 donation. So
okay, so if one person out there feels bold enough to do a $10,000 donation to the DAV, you heard it here.
For a good cause.
For a good cause. It's an absolutely good cause. The DAV, Disabled American Veterans. If you want to donate a $10,000 to them tonight, single donation. It's not, getting together with your friends and someone putting in 10 and then another 20 or something like that. If someone wants to do that, a $10,000 donation, watch Bandrew come back and donate it. It's funny you say that because I don't know if he's, I don't know if he would do that. He already was generous. He already put in 2/5 of what of the money that we have tonight. He did a $1,000 donation in the first like hour that we were here. It was completely amazing.
Wow.
So, what did Liberty Dude say? How big of the donation would have to be to Alan to shave off one of his chest hair? Geez, I'll just yank one out for you. I'll do that as a member only thing. That way you get to see it. Like I did. Okay, here's something that I did. And this is a members only video. I'm not going to show any of this, but I'll tell you. So who do you think I am, Mr. Beast? Say, well, he's definitely a beast. I mean, have you seen that mustache thing he has? That's crazy. So
Yeah, I was just thinking while I was saying that, please don't anybody share this video with Mr. Beast, just so I don't need you, because if he ends up
him.
becomes
Yeah,
the next
that on his
10,000
Twitter right now. Blow up his Twitter and see if he's actually awake. He's in the same time zone as me, and it's almost 1 a.m., so he's probably asleep. But yeah, say, Mr. Beast, quick, donate $10,000 to the DAV right here, and you're going to see somebody shave off their epic beard on the epic live stream. So that would be hilarious. That would be really funny. And I would love, and then that's when you would tell us, oh, I suddenly don't have a razor. I don't have that. And we'd say, well, you better get some scissors and you better take out your Aussie knife or something. That's not a knife, and do it, oh, he's going to disappear. He's pulling out something. He's got, so he's got
I'm ready for that 10,000 donation. So I've got here.
Look at that.
These buzzers would like bring it to, obviously you can't go down with this. It'll just get clogged up. So the approach I'll do is I'll take this, trim it down until it's like basically a buzz cut, and like this is so short it'll be almost shaven, and then you just gut it off and it'll be, yeah. I mean, this will bring it down as low as like, yeah, just like, yeah, about on the edges.
10,000 Japanese yen. Will you do it for that?
I won't do it for 10,000 Zimbabwean dollars either.
What if Banju donated 10,000 subscribers and chopped off 10,000 subscribers? What if he was willing to do that?
If Alan got 10,000 more subs before the end of this live stream, sure.
That for me, no one's gonna do that for me. My channel's a niche, man. If y'all are here, there's 29 people watching us live right now. And
but
you people,
you had what, 12,000 subs now? I mean, for something that is a very, very niche topic, like that's amazingly well that you have done. I mean, like, and I don't know how much effort and time and stuff you put into it is just like off the charts. You're doing that on top of a full-time job. I mean, actually, to be fair, working in industry is even harder than a full-time job. It's just, crazy hours and work. So the fact that you're doing this and that, and you got so many subs for an obscure topic, it's not like you're unboxing iPhones or something.
Yeah. And I mean, here's the way I look at it is there's a total of 29 people watching this stream right now. As far as 30 people now, and I very much appreciate every single person that watches my videos. To me, when I first started the channel, I started it as a way to take my real life education that I teach union classes and stuff like that to the next level. And I think that was one of those things that I started doing it because I would get the same questions over and over again. How do you do this? Or is there a video that, can you tell me about this? And some of these things I would have to do or explain, and I wish I could do it in video form. So I started doing videos so that way I could show them in my classes. And I do incorporate in some of my videos into my classes so that way I can say, all right, watch this video, and I'll put it on, and that way it will explain the technique or explain what I'm talking about. And that to me is a very important thing because it really shows the value behind what I've done here on SoundSpeeds. The very first community that really grabbed hold of me was the podcast community. So when my channel was very, very small, they were asking me a lot of questions about how to get things better sounding, how to do things, and that was something that I could interject my opinions and thoughts and help people out there. And then slowly, film industry people don't normally watch YouTube. They're normally part of the sound forums. You're there, and the very first person that was really doing the sound thing on YouTube was Matt Price, and he was the one that interviewed me a few years ago when I actually had a little bit of a beard because I was doing the Movember thing, and I think he interviewed me right before the beginning of December or right at the beginning of December, and so I ended up joining. He interviewed me as Sound Chat number 11 on his channel, Sound Rolling, or Matt Price, I believe is it's called. Now, Matt was supposed to be coming in here fairly early in the stream, but he didn't ever come in. So just like last year, he was going to be there, but then didn't. He ended up sending me a message last year at about 2 a.m. my time and saying, "Oh, I just got up," but that was with the newborn baby. So he said, "Yeah, sure, I'll join you." And he came in. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it tonight, but if he is, I would love to add him to the, just like last year, you and I were the last people standing. It was moments before, like, turning into the new year for you, when we ended up calling the stream. But that's the reason why I did this on the day before the last day of the year now, because as far as I'm concerned, I wanted to be able to not have family commitments. My wife came in last year and was like, we have family things going on. Can you end this? And so that's why I ended it. And it was the right thing to do, because we did have family things and I didn't want to be exhausted all day. And sure as the world, it's technically a holiday, being New Year's Eve. So I wanted to do it the day before. That way, if I'm going to be brain dead or whatever, I could sleep late tomorrow and then still be there for the family the following day. So anyway, thank you very much for that comment, Liberty. You can see his little his icon there as a member. Very much appreciate it. And this is actually a good point. Unboxing and turning a Blue Yeti into a Blue Smoky. Now, if no one has seen that and doesn't know what in the world I'm talking about, why don't I show exactly what I'm talking about? There was the epic live stream last year, as you guys will remember if you were part of it. You can actually watch the standalone video now of last year's Yule log, which was the Electro Voice 664 first video where I tried to destroy Thunder again. I don't know if you heard that. First video I did where I actually did a collaboration with Michael Wynn, who was on the stream earlier. He also has the Michael Wynn YouTube channel. We used it as a hammer. It originally has the nickname, the hammer, or that's the name it inherited. And I go into more details on that, but you can check out that video and I talk about that. Then in the second annual epic live stream, we wanted to do another epic video, another wonderful microphone. And in the days after last year's live stream, I was sent a microphone that I'm going to put up that Yule log and wait a minute, real quick here. Are you the only person seeing a terrible sync on Alan's video? Am I not synced correctly? Because we will see. Let me check my settings here. Originally, when I started this, I was starting to set things up. I got the hunch that oh, wait a minute, there might be, because it went back to low light compensation mode on the webcam. Did that clarify it? Did that straighten up a sync issue? Because if so, that might have just fixed it. There's if you use a webcam, then if you have your webcam, you go into settings, the low light compensation, if that's turned on, then it's gonna add a couple of frames delay as it's processing. So hopefully it's gone away. There is a sync issue. Tell me if it's gone away right now. You are alone. Yes, you are alone. There is let's see. Have to lay down. Gotta go to the airport at 3 a.m. Back in the morning if you're still streaming. We'll see. Looks sync to me. Sync has been off a bit on my end for about an hour now. I know Siegel, by the time he logged out, his sync was a bit bad. So it's like 100 to 200 milliseconds. It says. We'll see if it's not. Let me remove myself and add myself back, and we'll see if that helps. So he was the host again for about another second.
I know, there's been another power cut. He's gone.
Another power cut. He's gone. Slow home connecting. Let's see. Is it off? Well, we'll see. Bit off the whole time. Well, geez. We'll fix it in post, as we keep saying, right? Oh, it's a little better. We're getting from Dan. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and play then. It's still out. Well, sorry. I've done everything I can. My Sony ZV-1 earlier, it was even worse. And there was nothing I could do. It is quite literally sitting right here, staring at me in the face. The ZV-1. And I had that here. This was set up to be camera for the live stream. But when I could not get it to work and I knew that we were about to go live, I was like, you know what? I've got to call it and go back to the webcam. So at that point, I was like, you know what? I'm going to relight this. I'm going to relight this room. And so I actually turned down the thing. That's why it's not the blazing, crazy hot spot that you normally see on my face. You can't delay your audio, not through StreamYard. I could delay my audio up to about 20 milliseconds, which is half a frame. That's not really going to be noticeable. That's as much as I can delay. Now, I could, if I did not loan out, which reminds me, I need to send a message to, I'm going to just make myself a note. Let me see if I still have my Epic live stream. Oh, no. Some of the good ideas I had in here are gone now. Anyway, let me see. Email. Okay, so hopefully I can get my delay back, the one that I used in that video about delay, about delayed speech and stuff like that. So yeah, and StreamYard does default to 720p. Sync is still off. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Well, it might be my stream looks normal on the screen right now. I'm gonna go ahead and add in actually, you know what? Before I do the Yule log again, I'm going to show the last video that I'm going to show. You know what? Okay. There's 2 videos I was going to show real quick before I do the Yule log again. I mentioned, and I showed this on YouTube, on Twitter, that one of the things that I share with the members, and it was an excerpt of a video that I released to members only at the 1-year membership. You know, for the 1-year celebration of my members, I sent a video out where Liberty Dude, who is in chat, said to me, "Hey, you know, in one of my live streams, he said, oh, you should totally, you know, have some Pop Rocks." And I said, "Send me a link." He sent me a link of like a 24 monster size pack of Pop Rocks. But since he sent it to me, I bought it. And then I did the thank you video. And while I was saying thank you, I was cutting open the Pop Rocks and I filled up an entire cup, vertical, with Pop Rocks, went at it with a spoon, chased it down with a Zip Fizz, and then chugged an entire Coke. And I'm not kidding. I did all of this live as a wonderful, fun little celebration thing. Stupid human tricks and stuff I've done my entire life. Why stop now? But anyway, says Alan is talking faster because of the sonic boom thunder. Yeah, maybe if I talk faster, I can get all my words in before the storm kills my power again. So yes, I will gladly admit that Alan admits he is insane on Livestream Epic. Yeah. And then we have only thing to make it better is a few Mentos with the Zip Fizz. Well, if I get enough members for year 2, I might amp it up a little bit. So what does a cup of Pop Rocks compared to the world's hottest gummy bear? I'll tell you, it was easier. I had a sweet tooth. No big task. Well, the biggest thing about the gummy bear that was difficult was the fact that it was so hot that I was trying to make a cable, which normally I could make in a, you know, I made another video that was just me soldering a cable, very quick and easy in about 10 minutes. But normally, if I want to be meticulous about it, I'll spend 20 to 30 minutes on each one to really make sure that everything is exactly perfect the way I want it to be. But in that video, it took me nearly an hour because I was in a lot of pain and stuttering and my hands were shaking and stuff like that. So great way to hold a very hot thing and do soldering and try to focus your brain while very, very hot. So let's see. I've been watching since you started the stream and haven't slept, and it's 5:53 a.m. here in Southwest England. I can't afford to donate. So the least I can do is stay on with you, Alan and friends. Okay, well, thank you very much for being here. What about David? Didn't notice his sync is off or not. David has to talk, and I'm not giving him a chance to, so I apologize for that, David.
or maybe it's the one good thing about my crappy webcam. No, I probably not out of sync now when I'm talking, do I?
Yeah, you're out of sync. It's actually stuttering a little bit, so it makes me feel better. It's strobe. It looks strobish. So keep drinking 5-hour energy drinks every 5 hours, and you can keep the stream going forever. Yeah, sure. Well, 5-hour energies is not something I do. David would have to shave his mustache and beard. We can see his lips move. David has a potato camera, and it's hard to tell anyways. There we go. And then it seems choppy, but Alan seems fine to me. Okay, good. Real quick then, let me look back and see if there's any more donations that come through. And I will go ahead and say this now. Last year, Cujo donated $25 and then another $25 to get me to take a couple of Zip Fizz on the stream, and that's straight powder straight to the mouth. And I will tell you, last year, someone donated the money so that way I could get the sampler pack. These are the last 2 flavors of Zip Fizz in that sampler pack. And if in exchange for donations to the DAV, I have an orange soda and I have lemon. These are the last two. So if you would like me to take one or both of these, I want to see donations to the DAV. Remember, I don't benefit anything from this except for the fact that I feel good about donations to the DAV, which is a wonderful charity. Right here, you can see it flashing on the screen. 100% of all the donations go to the DAV, and you will see me take a Zip Fizz straight directly in, and I will use my wonderful new Zip Fizz bottle opener in order to get into it if you want to donate. And I'm going to set the price for the first one at $50. So if someone wants to donate $50 to the disabled American veterans, I will have a Zip Fizz straight live on the air. But first, yeah, donate Zip Fizz stream. We know that I will do it real quick here. Blob there is a $10,000 donation fine for that. Who is that? Larko? Larko is the person who sent me the Yeti, which I'm going to show here in a second. But first, I mentioned that there was a full video of me doing an entire cup full of Pop Rocks with a spoon, then chasing it down with a Zip Fizz, and then chasing it down immediately with a Coke, chugging down an entire Coke. And this was right after I took down the Zip Fizz, this is what happened.
Ooh, that is an interesting combination.
So that was a fun reaction, but that's only a short excerpt that I went public with on Twitter. Now, I do have one other video that I'm going to show, and I'll probably just put it on the right-hand side and let you and I talk over it. If there's a way for me to show it and for us to be on screen at the same time, I don't know there's a way to, David, but this is something that I'm going to at least show, and this is going to take a few moments. But we talked earlier with Mark Mangini, the Academy Award-winning sound designer of Dune, amongst other things like Mad Max. We also talked to Greg Crawford, who does a lot of postings, ADR specifically, in recent times, and he's a guru at Isotope RX. But one thing we did not really talk about is we talked about wild lines, but we didn't talk about the actual procedure. Now, I did do a video recently on wild lines, and I'm going to show a quick excerpt that I did, and I was thinking about incorporating it in as some sort of a video, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to just show it right now as part of the actual video that I was going to do, and instead I'm going to use it as a special feature right here on the Epic live stream. Did you hear that thunder? I don't know if you heard that. That was a loud one. But regardless, I'm going to take a couple of moments here to show you how you actually do wildline editing in a very simple manner that you can do in pretty much any kind of editing software at your house. Check this out. Since I did my wildline video, I have been asked, how did I do my wildline demonstration? And I did it just like I'm about to show you. Now, keep in mind, this is not a sophisticated editing program. This is actually fairly basic. This is just Power Director, which is a Cyberlink product. It's by no means Premiere or anything like that, Final Cut or Avid. But nor is this an ADR program that you can use to stretch and expand and slip audio in and, you know, pull it apart at different points. It's not anything like that. This is just a simple straight cut editing program. Following the rules, I was able to get away with this. Now let's watch the raw footage of my recording segments here with basically recording the wild lines. You know what? I'm really happy the new sound. That was obviously not a good one. You know what? I'm really happy a new Soundspeeds episode just dropped. Okay, you know what? Bad. I'm really happy a new Soundspeeds episode dropped. That was better. You know what? I'm really happy a new Soundspeeds episode dropped. Okay. You know what? Probably the best I'm really happy a new Soundspeeds episode dropped. That's probably the one. Let's actually jump about 7 minutes ahead and watch the clip that we're going to be slipping the audio over. Before we get going, proof of concept time. Check this out. All right, so you can hear how that was pretty bad, and so we need to repair that audio. And I'm going to go ahead and take this take, I believe. I'm really happy a new Soundspeeds episode dropped. Probably, and I'm going to go ahead and chop it right there, and I'm going to go ahead and just grab that piece and pull it over here to the very, very end. And the place where I need to slip the audio in. Check this out. So right about there. So I'm just going to grab the audio part, and where's the track right there? Okay, so now what I'm going to try to do is line it up so it looks like it's pretty close matching right there. You know, the beginning of this line and the beginning of this line. If I were to line them up, maybe slip that one a little bit more. Okay, so let's try that. You know what? I'm really happy a new Sound Speeds episode dropped. You can hear my echo over myself and showing that it's not perfect, but I'm going to try it one more time. You know what? I'm really happy a new Sound Speeds episode dropped. Wonder what would happen if I slipped it one frame forward. Let's try that. You know what? I'm really happy a new Sound Speeds episode dropped. How about one frame back? Let's hear that. You know what? I'm really happy a new Sound Speeds episode dropped. Okay, that to me sounded like it was a pretty close match. It was a little bit, it was like one frame ahead at the beginning, one frame back behind at the end. Now I could stretch this or, you know, compress it ever so slightly. Why bother doing that though, since I can just straight cut it in there? You know what? So what I'm going to do is actually do a straight cut. Let's not even bother doing this any kind of sophisticated way. Okay, so we're just going to go just like this, chop that out, and let's just add a couple little fades here. We're not even going to slip it actually into that spot. Let's just go right over here and add a fade in there and add a fade out there. We'll just keep it very simple and easy. You know what? I'm really happy a new Sound Speeds episode dropped. There we go. Not very bad at all for the time before we get going. Proof of concept time. Check this out. You know what? I'm really happy a new Sound Speeds episode dropped. How did I do that? Was it ADR? No, it wasn't. Now you know how I did it. So there you go. That was a little special feature, and that was one of the videos that I shared with my members. So if anyone is interested in joining the membership, I do have that available through YouTube right here. And those are the kinds of videos that I will upload. Sometimes I will show tips and tricks and that kind of thing. So that's at least a little bit of self-promotion, I guess you could say. Let's look and see if we have received any donations. And yes, I was here the whole time. I did not leave to do anything, in case you're curious. Did you go to get something to drink or whatever? No, I have a whole entire, I posted about this on Twitter right before we started this thing, ready to go. And I barely touched any of it, which is really bad. Let's see. Right before that, did hear the thunder. Most of the other thunders, I didn't hear much, but could hear a few louder ones, very faintly though. Fix my PFP. I don't know what that means. It says I'm a little broke right now. Just bought a new phone. I thought it said new plane for a second there. Hey Dan, I'm only shaving off my beard for $10,000. So if you tweet and spam Mr. Beast and Mr. Beast comes here, Mr. Beast comes here before the end of the stream, he will shave off his beard. So for $10,000, he will do a shave stream right here live. If he shaved off all of his hair while live, I would definitely get Alan's channel banned. That's crazy. And then Bandrew says, good luck and good night. Profile picture. Gotcha. Larko owns a plane now, according to Alan. There you go. Spreading fake news. Well, since Larko is here, I did mention before that he was the donator of this year's Yule log. Now, I released the video earlier, and I'm going to go ahead and start playing it now, so that way you can see basically this year's Yule log. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So check this out. This, of course, is the Blue Yeti. Now, when Larko sent this to me, he said, well, it's not functional except the right channel. And when I plugged it up to my laptop and my desktop, could not get my computer to recognize it at all. So as far as I'm concerned, it was completely defective, because I thought it would be really awesome to record the sound of the Yeti frying. But unfortunately, it was not to be. So this video is now live, and you can watch this as a Yule log and enjoy the Blue Yeti frying away in all of its glory. So that is something you have the benefit of doing if you have so the desire right now. So we can watch this year's Yule log as we do this, and I can scroll through the video if we lose interest or if we call the streamer but and I do have a team of people recording this after the about 11-hour and 15-minute mark, so we can see. Now, don't forget, hey, 2 flavors of Zip Fizz, the last 2 Zip Fizz that I have in the sampler package. So let me see, what does this text message I just got? Okay. Yeah, there is a tornado alert. My wife is just going over the plans should there be a tornado warning and we have to evacuate. So there it is.
Will you then be streaming this from the car? Will you be evacuating to the next state over?
No, in case of tornadoes, you don't leave and put yourself out there and chase tornadoes unless you're completely insane. So what you do in case of tornadoes, yeah, there are certain things you do, and certain places you go and things you do. We have a plan, I guess you could say, and we know where we're going to go and what we're going to do. So the wife was just going over the plan with me that she's already gone over with the girls in case there is a bad storm and we need to suddenly take shelter. So hopefully that will not be the case. She did say it's nothing I really need to worry about too much because it's probably not going to happen. So let's see. What does this comment say? I'll have to throw that up on the big screen tomorrow.
Is this like a semi-regular thing you have? Like tornadoes?
I'm sorry?
So you've got like a plan. This is like a semi-regular thing.
It is in certain times a year.
Wow.
Well, we have tornadoes in the springish time, and we have hurricanes in the fallish time. So, and yeah, to answer your question, Dan, and Atlanta does do basements, and we have basements here. This house does not have one. We're on a slab. So, no, there's a particular place that we go and thing that we do. Now, back in school, we used to do different. We'd have plans in case there was a natural disaster of course. We would go outside, put our head down in the hall, and like a little ball up on our knees, and we put our head against the thing and cover over our heads. That was part of the plan, the practice that we would have when we were kids in elementary school. And they said, in case of a tornado, we'll do that. We'll go into the hall and we'll do that. Put our heads down, make ourselves small. We jammed side to side, and we would basically keep our heads down. And after they went by and checked everyone to make sure that we were safe. And then, of course, we did fire drills as well, where they would talk what would happen and how we would organize. I used to, joke around and confuse people. I'd say, so in case of a tornado, we go outside, and they're like, no, don't go outside. I'm like, all right, well, but in case of a fire, we go in the hall and put our heads down. They're like, no, completely reverse. I'm like, oh. So it's like the exact opposite of what you'd really want to do. In a tornado, you don't go outside and stand in it. And in a fire, you don't go into the hall in a big open space and, lay down on the ground and cover yourself up. It's ridiculous. Mrs. Soundspeeds and the kids are now out in the backyard digging a tornado shelter. Yeah, that's what they're doing now at 1:12 a.m. And has a fortified bunker with 10 years worth supply of Zip Fizz. I have a 10-year worth supply of Zip Fizz right here in this room. And there's probably another 10 in the bunker, yeah. In elementary schools, we used to have drills in case China bombs us. Wow. In case China bombs you. Wow, this is an international stream.
Where are you?
Yeah. If you don't want to dox yourself, Dan, where are you? In case of tornadoes, you go to a home shelter, community shelter, if in a trailer park or an apartment or in a basement of the centermost of the house. Yeah, pretty much. And you're supposed to open windows. That way the air circulates through. And, it'll make the wind go crazy, but hopefully it will prevent the pressure from building up to the point where it takes off doors and takes off the room and stuff like that by hopefully equalizing pressure a little bit. So Dan says, I'm in Oregon. You know this, but I grew up in Taiwan. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
okay.
right. Fair enough. Yeah, if you're in Taiwan, man, I really feel for those people in Taiwan at the moment, especially with what's going on in Hong Kong right now. It's, I think it's a fragile political situation. I mean, it always is, but I think it's a little extra fragile this month and what's going on.
Yeah. Let's see.
But
Have we
yeah,
got
we don't
any
need to worry about
donations yet?
tornadoes or anything here in New Zealand. We just instead have our like volcano plan, for when the volcanoes go off. I mean, I'm joking slightly, but Auckland is literally on like a live volcano. It's just that
Yeah.
this live volcano hasn't gone off in like a few thousand years or whatever, so we're kind of a bit chill about it. It probably won't go off in my lifetime, but we are literally on like live volcanoes around within Auckland.
Yeah. So I don't know why it just glitched there, but that is not part of the video that's uploaded to YouTube, the 1080p video. If you look at the color of the Yeti right now, it's very much silver, but if you watch it over the course of time, you'll see it change. Now, I'm going to say it again because I said it earlier, and you can actually see the inner glow inside the grill there, where it's getting hot on the bottom side of that grill. If you notice on the Yeti that's on the screen, it's glowing from within. That was the entire goal of me putting it on charcoal. I could have burned it in a fire. I could have put it in because we did the collaboration with Andre from Worth It or Not. I could have very easily put it in muriatic acid and watched that as a Euro log and watch it completely burn up to nothing. Could have done that. But instead, I decided I wanted to burn it from the inside and slowly melt it. So if you look at the buttons on the front and where the badge is just below that, there's a button and then there's a volume knob. Well, those are slowly melting because the bottom of this entirely metal case is slowly, it's heating up from the underside. And the entire microphone is getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So it is burning and it's frying from the inside. If you look in the grill, you'll see that there's a red glow. That red glow is really there. This is obviously not digitally enhanced. What do you think I am, Captain Disillusion? This is, it's just heating up, getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And over the course of time, you're going to see it change colors. And then if you continue to watch and you pay attention, you will occasionally see things like the capsule on the inside spontaneously combusting, and it will turn green as the copper heats up and starts to melt. And that would be copper, on the inside of the microphone, copper on the inside of the diaphragm, things like that. So thank you, Huri. Hope I'll be safe. We'll be safe. Always will be. My wife will keep me in order. That's the way wives are. If they like you, they'll keep you in order. And I would hope that my wife is liking me because she sent me this text message earlier. Oh, let me see. Another text message. Let's see. Who's this one from? Okay. It's a follow-up text. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay. She says that she will yell at me. She will yell. She'll alert me by yelling and then calling as she gets the kids down into the safe room if I don't suddenly come. So, so yeah, there's
At
that.
least you can make a donation on the live stream, and that'll get your attention.
That will get it would if I paid attention. If I was a good host to a live stream, then and I saw notifications of it. Right now, it's the way that the screen is I have the StreamYard screen. I have the multiple windows I keep going through. That way I could turn on things like, hey, check this out. 100% of the donations go to the DAV, American Disabled Americans Veterans. I could put those kinds of things up right now, up on the screen. And that works great. I could put comments up on the screen and do all that kind of thing and bouncing around. There's private chat, and I can put on different things like it says DAV in the upper right hand corner right now. I can change that to the SoundSpeed logo, or if I was going through before saying thanks Halter Technical for giving away the Elite monitors, thanks Video Mantis for doing all the different things you were doing with regards to giving away classes to people. I did the socks giveaway from Darn Tough. Thank you very much, K-Tech, for the hip bag that you gave away, and of course the S-Mic 2 from Deity microphones. I can change all that kind of thing around on the top of the screen as well. That's a completely different place. And I can also, using the interface, I can swap you and me around. I don't know if I can't take over the full screen without reducing that video. I could do this. Look at that. Full res and you and me at the bottom. So we can do that and just watch the Blue Yeti on the screen. That's pretty cool. I wonder what happens if I hit this button. Oh, it just laid it out. Okay, so it got rid of us. If I click this button, it's just you and me, and it has gone away. I don't want that. Whoa, that's freaky. Let's not do that. Let's bring you and me back, but in this layout right there. And it says, just jump into the stream video and call. Yeah, that's probably what would happen. and clearly I need more monitors. But the thing is, though, I don't have the space for it. I have 2 monitors. There is quite literally.
I'm always like jealous of those programmers
Right here.
or some video editors who have just like 8 monitors all around them. I'd love to have that one day, you know. Especially like I really like those monitors where they put it sideways. Those are so useful, you know. You have your main big monitor here, the one on top, like your screen, then you have sideways monitors, you know, vertical for like when you got code on it, because you need
Yeah.
more vertical length.
But you know what? It's I just don't have the room. I mean, I have the room. If I wanted to get a little bit bigger monitor, I could. Like this one, I think is a 24 inch. If I wanted to, I could probably support maybe as wide as a 32 here, maybe. But I don't need to do that.
I'm a bit ghetto here. I've got like a 32-inch TV screen for my computer that's like sitting on a chair with my couch here. So, yeah, not really the
So-
best desktop setup.
So here's a question. Asked about the eldest daughter's live stream content going. And this is because it was actually my middle daughter, and she came on board a live stream I did. And it was a few months ago, and she was wearing a mask in the video, and she was talking because she was basically bored one night. Her older sister was working, her younger sister was already asleep, and she was bored. And I said I had a live stream scheduled, and so I invited her to, or I didn't have a live stream schedule. I said, why don't we do a live stream? And I brought her on, and she's interested in doing a YouTube channel, but I talked to her about what she wants to do, and she wants to do a gaming one, but then she is just like me. Like I did research for 6 months before I started Soundspeeds. I slowly worked on my graphics. I wanted the look to be the same, so that's the reason why I didn't just do it with a room in the background behind me where it just looked all crazy and stuff like that. I wanted to actually have a decent looking background that would be something that would be look presentable. Because if I'm talking about working in the film industry and stuff, I could just have a room in the background, but that would be kind of silly. It's better if you have some sort of of an actual environment. So what we did is I collected donations on that live stream and said anyone that wants to donate, it would go to her and setting up her live stream. But she's organized. She's got me and my wife in her blood. So and that means she wants to be prepped and prepared. So she has been concentrating on school, and that is something that she's in a private school. They're all in a private school. And so she basically is aware that the donation money is for her, and it's sitting right there waiting for her. But she says, I want to make sure I get the right thing. She hasn't decided yet if she wants to do PC gaming or if she wants to do console gaming and which way she wants to pay them, put money towards it. But I've already talked to her about if you do PC, then we could get you on OBS and it'd be easier for you to do gaming. If you want to get a console, though, it probably wouldn't. It would take more money than that. But she's used to console gaming, so she'd be more familiar with it. It'd be better content from the very beginning. But then you need a capture card on the computer in order to record it. So she's thinking about what she wants to do. She's been practicing PC gaming, but she's still not as fluent as she is on her console. So she's contemplating what she wants to do and how she wants to do it. But I tell you, it's something that she's definitely got in the works. She knows the money is sitting there, so she can have it whenever she wants to. So there he goes. That's right. Older sister and the mother came home and into the stream to visit with them. Yeah, because the older one came home, and then Dan says, already smarter than me. Last multiple screens and Stutter Vista X. All right. Do we have any donations right now? No one wants to see me do a zip fizz. No one wants to donate to the DAV. That is a sad thing. You know, I'm not benefiting from this stream in any way financially because, and neither is YouTube, because 100% of the donations of this stream are going directly to the disabled American veterans, and I would love to have some donations going to them. Now, I did reach out to additional people who did not choose to join us tonight for whatever reason. They, I guess, have other things going on in their lives. David has just vanished, so I'm going to click on this other interesting thing right there. We'll shrink it down. We'll see what happens. But not everybody that I had invited has come on tonight. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that I invited that were not able to make it apparently. So either way, we'll rock the people we have here. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming out here. So here's the way we did this last year. Let me go over here. That way you can see this a little better. The way we did this last year is we continued to stream and talk about sound until the questions stopped coming in, the world seemed to go to sleep, and the donations dried up. Right now, the donations are drying up. So we'll see. We'll see how long this goes. So 100% of the donations go to the DAV, Disabled American Veterans, and don't forget also about the classes of Video Mantis that are available. And they have the coupon code Sound Speeds for an extra 10% off of their 50% sale that they're doing at this particular time. But if you donate $25 or more to this stream right now, then just know that they will send you a free course. But you have to email me at alan@soundspeeds.us and let me know that you made that donation. I'll double check your donation against the donations on the stream, and then I will gladly connect you with Video Mantis so you can get your class. Thank you also to all the different vendors that supplied items for us to give away. So there we go. So David, what kind of shows are you working on right now? Oh, David's muted. David, you have chosen to mute yourself.
I did get muted while you're talking, just to make sure I didn't accidentally overlap.
Yep.
But yeah, I was just saying, I just scrolling through Twitter and I just noticed the thing at the same moment you spoke. Just somebody posted a video of LA at the moment with their powers out at the moment, or at least that part of LA is out. So don't feel alone that you've lost power. Yeah, other parts of America losing it. Anyway, right now I'm sort of in the New Year break, and then start again in about another just one day over 1 week from now. Feature film that we've just got the final week to finish. So yeah, we just stopped shooting on that a few days ago, and yeah, and then we'll finish it up after the New Year.
Excellent.
Yeah, and then I've got like a short film going on for a local film school like a few days after that, because it's a film school that's mainly focused on like post-production VFX effects. So what they do every year is, for the big final year project that all the students contribute on, they sort of bring in some professionals, like professional actors, professional sound mixer, DOP, and to try to record a really good content that's going to be extremely VFX heavy. And that just gives them some material that the students can work on, and they get a really good like show reel out of their final year project. So yeah, I've been doing that each year for that film school. So that's a short film that I'll be going on to after I'm done with this feature film.
Very good. Well, we just got a $50 donation from Liberty Dude. He went ahead and opened his pocket yet again for a good cause. So I'm going to put it to Liberty. If you would like to choose either orange soda or lemon or limon, or you want to put it to the chat, we can let people choose what they want. So let me know, and we will do either one. If you want to choose orange or limon, then let me know, and or we can put it to the chat and see what people would want me to do. Bravo, both obviously. Well, donations are not high enough for that just yet. I need a sticker for the back window. No sleeping, not sleeping, just drunk. Well, it's funny because earlier we were talking about not drunk, just sleeping as being the sticker I should put in my car. And by the way, if you look at the screen right now, the capsule of the Blue Yeti has just spontaneously burst, and it is now melting away. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I was watching for a few hours before I joined, and I was there when that conversation was about, like, that moment when he said, not drunk, just sleeping, and was that moment when the first AD came up and asked the mixer, like, is that an okay, like, why that you were perhaps homeless, and just like, I don't know, still the fact that you felt, it's necessary for your body to, to take a nap there on set. It is just like a reflection on the whole, I don't know, ethics, culture, something in the film industry. I think, we do accept this as like a bit normal at some level, and it does make me like go, yeah, it is a bit whack. There was a point early this year, I was probably doing like 100-hour week at time because I was working 7 days a week, and especially when you count travel on top because I far on occasions, and then, and also like I was doing some rentals on top, so organizing that, and just pre-production for the next thing on mine. It does get a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
Okay, we have our winning flavor. I love that Liberty is also mocking me for not being able to. What the muffin was the name of and I kept saying what, and so he says, "What's upper muffin?" Keeps yelling in my ear, Lemon. So I guess what the muffin was friend of Liberty dude. It's so funny. He's making fun of me now. Okay, so we have now. This is what's going to be even more fun, is the fact that I have not had any water in quite a while. So I'm actually cottonmouth right now. And this is the most sour flavor, the ones that I have left. So considering that we have that, and my mouth is cotton-mouthy, this is actually gonna be a lot of fun. So let me show you how awesome these little bottle openers that you can reach out to via email directly to ZipFizz, and ZipFizz will give you one of these. They'll just drop them in the mail. And I requested one for home, one for work, and it's very simple. The design of it, you just go over here and you go pop open. Now, that means you have all this, plastic and stuff like that you got to be careful of. And almost every single time I pour it into water or something like that, and I end up having, a little bitty piece of this fly off. So I'm going to at least take it off. So that way, when I tip this thing back, it's not going to, drop any plastic into my mouth. But anyway, I did learn very recently the reason why ZipFizz is in these little containers and they don't just give you can't just buy a thing that you take a scoop out of, is because there is apparently some sort of an active thing inside of the ZipFizz that it responds to air and it loses some of its vitamins or something. I don't know how that works exactly, but if you want to, if you that's the reason why they have to put every single one of them in its own dedicated tube. But anyway, Muffin says cottonmouth. Ooh, yeah. So here we go. Here we go. Good times. Mm-hmm. There we go. So there we go. That's how you take ZipFizz like a lunatic. There's a lot of YouTube videos where people are talking about energy drinks and things like that and not taking them straight. And then they'll talk about and post show articles about people that have gotten seriously hurt from, oh, look at the screen real quick. The Yeti, just the capsule of it was burning. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's awesome. It's burning on the inside of the grill. Comment earlier that was really awesome was, now it's truly a grill. It's a grill. But you can tell it's hot because it's flashing. The different parts on the inside of it are turning so hot that it's flashing. And look at the plastic. Plastic volume knob is completely, fried itself out. Now, remember the color of the Yeti at the beginning? The nice silver color? Nice. The kind of pristine silver-looking color? Well, now check it out. And I do have the Yeti right down here, by the way. I'm waiting to reveal it at the end of this video. So we're right now. That's something that if you want to continue to watch the Yeti, I have this video that's up online, the Yule log. If this video stays up on the screen the entire time, then we will have surpassed our duration of the stream last year. If I end up fast forwarding through it and calling the stream earlier due to tornadoes or something like that, then hey, you can always watch the end of this video someplace online. But there we go.
You do realize if you keep on doing this every year, trying to go longer than the previous year, eventually, well off in the future, you're going to do a stream that's longer than 1 year long. you're going to have to start before the next year starts the stream.
I'll have to live a long time for it to get to that length.
Oh, you will.
And you know, it's one of those things where, to me, the way I look at this is, it's fun. It's fun to do a live stream, and I'll be honest with you. The reason why I went so long last year is because I was waiting to see if Matt Price would respond and we could get him on the stream. And he said to me he was going to be on at about 7 to 8 p.m. his time, which would be about 2 to 3 p.m. my time, but he never showed up. And so I'm wondering if he's going to wake up in the morning, and he meant perhaps a.m. as opposed to p.m. because 2 a.m. is coming up in about 26 minutes. And if Matt comes on board, I would love nothing more than to put his thumbnail in, smiling in the thumbnail of the video, like I did yours last year. Because, I mean, hey, let's think about it. He and I were, he was inspirational to both you and me in starting our channel.
I mean, partly why my name is what it is, and I just sort of checked with them, is it okay if I call yours mine Sound Speed, because this is called Sound Rolling? No one to accidentally have the same name as, so I can't, like, step on your toes for being too similar. Whoops.
And it's funny, because about the same time as you did that, I had contacted him and said, I'm thinking about starting a channel called Sound Speeds. And I had reached out to him probably months before and just didn't do it because I took like 6 to 7 months of research before I started my channel.
Yeah, I mean, like, we probably were quite apart by so many months. I've got no idea, like, at what point we both talked to Matt, because it was like for me, I was a long time before I actually started it. But in my case, it wasn't like you started off your channel all like perfect and just looking, great, and you've just been making nicer and nicer every video. For me, it was more just, I guess, the procrastination or part of me was wanting to be like, I should do this channel all perfect and fantastic. But I think there's something to be said for, it obviously depends upon the kind of person, but I think for me, there's something to be said. I just got to do it and just like stop making excuses and just do something. And again, this is where Matt Price became inspirational. Like, he would often just do some videos with just him just talking to his cell phone, just walking down the street while getting off the train or something. And like the quality of that was really, really shaky, and it was like windy out because it's just the mic on his cell phone. I'm like, what am I scared of? I should just do it. I so much appreciate anything that Matt Price has put out, especially back then. It's like the only person. I thought it just started sharing my thoughts and getting feedback and interacting and getting to meet people like yourself. So I'm glad I did it when I did it, and I shouldn't have just been holding off, and I should have done it, while earlier or something.
Well, to me, it was really cool that, you subscribed to Matt, and for a while he was doing a video a day. He said, I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life, is what he said at the time. And he would do a video that he would just feel inspired. He'd be on set and he'd say, hey, I wanted to show you what we ended up doing to sound baffle this thing on set. This is making noise. We put fronting pads around this, and this is our DP back here. This is this key grip that brought us this, and this is what we have going. I got to get back to set now, but y'all take care. And, that was it. And he would do, this exact thing. He would talk about, whatever was inspiring him. He would just turn, hey, this is Matt from Sound Rolling, and I wanted to show you this. And then he would upload it. Or he'd say, I want to talk about what you can do in this circumstance. And then he would show what he was doing on set. And I've done similar things like that for the membership. But the videos that he would do were every single day inspired. And it was something like, here's what's going on. Here's why it is going on and doing what it is doing. And it was quite amazing. And even though they were just kind of, cell phone videos, I think he bought a stabilizer at one point. But to me, it was always cool to see what he would come up with.
Especially back then, he was the only person sharing anything, content from on set, from the sound perspective. And then that's still very weird to see content like that. So yeah, it was quite awesome to experience that. And quite a lot of my videos were like that as well too. But yeah, I can understand too, like, why there's not, especially as this year and last year we've done some bigger shows. you can't really do that just easily and casually, and even if you can, you're not sure if you really want to like sort of stick your neck out and see if it's possible. You'd rather just, or sometimes also the days are just such that you just got other things on your mind like staying alive.
Yeah. To answer this question, Antoine, I'm not fully up on sound design channels. I do know Alex Knickerbocker is a great channel. I've reached out to Alex both last year and this year for the Epic live stream. He doesn't respond to my messages. I don't know if I'm messaging him correctly or not, though. But he's not getting my messages somehow. But his channel is a valuable resource. He talks about different aspects of posts and stuff like that. I don't know if he gets into sound design a whole lot, but it's definitely something you can do. Nathan Smith, who was on the stream earlier, he's got a channel, and you can I posted a link above, and you can see if you go back in the chat, you can see as he was leaving the stream, we linked his channel for you to check out if you're interested. And
if I can answer that question quickly, one channel I really, really, really enjoy, and I've been watching since the start, is called In Depth Sound Design, and In Depth is like all in caps. So what they do is that they get somehow through their contacts or mission and such to upload segments from like big blockbuster films. Often many of them you've heard of. Like I just did a quick search of them, and I see one of the ones comes up is from Venom. And then they show you with different layers turned on and off, and so you can see what it is when you've got just like the footsteps on, you get just like the cloth track on, when you get the like gunfire or whatever. It shows you really like in detail how it gets built up, because when a person is sound designing something, they're just not just randomly throwing stuff out there. It's being built up layer by layer as they think about each aspect of the thing. It's just like when you build a house, you don't just start throwing materials down. You go, I've got foundation, walls, doors, yeah. So, and just sort of seeing that breakdown as you watch through the same video clip, but it's a loop through, and they add one more thing each step. You sort of see how it all comes together. And this little small detail adds in a bit more, and you're like, oh, that's how it sits in it. And yeah, just I think. I mean, I'm obviously coming from a guy who's not a post-production person, but still, like, I really just like appreciate and just enjoy listening to those video clips. So, highly recommend In-Depth Sound Design.
Okay, well, that's a great thing right there. You can hear my voice is getting a little bit hoarse.
I'll look up and link to it and share.
I'm sorry, what?
I'll look up the link and I'll share the channel now.
Yeah, please do. Here's a question that got buried. Has Atmos changed how you approach production at all? Do you want to answer that real quick from your perspective? My voice is starting to get hoarse because I've talked so much today.
So one second, I'm just copy and paste. All
right, then let me take it. Go ahead.
What was that question?
It's up on the screen right now. It's has Atmos changed the way you approach production at all?
Well, just trying to figure that the angle that's being asked from. I guess in terms of background noise, I'm always about trying to kill that. Any kind of Atmos sound, and like I really, any of that, I really want to get rid of it as much as possible, because I think do I have an overriding principle? But if I do have one, a general rule of thumb, it's about signal to noise ratio. Whatever the signal I want to record, I want more of that, which means getting the boom mic closer. Or if the actor is one of those just mumble, people just barely, and just like, I can't record anything. Like the person sitting next to you, the fellow actor can't hear you. Like, so it's about so get more signal. And well, I generally don't want to interfere with actors, but in extreme cases, I'm just going to ask them to speak up. But it's about getting your mic closer. Then signal noise ratio, the other side of that not equation, but other side of is about just getting that noise down as low as possible. And so that just means the Atmos you're in. If you're if you're in a house, make sure you close the doors so you don't the traffic rolling by outside. There's no need for, or if you're recording inside a car, for instance, that makes like night and day difference. If you can, difference between having the windows rolled up or rolled down. Of course, often these things are like fully out of your control. They need the window rolled down so they can place the camera right there. But so much of stuff is within your control, and you're not sticking your neck out so far you're going to get yourself chopped off and not be back the next day. You try to just kill whatever noise sources you can, and of course, and record the signal as strongly as you can. That's if you master just that 1 point signal to noise ratio, you're like 80% of the way there.
Yeah, and from my perspective, at least, there's not been any change because we don't get into post. All we do is we concentrate on recording with one microphone, the boom, and maybe a lav or a plant, but we are concentrating on getting the very best quality dialogue. All the special effects, sound effects, all the post design and stuff like that, that's going to be left up to much cleverer people than people that are on set and production aspect trying to come up with good, clean audio tracks of the sounds that are on set. We're not worried about panning. We're not worried about how is this going to sound in surround. That will be done in post. It's going to be assembled in post and put together. So what we basically concentrate on is the best quality sound that we possibly can get on set of the dialogue and stuff that can't be easily recreated. You can't just go into a sound effects library or go into another wild recording of something and add it in later when the actors are like, nope, not going to do it, or something along those lines. You have to make sure that you record that audio as clean as you can possibly get it at all times. That's the big thing that we'll concentrate on is the clean dialogue recording. So it hasn't really changed a whole lot. Like with regard to what happened earlier with Mark Mangini, what he did on The Accountant with Wit, is recording the sound, and they would record sweep tones and stuff like that they would use to create a virtual space so they could sound good with their audio. Like for example, they had a room that was glass in that show, and there was a glass wall behind. I remember Doug, the boom operator, telling me that he had issues with reflections quite a bit in that room. And they would want to shoot straight into it or at an angle and then light it from a way that he could only boom in one particular place. And he couldn't boom from that place. And he couldn't get a microphone where it needed to be because the camera angle was looking up. And you would see the reflection. So he was telling me there were some challenges, but they would still record sweep tones and stuff like that used by post that they would use to create it. And, that's pretty cool in my book, that they can do sweeps and really cool things like that. But as a general rule, things like that might help with something like Atmos if you happen to get on a movie that's needing that kind of those sweep tones right there on set. But it's not going to be something that you really run into like on television, definitely not on reality, corporate video, that kind of thing, and probably not on most features. Definitely not the features I've worked on, So.
He just clarified that he's referring to Dolby Atmos. And that's
still no change as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's very much referring to, of course, something in post-production. So it doesn't really, I don't think there's any difference that means. But Atmos is something interesting that it kind of has a few meanings there. Like he meant Dolby Atmos, but for us, when we read it, we thought we were referring to like ambient sound. That's what we thought it was meaning. But also, like, my very, very first thought, perhaps second, was maybe he was misspelling Amos, the Australian company that makes recorders, because I was made a comment earlier in the stream about how noisy Shoguns are, and the director on the film on do at the moment. His director's monitor is a Shogun, so he's often standing like closest to set and holding his director's monitor, and it's like, for goodness sake. And this is part of that conversation we were having earlier about, I don't understand, like, why do people make stuff for the film industry and it is so loud? It's like it's like people making clothes that are deliberately uncomfortable. I mean, okay, I guess it's high fashion and so forth, but as a general rule, you don't make clothes that are uncomfortable. You don't make film stuff that is noisy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just such a common thing, unfortunately. It is what it is.
It seems like it would be common sense, but so many things aren't. It's like what we were talking about, the noisiest fans possible because you got to cool down this overheating camera. One of the people that actually was a DP, that was one of the people that helped Red come up with the design, that helped them come up with their Red cameras, and he was telling me, he said, well, it doesn't really get all that hot until you gack it up. And I'm like, what do you mean? He says the camera doesn't really overheat and the fans really don't cut on and it doesn't really get noisy. But he says what happens is the ACs end up putting Velcro all over it and smothering it down and then covering it over with Teradeks and transmitters and monitors and everything, which gack it all up. And it smothers it. And I said, look, it's a film camera. They got to have that stuff on there. If the Red is designed as a film camera, then you can't just say, oh, well, it's only loud because they're doing things to it that they need it to be done. It's like me saying that this microphone works great until I put it in a shock mount and I attach a cable to it, and then it's not working right anymore. It's stuff you got to do to make it work. A lob works great when you hardline it. Well, what if you want to use it on a transmitter? Well, then it has some issues. Well, that doesn't work then. You got to actually you got to actually have it be something that's worthwhile, that's usable on set. But again, like they were saying, like Mark and Whit and Aaron were saying earlier, they have all these noisy things. We have all these fans all over sets because for some reason people cannot figure out a new way to make fans quiet. They just can't. I don't know why, but
Well, and often they're just cheaping out on those parts and then just really do not care. I am, as you know, I was to a fair bit like involved with Aperture, especially in the very early days before they spun off Deity.
yeah,
Before
we
they
had
did
the first
existed.
Aperture Deity microphone. I remember you
Yeah.
unboxing that one.
And also I'm a bit of a camera lighting geek, so I do hang out on those sort of forums and discussion groups and talk about it quite a lot. And in fact, if for whatever reason I became horrifically deaf or something, I couldn't do this job, and I had to do something else in film industry, I might choose being a gaffer. Like I really like lighting. Anyway, sidetracked. So some of those Aperture lights are also like pretty noisy, and you just like, but I mean, they're not really the most offensive brand. So there are other Chinese brands that are truly terrible, but there are people who will mod them. They take them apart and swap out the fan because these are fairly like commodity parts. So you can often go to like the local like computer chain store and just order like the really quiet fans, because again, like if you order a random HP, Hewlett Packard or Dell PC, like there will probably be a pretty noisy computer, especially if you buy like a gaming PC. But there's some people that do want their PC to be quiet while they're watching their movies or whatever, and so they will go that extra mile to get like super quiet ones. It just means like very like fine tolerances when you're making it. You've got to have more strict tolerances so you don't get stuff battling. Just got to use high quality bearings or lubrication or whatever. And so then you can get, fans that are just like many dB quieter. And so people have swapped out, I've seen many instances of this, people swapping out fans. And this is probably more often too on like these sort of videographers, more low budget corporate productions, because these people they're the cameramen and lighting men and also recording the audio for this, talking head thing of a CEO. So they kind of get annoyed themselves that they have to listen to this audio later on. And in fact, they're probably lesser skilled at post-production, to be able to like noise reduce this. So actually from their perspective, it really is easier. You just swap out the fan with like a really like high quality, quiet fan than to like learn about how to use Pro Tools and whatnot and what's the right plugin. So, I got all sidetracked. I want to answer the point you said about Weird. While that guy from Weird was right in a certain perspective, that adding all this stuff on does make it hotter. And in fact, I think more ACs need to think about this, because they'll stick stuff over like cooling vents. I'm just like, why are you putting it there? That's such a. Also, I mean, oh my, never mind. That actually happened on this feature film on like the very first day or something. They were trying to stick this feature film. Yeah, they're trying to stick my wireless receiver. They put Velcro over the grill of the of the Arri Alexa Mini.
Oh,
And
that's going to
it
make it
is.
hot. It's going to burn your transmitter. It's going to make the
What's
the
what's the other
extra
thing is that
sticky Velcro that's going
that,
to
that
choke
grill
out the
thing is
camera.
really hard. That grill thing is really hard to stick to because it's just like a grill. It's not like a nice flat surface. Anyway, I ended up bringing out some other like rigging bits and we rigged it up to the cheese plate somewhere else. And but that was the first plan initially. And but anyway, so the Red Tech guy does kind of have sort of a point that they add more stuff to it and it does make it hotter. But like I've worked with a lot of Reds and especially Generation One Reds because a friend, I did a few feature films and zillions of short films with him, and he earned a Red one and he actually two Red ones, so he'd like to shoot multi-camera, and he had very minimal rigs with them. He wouldn't even like have a shoulder plate on them even because he just put it like directly on his shoulder, or maybe he might put like a towel underneath, like. He had a very minimal setup, and those things would still get just as hot and as noisy as anything else. And there was, like I said, basically no gunk on it aside from my tentacle sink and a V-lock battery on it, and that's was it on it. So that'd still get very hot and loud.
But cameras are getting smaller and smaller, so. And that means that the electronics in there have to be packed denser and denser. They're still just as hot. They still need, and when they are packed in there, you have those high quality components getting hotter next to other components. And because they're so jammed in there, there's no airflow anymore. And so if you cover up those fans, you're going to be choking out a camera, which means it's going to be ramping up even hotter and higher. And those fans, like even the Alexa Minis and the Alexas, are louder now when you used to not ever be able to hear them at all. Now you're hearing them a little bit. They're still quieter than a Red, but you're actually hearing them now when you didn't normally used to, because those fans are having to operate at a slightly higher speed because they are smaller. So they're having to run higher speed to offset the amount of heat from all those packed in components, and in order to blow them out. So it's something to keep in mind there.
When you say you can hear the Arri Mini fans now, are you meaning compared to when the Arri Mini first came out, or are you comparing it to the Classic and XT?
That's it. That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Right. Because
when
I
you
thought maybe a second you're just referring to them as they get older. But it's always even brand new ones.
The Arri Alexa being the first. Go ahead.
But there's also a factor to be aware of that as stuff gets older, dust gets into the bearings wear down a little bit, and then that fan that was silent then becomes really loud. There was a feature film I worked on a few years ago in which their budget was pretty tiny, and they had got Panavision to just really donate like a bunch of gear for almost nothing or close to nothing, almost like slightly like defrauded Panavision in the sense that they're saying they're doing it for one purpose and they're doing it for a different purpose and they're doing their feature. But that's a whole other scandal about that feature film. But anyway, because of this, Panavision, because they're doing it in the generosity of their heart, they weren't giving out their best stuff to them. They were really dragging out the back of the closet the stuff that we were using for Panavision on this shoot. And that means the director's monitor was a big size monitor, but it must have been so old, that monitor, and it was so loud. I bet that monitor, maybe when it first came out, might have been perfectly fine in noise, but just add on 10, 20 years of use and storage, and you get it all dusty, and you get it working on a beach, or you get it working out in a dusty paddock, and of course the stuff will get gunked up inside, and it's going to have to, fans will have to work harder or the fans will get bearings, and it ends up just being drove me nuts, that monitor. Anyway, enough about that before I give myself a heart attack remembering it, and the whole whole feature film experience, man. Anytime I like chat with any of the other crew members who also worked on that years ago, we all get a bit of PTSD triggered to both them and yeah, this experience. Actually, that was a production in which they like damaged more of my gear than I actually like earned from it, and so that sort of doing that loop back to the other guy who was talking about that, and that's one of the other reasons. Like you do, when you start off, you have this approach. You take on anything and everything, but as time goes by, you do need to be more selective because if you're not, you can literally be paying to work, which is definitely something that should never, ever, ever happen. So, yeah.
Well, one point I was going to make on that earlier is that a lot of the times people will work really hard to try to get their first shows, and then once they get them, they're a race to the top, trying to get to the very best shows they possibly can, and that's something that happens quite often. People try really hard to get on these bigger shows, and then once they've kind of hit their peak and they're working on the shows that they want to work on, they're being compensated correctly and stuff like that, they'll sit there and ride the rest of their career there if they want to. But even then, when they get to the point where they can be picky about their shows that they work on, sometimes there's a point where you have to make a call, and you have to choose: do I work or do I take a gamble here? We mentioned working with the Academy Award winning director Jonathan Demme earlier, who was who did Silence of the Lambs and stuff. He died a couple of years ago, and Jonathan Demme, working with him was one of the best experiences because we were on a show that was very strongly about sound. He really loved the idea of sound being a very pivotal role in the production and very, very critical. He really liked the idea of how sound would play into the role, and he actually built it almost like it was a character. It was really fascinating the way it was written in, and he loved the idea of sound taking a very principal role, and he loved it. So what he said basically was, I wanted to take a big key role, and he had big ideas for it, but that came up in the interview he had with Siegel. And Siegel, this was the show when it came to Atlanta, the rates were scale. They didn't have the show was big. They were trying to sell it, and it was a very ambitious thing. So because of that, the rates weren't nearly as good, and the money behind the show was minimal. So they did not have budget to pay over scale. That was the first time I had worked at scale in a long time, and I remember a couple of other fellow boom operators got really annoyed with me for accepting it. I was like, look, here's the thing: it's 2 weeks long. It perfectly fits into my schedule between what show 1 and show 2. It's going to pay scale regardless of who does it anyway. But more importantly, it's a chance to work with Jonathan Demme. And we had to really think about that and analyze that. There were other times that we were offered, like the pilot of Constantine and the pilot of Red Band Society. The people over at Buena Vista that were doing Red Band Society really wanted us. The people at Constantine, the show was longer and it paid a little bit better. But the people over at Red Band Society raised the price as much as they possibly could, or raised up their rates as much as they could. And the way that we were playing Tetris with the schedule, we had a 3-way conversation between me, Aaron, and our utility. And we talked about the different things. Red Band Society started a little bit earlier and it finished a little bit earlier. But if we finished here, we were like this is our show finished here. Red Band Society would start here and end here, and then we'd have like a few days off and then start another show that would last on a couple of months. Or we could end this show, wait a little bit longer before we started the show, Constantine, and then Constantine went a little longer, but it overlapped the start of that other show. So we then looked at it as, do we take the gamble and do Constantine expecting to get another show after that, because he was in the talks for a couple of shows after that, or do we take Red Band Society and go ahead and take this other show that fits into the schedule and everything is a given right there? We're just waiting to accept. Because Red Band Society really wanted us as a team and were willing to listen to us more, And because it was dealing with kids and was going to be during the day, as opposed to Constantine, which was going to be a lot of hard nights because it's basically a show, supernatural and stuff like that. It was going to be overnights. We analyzed everything and said, you know what, we're going to do the day work and we're going to take the sure things. So at that point, we accepted Red Band Society, and then we accepted another show right after that, the other show that was waiting for us. And I don't remember what that show was, but I remember we went to it, and I think we day played like 1 or 2 days. So sometimes when it comes down to it, you have to look at what's better conditions. Would we rather take, and also how it fits into your schedule. If you have a show that ends here and another show that starts here, what can you fit in that gap? And if it overlaps, are you going to piss off one of the people? Either you finish the show, in which case you're going to miss the beginning of the next show, or you leave the show early, piss off that show, but you start the other one. So which customer do you make mad? And there's ways of working overlap so you can actually make customers happy and make producers and studios happy. You just have to organize it and do it correctly. And that was one of the ways that we did Walking Dead season 7, went into Stranger Things season 2, and then back into Walking Dead. Is I talked to the mixer about that and how we were going to do that overlap and how we were going to handle that. And he had no idea how to do it and make everybody happy. And then I talked to him and I told him something that had worked successfully for us in the past. And he said, I'll try it. And it worked. Now, granted, that doesn't mean that it's always going to work. But well, what we basically did is that Stranger Things was interested in the mixing name. So he was interested in that sound mixer and having that mixer. And his team was less important because originally they said, well, we were coming in to replace a team. He said, we want to get you in there. Can you use the boom operator and utility that we already have? He says, no, I got to bring my team. So they said, okay, well, they were really after the mixer. But Walking Dead knew Dennis, the sound utility, as sound utility like whiz guru who already had rapport from having multiple seasons in the past with Walking Dead. I was the boom operator for season 7, so the cast knew me. I knew the workflow and stuff over there. So the way we overlapped it was the mixer stayed on with Stranger Things to keep that show happy because they wanted the mixer by name, and he replaced his team underneath him. And then me and Dennis went to the show that knew basically Dennis would do the wires behind the scene. I would run the set. And then the mixer was able to come and play catch up. And they basically said, look, as long as we have Dennis and Alan, we're good. They wanted, Clark there from the beginning too, but they were in a position where they said, you know what, if we have Dennis and Alan, we at least know Clark's going to be there because they really wanted Clark to show up again. So they were like, yes, absolutely. If we know, because they were like, why doesn't Clark want to come back? It's like, it's not that he doesn't want to come back. It's that he already is on a show and there's potential overlaps. And they were, they really wanted Clark to come back. And I get it because he's a great mixer. But that's how we ended up working it out, where the show Stranger Things that really wanted him by name. And Michael came back and did season 4, by the way. So when it came down to it, they were looking at it and said, well, we could have someone else, join, but they really wanted him for his name, for Michael, having done all the way back to season 3 of Walking Dead. They really wanted to have his name as the mixer. But Walking Dead was fine with me and Dennis leaving and breaking off early to go over there. And Stranger Things didn't care. They just wanted the mixer there to maintain his standards and stuff. And he did. He brought in his old boom operator from Walking Dead before me. 2 before me. And then had another utility. And I think he even had some of the people that were there with on Stranger Things back before, because there was a gap in their schedule, if memory serves. Maybe they did second unit. I can't remember.
Yeah, that's a
Yep.
solution then.
Yep. Still going strong here, Leonard. Thanks for coming back. I don't know if Dan's still here or not, but Dan said a few moments ago he should not be awake right now. His kids are going to wake up in about 5 hours. So, yeah, we've been going 14 hours and 7 minutes, so it's definitely been a while. I am still looking
What
for.
was the length last year?
I'm sorry?
What is the length last year?
It was
Long?
14 hours, 35 minutes, and 50 seconds.
So we're already past.
No, 14 hours, 35 minutes, and 50 seconds. Right now we're at 14 hours, 7 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Almost.
So I could hit end on this right now and not surpass last year. I could basically say that at this point, what I could say is our live streams go at least 14 hours. But these is like the equivalent of being on set. Many times. The only difference is we're not breaking for lunch and bathroom breaks and things like that. So I mean that's basically the equivalent of what we've been basically doing here. Not really. I haven't really taken a break. That's why my voice is starting to go a little bit on the hoarse side. It's going a little bit hoarse, but anyway. Dan says, I'm here. I'm just stupid. So that's funny. And then Largo says taking a zip viz. No, I haven't taken a zip viz in a while. Let's see. I did put it out to the chat though. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. There is a poll going on as to the amount I should do of donations to the DAV for the next zip viz. If I have one last zip viz and I will have completed the sampler package and I can finally retire this container, which the A.K.A. container that I had from last year. And if I've had quite a few orange. So as a matter of fact, I could go and get orange juice and put a little bit like a shot glass type size thing of that and put the orange in that and have like double orange if you want to see that. That would be kind of fun. I've done that before. It's actually a really good flavor. Very strong orange. But I had put the poll out there. I'm going to close it in about a minute. So if you want to look in the chat at the very top of that, there is a pinned poll and it says $10, 57% right now is the winner right now. There is a poll as to the amount that I should take in donations for the next zip viz. And it does not include Larko's $10 donation to the DAV a few moments ago. Thank you very much for that, by the way. So there is now an audio sample of Alan after taking his last zip viz on his Discord server. Okay, I'll have to check that out later. I have an entire channel on my Discord which is dedicated to people mocking me. So if they take a freeze frame or look, Larko, we haven't set the amount yet. You donated earlier, and I appreciate that, but we have not donated. We have not taken an amount. We have not set an amount for that zip viz, and so until it's set, we can't do it. But right now, Larko is the person that supplied the Blue Yeti that's on the screen right now, melting away slowly as part of this epic live stream, the Yule log. And we have less than half an hour left before the Yule log is completely burned down, and I will reveal live on the air that Blue Yeti. So that is waiting for us right now. But no, not a troll. Not a troll. Let's be fair about this. So I'm going to close this in about 3 minutes here. Let's call it 3. Let's call it. I'll close this at 2:15 a.m. So we're like just over 3 minutes, and I will close it down. Currently, people are being easy and saying, "Oh, just $10." They don't want to actually get some good donations to the DAV. One person's being nice and saying $100. One person's saying $50. Couple, 3 people are saying 25. One additional person. So if we flip one of the people from 10 to 25, at least it'll be a 25 donation to the DAV. I wish Cujo was here. I sent him an invite earlier. He said he would be in here, but I think he got busy today. So, life gets in the way, doesn't it? But regardless, we will see what kind of donation we will have to get in order to do the last zip viz from the container of the sampler right here. And I think somebody said that if you go to ZipViz's website, well, geez. Liberty, technically we haven't set the amount yet. I mean, Liberty. He's like, zip, zip, zip. Go ahead. But, technically we haven't set the amount yet, and we haven't until 2:15. But, between Larko and I'll say that if it's $10, then between Larko and Liberty, I'll go ahead and call it. Both of those guys are member. Well, Larko was formerly a member. He was a member for about a year, and then he jumped on my Patreon instead. He decided he didn't want to give Google any more money, and so he has lost out on his YouTube membership benefits. But he is definitely someone who has supported the channel quite a bit. So Liberty for Liberty, I'll do quite a bit. He has been from the very beginning when I first announced memberships. He joined at the top level, and so for Liberty, I'm gonna, and for the friend level of membership, I will definitely do things like that for. So, I will definitely take that zip viz as soon as we close the poll, unless suddenly it zaps up to 100. If people flip it over to $100, then that will be it. Okay, I'm going to close this in less than a minute, so you have less than a minute to get your vote in there. It's just less than a minute now. It will close in about 50 seconds. So, yeah, so let's look at the comments here. Liberty says zip, and then he says Larko donated $10. Needed to zip is pick the only flavor he has left. Yeah, so Larko gets to choose the flavor, which is the only flavor left. But unless this flips and suddenly it becomes $100, right now it's tied, 10 and 25, 40% 10, 40% 25. So we have 10 total votes. 50 is one vote and 100 is one vote. So unless there's a change, there you go. But we are now at least $2,700 raised for the disabled American veterans. And that is completely awesome. And I definitely appreciate that. So here we are approaching the last few seconds and we're closing the poll in 5, 4, 3. Well, I don't need to count down because there's a 6-second delay. So you're going to hear me count. So get your poll in there quickly because I'm going to go ahead and start counting in my head. Then I'm going to close it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. There. And now I can close that. And I think that was including the 6-second delay. So there we go. So the results are a tie between $10 and $25. There you go. There's the results. Poll completed 10 votes. And so, sure, we're going to go ahead and do it because we have two people that are very, very amazing. I'm going to go ahead and do it. Take the last sip viz. We have Liberty and we have Larko. Larko is the, of course, supplier of the Blue Yeti Yule log of 2022. Now, we mentioned earlier what the Yule log is going to be for 2022. So for 2021, we know it's the Blue Yeti. For 2020, it was the EV664. And I'm going to still see if EV can actually replace it. I think it would be really awesome to bring it back on. No, not to burn again for another year. But we're going to do it just for fun. All right, there we go. Had my trusty ZipFizz bottle opener yet again here to save the day. And look how clean it pulled this one off. That was pretty awesome. So there we go. Slide that right off. I go into it. 2023 should be a Behringer Biff. So 2020, here's the microphone I'd like. Actually, I'll tell you in a second what microphone I'm thinking about. Burn the Neumann. I'll need to get one from Bandrew. Still cotton mouth. Woo! That was good. That was a good one. We've officially had all the flavors of ZipFizz on this channel. Now, unfortunately, I lost one. I lost one video where we did a live stream and we did a ZipFizz. Which one was that? Which video? It was the one where I did the cable, the A10 cable soldering. I took that video and I trimmed off part of it that was overly long. And when I did that, it basically YouTube processes it, and it processes forever. It processed for like 2, 3, 4 days, whatever it was, sitting there just saying processing, processing, processing. And I got annoyed, and the video was still there. And I was like, well, geez, if you're processing forever, let me end this. I went back into it, and there was no way to cancel it. Cancel the processing. So what I did is I deleted the processing file. The problem is I had the video, and then I had processing down below it. When I deleted processing, it deleted the video too. I'm like, no! So I contacted YouTube. Can you undelete that? Nope. They said in the in the content creator thing, they said no, there's no way for us to get it back. It warned you that if it deleted it, it was unconditional. I said no, it was the processing file. I thought it would leave the actual file there, the live stream intact, and just end it if I canceled the processing by deleting the processing. They're like, no, not the way it works. So I lost that live stream. Unfortunately, it's not backed up to my Odyssey, which I do have an Odyssey account, which if you're interested, it's odyssey.com/soundspeeds, I believe is what it is. I'll double check that here in a second. But that's the backup place where all of my videos go. Where is it? There we go. That's it. So let me find my channel. Sound speeds. Okay, so here is the link. If you're not familiar, all of my videos are backed up on my Odyssey. So if ever anything happens to my YouTube account, like if David takes over as the host again, when the storm shuts me down, and he decides he's going to come in here and say a bunch of things and get my channel completely banned, and you can always go to my video, go see my videos right here at this link right here. odyssey.com/@soundspeeds:9. And if you go to that website, it will show you a backup of all my videos. And it's kind of a separate, it's not like YouTube. It's similar. It's got very similar layout, but instead of likes, for example, if you click on a video, and instead of dislikes, I think it has like fire, and it has I dislike this. Fire is I like this, and it actually has a dislike. It's really funny because it actually says, if you look at it, we actually have a dislike button. I thought that was pretty funny because YouTube has, as you know, discontinued the dislike button. If you look down at the bottom of the stream, above the description, it says plain as day, like, dislike. You're only going to see the like count, which currently sits at 61 likes. You're only going to see the number of likes, not the number of dislikes. So that's unfortunate because, the dislikes were very helpful. If you went to a video, or you have an app that will show you the number of dislike to like ratio, you could very easily look at it and say, this thing has 92% dislikes. If I click on this video, I'm not going to like that video. It probably doesn't answer the question or something like that. And to your point here, there's extensions to bring it back. I think those extensions are working now, but I don't think they're going to be very much longer, if at all. At least so I've heard. We will see. Are you working on? Can you see the like-dislike ratio right here on this channel? Does it say it's at 61%, 61 likes and however many dislikes? I don't even see them right now. Yeah, it doesn't tell me the number of dislikes, if there are any. So, don't know. It says 62 likes and 2 dislikes. There are people disliking this live stream? Wow. Let me see if I can find the actual number if I go into to look at my own metrics here.
Yeah, anyway,
Wow.
I was talking and realized I've left myself on mute. Whoops. But I was going to say, I'm glad to see that you're on. I'll just say, like, I've seen a fair few of other YouTube channels and people I know in the industry and so forth have been like putting theirs on Odyssey. I think Curtis Judd does, for instance, mention one name of me. And because, yeah, especially with how just random YouTube might be and deleting you for reasons that are completely unrelated to me hijacking your channel. So it's a good safety measure to have that there. Plus, I think it's also just good to support other places so we don't have one monopoly. I mean, I think YouTube is pretty awesome in what it's made possible that wasn't possible 10, 20 years ago. Like, we live in an amazing time, an amazing world. But, you know, they are a little bit of a monopoly, and it's good to show some support and put some content on some competitors. And also, precisely because we mentioned Odyssey, I've actually, like, the guy that's the CEO of that, I actually know from, like, back in my uni days. So, it's a small world. You've got a Kiwi there as a CEO.
Well, that's interesting. Estimated by the extension. Well, it shouldn't be very difficult when you see a percentage and you see the number, because if it says a percentage of the likes dislike ratio and it shows 62 likes, and it's not very difficult for it to do the math and figure out how many dislikes. Now, what's interesting to me is this video monetization. It says limited. It remains fully playable and is eligible to earn subscription revenue from YouTube Premium. I don't know if that's because this is a charity stream, or if that is because some idiot has I'm going to do a request review right now. I'm going to request review on this Epic live stream right now, because there's no reason in the world this should be a limited monetization stream. Because I think that the most harsh bad word we've said was damn. No, we said bitch. But the way the content is, and the way it's written out there is, as long as you don't say it in the opening of a video. It says as long as you don't start off with the video with "Hey bitches," you know, something like that, then it's appropriate as far as they're concerned. You can actually say, in the and you know that it's suitable because, you know, someone can watch it or whatever else. And it took us like well into an hour into the video, you know, if you know, before that was even said the first time. And that was when it was said, was it part of Bandrew's, the video that I played where with the Bandrew collaboration. And so that was kind of fun. It's estimated from historical dislikes on the channel, users of the extension, and apparently machine learning will be used in the future. Well, that's cool. I miss the old days when people were doing the streams where they would just play music and you would see the social blade going up numbers, people subscribing up and down, and people just, the chat on those would go crazy. But people didn't like the fact that those channels were going really quickly. People just chatting and sitting there watching the you know, the like Mr. Beast. They would say, watch Mr. Beast channel grow, and it would have like millions of subscribers, and people would click like, and then you would see the number rise up real quickly and then pass over certain milestones. People got tired of those. So they now have it where it estimates the number of channel subscribers. Like my channel, it says 12.5K. But the actual number of subscribers on my channel right now is 12,521. So anyway, estimations. Creators can still see their dislikes, I think, through YouTube Studio. Yeah, we can. I can't see it now on this live stream, or at least I can't through YouTube streaming right here. Let me see if it's actually on the app, because I'm not. I can look at any of the videos I have up under content, but what's interesting is right here, when you look at live, it doesn't show. It shows a test that I did of Sony ZV-1 as the top thing. Then it shows the live stream I did with Brandy Townhell of the inner local town hall meetings, and then it says first look at the Rycote products and Will IATSE strike and the other live streams I did. There's the one with my daughter. So I mean, there's it doesn't even acknowledge this live stream we're currently in on YouTube Street. Carrie, okay, you'll be back in a second. You're excused. In the words of Curtis Judd. So yeah, it does not have that listed. Okay. I'm looking at my emails. Still no email. from Matt Price. We'll see what happens. We'll see if he actually gets the message and comes in. So I see you bouncing around over there. What you doing? You have your laptop. What you doing over there? I saw you typing a little while ago.
I probably just have like ADHD or something, so I'm always like fidgeting and twitching and doing stuff. Like I've got this like clap I've just been filling all the time. I was just like, I just brought up LinkedIn at the moment because I just remembered about the fact, I had my friend there who's at Odyssey. I actually thought he was just like one of their what's the word, in charge of marketing, but no, apparently he is. Just a few months ago that he got promoted to CEO. So that's pretty cool. I just sent a message just now to say thanks and congratulations on all the good work Odyssey is doing and being an alternative for us other than YouTube. So yeah, stuff.
Yeah, and that's great.
Yeah, I've been trying to be a bit more active on LinkedIn lately as well, just as film people are not really active on it, but if I ever need to transition away to something that's not the film industry, it would be good to have, I guess, a LinkedIn account that's active and has connections, because pretty much everywhere else in the world that's not the film industry uses LinkedIn.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this. Guilted me into hitting the like button on this video. Satisfied now? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let me see what the total count is now. Yep, 63 likes. Definitely, it shows up in there. So we will hide.
I have liked it.
Like, share, subscribe, and donate, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? I definitely want you to donate. We're keeping in mind that 100% of the donations from this stream are going directly to the disabled American veterans. And you definitely want to take advantage of that. This is not something where YouTube gets 30%, I get 70%, or like last year, where that was the deal because I did not have yet 10,000 subscribers. And I personally covered the billion-dollar corporation YouTube's 30% out of my own pocket because I wanted all 100% of the money donated to the stream to go directly to the charity last year, the Children's Hospital Foundation. So I personally looked at all the total donations that the stream had made, and I said, well, these are the donations that I received, and that's before taxes. I mean, I did not say, well, let me wait until the amount settles and I see how much YouTube actually sends to me. I didn't do that. I took the total amount from the stream, which usually YouTube will take their 30% off the top, and then they tax the rest. They tax your portion, and then you get a percentage of that. That usually amounts to closer to maybe 50 to 60%. And I went ahead and covered the entire amount because I wanted that to be the case. But this year, YouTube, I double checked it through YouTube, and they cover all the fees and they pass on 100% of the donations. So I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Because I was looking at doing it through an alternate platform where I had a link in the description and you donate money through that link, and then it was going to be, I send it directly there. I was trying to figure out the best way to do it, and one way I was looking at was through a Venmo code that was going to be up on the screen the entire time. See where it says DAV in the upper right-hand corner? I was going to put, instead of that, it was going to be or the Soundspeed logo right there. It was going to be an actual code, and I would say use that code, scan it on your Venmo or whatever. But I don't have to do that because we have the YouTube stream giving fundraiser thing right here. So we can see right here, 100% of donations are going to the DAV. I'm flashing it on the screen so you can see it. And that's awesome. Let's see. I may or may not have fallen asleep listening to your stream. Okay, well, that's fine. I'm sure you're not the first person that has fallen asleep on this stream. Okay. Has anyone, let me ask this question. Has anyone been here since the very beginning? I'm curious. Tell me in the chat if you have been on this stream the entire time. Because right now, we're at 14 hours and 32 minutes and some odd seconds. We have 18 people currently watching the stream. And I want to see if there's anyone that has been watching or listening the entire time. Last year, there was some people that told me that they put the stream on when it started, and then they left, and then came back, and then left, and then came back, and then left and came back. There were people that told me they were on the stream for a while. They fell asleep. They woke up 7+ hours left, and we were still streaming. There's a few people. There's one person that's already said that in this stream tonight. There was also A couple of people that said they had been here since the very beginning. Oh no, Coffee says he's been here on and off. Last year, I think Ping Pong, I think you were one of the people that was here from the very beginning and listening all day. You apparently either have no life or you were very dedicated, one or the other, or maybe both. But regardless, you were here the entire time. And we only have 5 minutes left on the Blue Yeti Yule Log video too, which you guys can say you've watched the entire thing. And you can see the epicness that is this Blue Yeti being destroyed and melted before your eyes. And in the all-metal casing, remember that the coals down below the Yeti are very, very hot. And because of the all-metal body on the Yeti, it has heated up and turned that Blue Yeti into an oven. So the insides are completely melted. And you can see the buttons right there on the screen, the power button in the middle, where it has the blue logo. Right below that, which is on the right-hand side of the screen, it's kind of been melted into like a belly button looking thing. And then below that, there's a hole that goes straight through. That was the volume control, and it is so slowly melted. So, let's see. Ping Pong says this year he opened 2 hours in, and it's been open since. So there you go. Good watch time there. Thank you very much. I was editing during the day, and then I went to watch The Expanse. I guess The Expanse is a show. Put the stream on my TV 16 minutes before the stream started. Been on all day. I have to go on and off phone to access chat. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we definitely have. Oh, look at that. David's back. He jumped out for a bit, but now he's back.
Yeah, I was just popping over the kitchen. But The Expanse is a science fiction TV show. And I think that the name The Expanse comes from the fact that, it's about expanding way out to there. When it's meant to be really, really, really good. I think it's got a very good rating on IMDb. I don't think I ever watched even the first episode because I don't want to get sucked into, another commitment of watching it. But anybody else who is looking for sci-fi TV series to look out, The Expanse is a good one to check out.
So Ono Coffee says for next year, I can do an epic fire for the Yule log. Explain to me what you're talking about there. What are you proposing? I don't know where. I don't think you're in the Atlanta area, but please tell me, Ono Coffee, what you mean exactly. I came on when Andrew donated $1,000, left for about 10 minutes while driving home from the office, then back on and once I got home until now. So very good. Darren Lynn, I've seen you in the chat quite a bit tonight. Roberto, oh God, I just woke up and caught the last few minutes. Will you upload the whole streaming, Alan? Well, I'll tell you this right now. The way that YouTube does it, it will only archive this stream the way it is for 11 hours, 55 minutes, and like 5 seconds. So I have, if you recall, if you watched my update video for number 2, I did reach out and ask if there were some people that could record this stream. The reason why I did that is because, we're about to watch the end of this video real quick. When that move happened, when it settled, that was right at the end. So watch here. We're about to see the epic end of this video. Watch this right now. I'm going to turn this. I'm going to put it full screen, and we're going to watch the end of this video real quick. Yes, yes. There we go. So that's it. We watched the entire Yule log here on this epic live stream tonight. And we are also setting a record for the longest epic live stream so far. Currently, we're at 14 hours, 37 minutes, and 10 seconds. So 14 hours, 37 minutes, and 15 seconds now is now the epic live stream record. So there we go. Awesome. You can hear it popping just a little bit there. I'll bring it up louder. It stopped popping. Either way, it's slowly fading out right now, and the sound slowly fades out too. So let's see. Oh no, Coffee says instead of smoldering charcoal, I've got access to piles of wood. My friends and I do regular fires that get quite raging. Awesome. Well, the big question I have for you is, do you have the ability to record good sound and good camera? And like I would need to have I could send it to you to do. That's fine. I would just want to make sure that it's similar to what I did here last year for our epic live stream. I actually recorded the sound of the room. My kids were watching a movie, probably like The Grinch or something, because it was, Christmas Day when I did that, the burning of the EV664. And then I basically went back there at 3 a.m. and recorded the sound of me going and opening up the vent, the thing, and I basically took that audio and then foleyed it myself, and then added it with the pops and crinkles of the fireplace and stuff like that, which was wild sound. But anyway, my goal would be to melt the casing. So okay, well, you could easily do that in a roaring fire, but the thing is, I tell you what, Oh No Coffee, send me an email. I have an idea of the microphone I want to use for next year. And I would definitely be interested in talking to you and hearing your ideas about that. As for Ping Pong's question, 24-hour stream when, I doubt that will happen. I don't think I could do one. I mean, I'm tired as it is right now, just still going, hoping and praying that Matt Price shows up at some point and pops in here. He has not responded to my messages so far, but he's probably sleeping because his baby is no longer keeping him up through the night, so he might be sleeping in on on December 30th. Who knows? I don't know. So we'll see what happens.
I used to work in New Zealand steel mill, so that will get hot enough to burn it, like, well, not burn, but like melt it down completely. Like that got so hot, even you'd be standing very far away, and it was still just that was intense heat.
Yeah,
even from very far away.
Well, that was the goal. That was the entire goal of why I wanted to do a charcoal fire. I wanted the metal body of the Yeti to burn itself from the inside, and I wanted it to do that and to cook like an oven from the inside. And then Larko, that's not going to happen. That would be insane. I think that would be a world record, right? And firewood is more valuable than a Yeti nowadays.
Like pizza oven, so the heat gets contained and reflected back in, and you just need to like shoot looking in this way. Maybe that would get to a higher hot temperature than, or just go to your local steel mill or some kind of similar industrial place. Although that was such a long time ago when I worked there. And they've got so many safety requirements around their job. I'm certain I wouldn't be able to pop in and do anything there. Yeah, and that was my first job after uni many years ago. I was part of the logistics department, just programming up their software, keeping track of stuff and so forth. Like we would put down these like coils of steel and sort of track where they are, so we wouldn't put like really hot coils into other really hot coils because it wouldn't be able to cool down as fast as if we move it into like a cooler section. Anyway, ranting on about interesting software logistics.
I mean, I it would be really funny to have like a glass blowing furnace or something like that, which I'm sure it would totally goof up a microphone real quickly, destroy it. But I think it might also mess it up for the glass blower. Tossing a microphone in there would make a very short order of melting a microphone. I have an idea for the microphone next year that I would like to do. And Ono Coffee says sound and camera check. You know what, Ono Coffee, send me an email and let's talk about it. I can't guarantee I'll remember and send you tomorrow because I'm looking at my email and there's a lot of people that have donated to the DAV that have sent me emails about the Video Mantis course. I'm going to have to go back through this and double check all the donations against things. And some people have donated anonymously. So we'll see if that's a thing, if people have actually done it. Right now, our donations for this live stream have topped at least $2,700. That's an improvement of what we did last year. It's short of my $5,000 goal. I'm going to at least see if we can get this thing up to $3,000 before the end of the stream, which no guarantees on that. We'll see what happens. Keep in mind that any donations you do, if you're in America, that is indeed a tax write-off. And I think the government allows you to, with no questions asked, at least deduct $300. So if you're interested in perhaps donating up to $300 to the DAV, simply because you can write it off, you can do that. You can write off at least 300. Double check me on that because your taxes may be different than mine or most other people's. But it's obviously a great thing to donate. Okay. So that sneeze was just wonderful. Sorry about that, guys. But you do have that as an option. So if you're looking for a tax write-off, you can either pay the IRS or you can pay the DAV, which is your favorite three-letter thing to send $300 to this year. So that is at least an option for you. Oh no, Coffee, send me an email. Yes, I watched the video where you talked about this streaming. Did you find someone to help you record it? I did. And at about the 11-hour and 50-minute mark, I did put up a graphic on the screen that said, to my recording team, start recording now. And I sent out an email probably about 2 hours before that, maybe even before that, and said, just double checking that you're still there. And I got an email probably about an hour before, about 11 o'clock p.m. or so, of someone that sent me a picture of his OBS standing about to record. Now, granted, the only chat we will have for that is the chat that shows up on the screen. So I'm not going to have access to any of the chat that shows the donations, and YouTube is not gonna do that. So it'll be, hopefully somebody has when they're recording the screen, they're gonna have the chat on the side, and I'll be able to see that, and hopefully that will be the case. And then Larko says, could do a sleeping stream. It's funny because I started off saying that this video will start off as a regular stream and it will end as a sleep stream where I'm just gonna basically get tired. There's been videos I've done in the past where I've done live streams and I've dozed off on camera. There was one of those that I did at some point, and I can't remember which video it was, but it was like I had a full day on set. I had a long turnaround, and I was going to try to stay awake, and did a live stream, and I ended up dozing off for a few minutes, and I remember people laughing about that. I don't know which live stream it was. Email will do. One of my ham radio buddies has a cool outdoor clay pizza oven that would be cool for melting a mic. Well, don't know if a melting microphone in something that's designed for food is going to mess that up. So you might want to double check with your friend and see maybe if you put it on a metal tray in there. I don't know. I would not want you to mess up your friend's clay pizza oven, because pizza is a wonderful thing, and I would not want to sacrifice anyone's ability to appreciate pizza. Now, since we have shown the Blue Yeti Yule log, right here is the Blue Yeti that we used in that video. Now, I did do a clean of it, and I was recording that as a video. And I do have, if you missed it earlier, I did show what it basically was like, one of the outtakes that I sent to my membership. And I'll play it one more time real quick. It was a video that basically, as I was recording it, I accidentally dropped a battery-powered light that I didn't secure. I basically just leaned it up, and it was standing on the center stalk, which was it's the cold shoe. It was balanced on the cold shoe, and I was thinking it's on a marble tabletop. It's going to be fine. But apparently, I hit it at some point, and this happened. Garbage. So yes, that indeed was the light that fell into, and luckily it was battery powered, so it wasn't going to electrocute me or anything. I was not about to put a battery powered or non-battery powered light near my recording. Plus, it was a lot quicker and easier to do that. The interesting thing, though, is when I did that and the light fell in, I knew that it was going to have on the inside, it was going to be all gunked up. it was going to have bubbles and stuff because I basically was cleaning and scrubbing the outside of the Blue Yeti and I did record this process. And I remember saying, I'm going to put that as a video here for the Epic live stream, but I think I got distracted with that. I want to see if, while I'm sitting right here, if I still have that footage, and if so, I'm going to see if I can maybe piece that together real quick or put that together. I don't know which in progress it was. Wildline editing demo. I don't remember where it was. YouTube sync. I'll have to see if I can find the video. But and if so, I'll piece it together right here, and I'll see if I can get it rendering and upload it. But anyway, I gotta remember what I called it and stuff. But so that's the video that I did of me actually washing the Blue Yeti out. And the Blue Yeti managed to survive in shape alone. But the paint on the outside had definitely melted to the point where it smelled terrible. When I started to bring it in the house, my wife was like, "We'll leave it outside for a couple of days," and we let it air dry out. But it still smelled pretty bad. So before I let it sit out there, I let it sit outside in the rain because it did rain on it, and I knew I was going to bring it back in and wash it out. But here in all of its glory is the Blue Yeti Yule log. What we ended up doing with it. The part that was facing the camera that you saw was this right here, the blue logo. I don't know at what point it fell off. It was probably after the stream when I picked the thing up. It may have been. I need to go back and look at the video again. You know what? It's right here. Oh, no, it's not. Video file. Let's look at it real quick. I'll put it back on, and we'll fast forward through it real fast. So we'll add it to the stream. And there it is in there. And if I fast forward through it, you'll see the color change. It goes from a nice normal color Yeti at the beginning to after about half an hour or so in there, it got darker and darker and darker. And then at the very, very end, when the water gets it, let's see. Oh. Okay, so that was right here. With tide. Jeez, that's loud. Sorry, that was really loud. I apologize. So that is this side of the microphone, I think. Yeah, because you see the little belly button looking thing right there. So you can see right there, there's no logo. So the blue, it splashed. Now look when this thing bursts. You can see the side of the, if you look closely, you'll see how clean it is and pristine around the outside of the fire pit is. And you'll see it's very pristine looking right here. As soon as I add the water, you'll see all these particles flying up from all the charcoal down there. So, I mean, it was instantly gagging. And you see those particles flying in the air on the left-hand side. The leaves are now covered. The ground is covered. Everything looks really bad. And I had to clean out the fire pit, and I had to let it all sit there in a bit. But regardless, the Blue Yeti is dead, and good thing. But this is the way it looks now. You can see there's bubbles. I don't know if you can see that right there. We can catch the light on that. Bubbles from where the paint has been bubbled up. This is, I don't know which switch this was, but it's this shows you that this was, I don't know if that's metal right there. So this was probably the metal that was behind the plastic. But let me see if I can grab this, hold this out, lock it on the side. We can hear that sounds like garbage. You can see right here the discoloration from when I cleaned it out and dried it. Oh, what do you know? I can actually see straight through. There is, I wonder if I could show this if I use my cell phone. There is absolutely nothing in there. The capsule has completely melted. So let me see right here. There is, even at the bottom here, you see there's no capsule. It's completely melted through. So there you go. The Blue Yeti is melted. I should make a wonderful shrine to all the fallen microphones from the Epic live stream. But this one was cleaned, and I tried to see if I could get access to the capsule, but unfortunately you have to, despite it being like partially open right there, there's a lip down there and prevents it. So I mean I can't pull it off, but I can see straight through. So anyway, this is the Blue Yeti. You can see the destruction of this thing and the coloration and stuff. There's a slight smoke smell to it, but I did a pretty good job of cleaning this thing out. And of course, I put it inside of my oh, what is that at the bottom? Hold on 1 second. What on earth is this? That was part of the Blue Yeti. That no. Something, I don't know. There's little particles of the Blue Yeti that are flying all over the place. So apparently I've made a mess, probably when I was shaking around. I have little particles all over my phone. I don't know if you can see that. So, great. Fried Blue Yeti all over my desk. Now I'm going to have to clean off this desk. Anyway, there is the Blue Yeti in all of its glory. So, I'm going to have to do this. So, all right. It says crispy, absolutely. That's the most sound. That almost sounds like my daily struggle with frequency issues during. Okay. Now a drop test. Blue Yeti, more like a blue Deity. Are you sure it's dead when you tried? It didn't work before, so why would it now? It's suddenly not going to start working. I'll have to send it to Andre, see if you can get it working. Is that your piano channel? You should turn it into a keychain and carry it around with you all of 2022. I can't do that. I can't, nor will I. I'm not about to support the Blue Yeti that way. I do have an idea of what microphone I want for 2022's Epic live stream. And yes, I do plan on doing this again. Okay, we're back. That was me banging the keyboard, and it decided it was going to go to Google. And now it's reset all my video settings. Beautiful. Thank you so much for that, StreamYard or whatever. It happens to, if you add your camera back, it resets your video settings. So let me go ahead and I do not know how to get the Sony ZV-1 in live stream mode. I do not have any idea how to make that look in sync with my audio, unless, of course, I do it through something other than StreamYard. Like I would have to do it through OBS. And if I did it through OBS, then it would go through. Let's see. All right. Desk is now clean. Now the Jeez, this is terrible. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Oh, man. Stuff all over the pants. 1 second. Let me get this off of there, too. Man. All over the shirt, all over the pants. This Blue Yeti is terrible. I'm going to have to take it and put it in a paint shaker or something like that. Now let me fix the video, which is blown out and stuff like that. Not a tornado this time. Definitely an uh-oh. Maybe put the mics in an empty epoxy cube. Ooh. Yes. What's my review thoughts on StreamYard? Well, you know what? It's great. I just wish that you could actually record the entire length of a stream inside of StreamYard. But what it does is it says, oh, well, we're recording it. But it only records the first few hours. So, almost a Sopranos ending. ZV-1, what are you using? Are you using the USB cable or HDMI to USB card? I was using the USB cable. It was basically this cable right here that was plugged into the side of the ZV-1. And the reason why is because I don't have the ability to take HDMI on my computer. Input, at least. I did on my old computer, but That computer is set up as a transfer station over there right now, so I do not have the ability to do that with it. Now, let me see if I can fix my video, because this is looking terrible. ZV1 looked so beautiful earlier, and now, of course, it is completely goofed up. Okay, that's right. Well, I don't know why it resets the gain. Take the gain back down. I mean, I could totally jack this thing up, and my daughters make fun of me. They say, "Dad, your videos always sound good, but they look terrible." And they always laugh at me for the way that my audio or the way my video looks. That looks more human. It just upped the gain for some reason. So apparently it wasn't a full reset. It only just reset the gain. There we go. I'll just go back to this mode. This is fine. Never looked better. Sounds like someone needs a cam link. Well, I should make a YouTube. I should make an Amazon wish list, and just say, "Hey, you wanna support the channel?" Because I find it very difficult. I mean, I already blow enough money, buying things and doing things. There's things I bought for videos that are literally right there and right there and right over here that are sitting in this room that I have not done yet. And I buy this stuff because I'm like, "Oh, that'd be a good idea," and then all of a sudden it never pans out. So, David adding back to the stream. He is now returned. Um,
Yeah, I was just away, like making dinner.
use a ZV1 for live streaming, but HDMI to USB into the Mac Mini using StreamYard. Haven't had sync issues that way. So HDMI to USB? You go out HDMI and you go into a USB? There's a cable that does that? No, Larko, not a public PO box. What I would end up doing is if you set up an Amazon wish list, it manages, and if somebody wanted to buy something and then send it, they could buy it and it would vanish out of the wish list and it would send it to you, and I don't have to put up my my address or anything like that. So no, I don't have a public PO box or anything like that. I'm using a cheapo HDMI to USB card. That was like $20. Well, if you're going to be emailing me no Coffee, do me a favor and add that in there too. I may end up buying that and trying that. Spend more money, because we know that I love to do that. We love to spend money and blow money. So let's do that and have fun. Oh, look at this. We just surpassed the 15-hour mark. We have 23 people watching. That's a new record for the Epic live stream. So, yay, and we're now 3 ZipFizz deep, I should add. I've had 2 on the stream straight, and I had 1 earlier that I put in my water bottle. That was during the thing earlier. And I do have 1 more ZipFizz, but I'm not going to do that one. Oh, actually, you know what? Here's what I'll say. You're not supposed to take more. They don't recommend you taking more than like 2 a day or something like that. What does it say? Don't take more than 3 a day, something along those lines. Take more than 2. Don't take more than 3. I don't know. Oh yeah, use 1 to 2 tubes daily. So I think the first one I took was technically yesterday. And now it's technically a different day, so I've had 2 ZipFizz today. So we're still legit. Granted, they were within about 5 hours of each other. But hey, we're good. So it's poor man's cam link. I'll link it in the email. Awesome. Interesting enough, there's a delay around 7 seconds between listening on the phone and listening from the desktop PC. Interesting. If you refreshed them both, I wonder if they would refresh at the same time. Keep in mind that 100% of all the donations go to the DAV Disabled American Veterans, so definitely make sure you donate to them. What I will say is right now we have a total of $2,700 in funds raised for the DAV, and I do understand that as the comment is written here, Europe is waking up. Europe is waking up right now. It is 8 a.m. in Europe, and it is a nice, happy Thursday, December 30th. So if there is someone in Europe and wants to, and if people in Europe that are starting to wake up and joining the stream, perhaps we will see if we can get another $300 worth of donations. Because if we reach $3,000 in donations, I will take the last ZipFizz. And that will be 4 zip fizzes over the course of the stream. That would also be a record. So it'd be one for every, like, probably at that point it'd be like 16 hours long. Who knows? But we'll see what happens. Europe is waking up. Poor man's Cam Link. Okay. We already did those comments. Morning, everyone. Wow, still going. Yeah, we're crazy. What can we say? Oh, your email address is right there in the thing. Let's not post that. What you up to today, David? Are you doing anything in particular since it is the 30th? And it's still the 30th for you, right? What time is it there right now in New Zealand?
Yeah, I just turned myself off mute. So yeah, currently it's just after 9:00 p.m. on a Thursday. So it's not quite yet the last day for me. Still another 3 more hours, and then it'll be the last day of the year.
Wow.
And I haven't got any. Well, yeah, no plans for tonight. Tomorrow, yeah, I might go have drinks with some friends next door or something. No particular big plans because honestly, like this morning, I thought we were probably going to get locked down again, but we're not. So you're still allowed to go out and socialize. But
So
yeah,
explain the
nothing in particular.
lockdowns, like what you're doing out there. What are the lockdowns like in New Zealand?
Yeah, so like our lockdowns apparently, at least back when it happened, was like the harshest anywhere in the world. Well, maybe aside from North Korea, which is a whole country locked down for decades.
Yeah, that
uh,
doesn't really count.
so yeah, so like our highest level, level 4, you know, like nobody can like go out for work aside from like essential workers, you know, like if you're working for the supermarket or the hospital or something, and also, you know, it's the rules do like keep on changing. The slightly vary under interpretation. Like the very first time we were in level 2, even like there was barely any work going on, but this time we had like some work going on. We started a feature film during level 3, which was the first, just another step under level 4. Because in the past, nobody does any work in level 3, which is even though that's below level 4, because it's still like a form of lockdown. It's and so at the moment, even though we've left those like levels, and now we're in what's called a traffic light system, and Auckland isn't weird. Although we were meant to leave and go into orange at midnight tonight, but I haven't kept up the news. They might be cancelled because of the Omicron case announced this morning. Oh, just this afternoon they announced a second case that
What
just
does that
happened. So
mean?
I've got
What,
which means like yeah, anyway, it's all hopelessly complex, and even people in New Zealand, you're like I try to keep up with the news, and you still can't like quite keep straight like what are the rules and what's going on. But anyway, so for all of the COVID era, we were kind of had this stages of level 4 being the harshest lockdown, level 3 being the next harshest lockdown, which is still like harsher than most countries' lockdowns, level 3. And then level 2, you know, there's like hefty restrictions, but you know, life is sort of operational. And then level 1 is the closest to like normal while still having COVID going on. You know, so you still have like mandatory mask wearing when you're on the bus or train in level 1, and then you still like can't go shopping in like groups of 2 at the supermarket or something like that. Anyway, that sort of goes on at even like level 1. But anyway, that all changed, and they changed over to this traffic light system like just 2 months ago or something. And the traffic light system is and also like midway through they changed the levels 1, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1 to we had like level 3 stage 3, then we jumped down to level 3 stage 2, just like any conversation. Anyway, so now with the traffic light system, we're just like weird orange green. I personally think it's impossible to be green. You just like I don't think like
at this point,
anyway,
probably.
theoretically green exists. Some parts of the country are orange, but places like Auckland and Northland are weird. And yeah, we were meant to drop down to anyway, there's a whole lot of restrictions on weird, which is probably still like comparable to some places lockdowns. And but anyway, as you can tell, like it just seems complex. And you're like, why are we even changing to this traffic light system? It's struggling enough. Like people are trying to keep the hang of like what you can do and not do under the other one. But yeah, just the fun and joys and games we get to enjoy at the moment. And I've probably got some more in store for us next year. So
Yeah, I hate to say it, but it's probably not going to disappear anytime soon. I mean, right now here in America, I just had to look this up. We are currently at the 657th day of 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It's not going away anytime soon. It's especially
well,
with Omicron and that kind of stuff.
the very latest lockdown we had, which I guess like we're not really in that lockdown anymore because we're now in the traffic light system. But up
Yeah.
until just like a few weeks ago, we were still level 3 under that lockdown. So anyway, this latest lockdown, that was meant to be like 3 days, I think, and it ended up being like 100 days or something like
Mm.
that. So, oh, funny thing about that lockdown, the way it started, I was at that point when it got announced. I was working on the last day of a multi-day shoot for a TV commercial for this agency, and we were just wrapping down our second to last location of this last day, with one last final location to go to for the final day, and then we'd finish doing the advert. And that announcement comes on in the news about we had like one Delta case, I think, or maybe there were two Delta cases that found or something. Anyway, it was our first Delta cases. So Auckland was going boom immediately into a lockdown as of like midnight that night. And yeah, guess what our next location was going to be? The final one, or the
Auckland.
final two. Huh?
Auckland. That's where you were going.
Oh no, the whole thing was in Auckland. That the
Where was
whole
your
thing was in
last
Auckland.
location?
Our last location was a supermarket, which is
Mm.
a supermarket. If, that's the last place you want to go to when a lockdown gets announced, because everybody rushes out the supermarkets and they just get jammed full. Everybody buying their toilet paper or flour or whatever it
Freaking
is.
out. Yeah.
It's chaos. So like obviously we couldn't shoot there. So ah. I did actually get a message from the producer just like a week or two ago checking about my availability to go shoot that final day. But unfortunately, I couldn't because I started working on that feature film. So yeah, I guess apparently they did finally get around to finishing that commercial like 3 months later. Oh dear, it's just it was just kind of hilarious, really, that the timing that a supermarket was our final location.
Yeah, that wouldn't work very well. I was on a pilot, and the pilot got shut down after 5 days of 7 because we were shooting in this bathroom, and that bathroom location, they happened to have 5 of the main talent in this show, the 5 main girls. It was an ensemble, and then they had me, the DP, operator, dolly grip. They had a whole basically all the crew shooting in this one bathroom. And 9 hours in, we finished the bathroom. We were going to do an exterior that we had to drop because they didn't have something hair wise that they needed for a shot. And they ended up realizing they ended up getting results back from a COVID test, and one of our actresses that was in the room with us for 9 hours tested positive. So they were like, "Oh crap, we got to shut down." So they shut us down immediately, told us to isolate. I was one of the people contact trace, and they said, "Okay, well, our show is over." So I had to go back and get my gear and stuff like that the next day, and they said, "Just grab it and go. Don't linger," because we, it was they were concerned about the way that it was going and how everything was going to be. So it was basically we ended up shutting down, and they have 2 days left on the schedule and like one scene. So they checked my availability for next week, but I'm already starting on legacies. So it's it'll be it's gonna be the rest of the sound team I think that was there before. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It will be an interesting show, uh, for sure. Not my kind of
Yeah,
content at all, but it seems like it's gonna be good. People are gonna like it, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta really feel sorry for those producers who are just like so close to the finish line. And they just had like literally one location, and your case is like 2 more
Oh,
days.
they tried.
You know, if only like, whatever happened, it happened just slightly further in the future, everything will be okay. Or even
Oh,
for
they
those
tried.
ones who are still like midway through, like it's still a big span in their works. Cowboy Bebop is a Netflix show that was filmed here in New Zealand, and they started filming like, oh man, like early 2019, maybe even late, or maybe even 2018 is when they started filming, like ages ago. And then their lead actor broke his leg. I'm not even sure if he broke it on set or it was off set, like he was something. Like, anyway, obviously, like their lead actor breaks their leg, and you try and like reschedule stuff, like film some stuff that doesn't involve him, some other scenes, but eventually you run out of things to shoot, and you're like, we need the lead actor to be able to, like, we can't just carry on for months on end while he's got his broken leg. And so I think they did quite a long shutdown for Cowboy Bebop, not
Mm,
like a whole year, but I think it took a long time for him to heal his leg. Maybe it took a few more months on top of that to reorganize, get it back up and running. But anyway, when Cowboy Bebop did finally start shooting again, this was maybe early 2020 or thereabouts. You can guess what's going to happen next, right? So Cowboy Bebop had just started shooting for a few weeks when COVID first struck in like early 2020. So man, I think Cowboy Bebop has had some of the worst bad luck that they've had
mm,
two of the biggest disruptions you could possibly imagine for film
mm,
production to happen, just kind of like in the middle. First with the lead breaking their leg, and then the very first wave of COVID lockdowns hitting it. They did finally finish shooting it, during a long period of no lockdowns and no COVID we had while our
hmm.
borders were sealed. I was actually part of that third go at shooting it, the second unit, Cowboy Bebop. Sadly, Cowboy Bebop's been cancelled, so it's not coming back to season 2, but
Mm.
it's a pity. It was the biggest Netflix show ever shot in New Zealand.
Do they compensate you at all if you go to get a COVID test for a show? Like here in
It doesn't
America, the
cost,
way I'm sorry?
we're the socialist hellhole, so, it doesn't cost us any money to go get a test, I'm afraid.
No, but do
Oh,
they
wait,
act
no. If you've got like a departure test you need to get, so you need that test to be done like ASAP and the results come back really, really
yeah,
fast. I know those people who got to get the test for a flight, they pay like some insane amount of money for that. But
really?
if I'm just getting a test and waiting for it to come back in regular length of time, no, I don't get any charge.
See, the way that it is in America, there's no charge for a vaccine. If you have been potentially exposed or if you are concerned of exposure because you've been near someone that is tested positive or you have been in a high risk environment, it doesn't matter what your status is, they will do a test for free. Um, Now, if you have insurance and you're just getting a COVID test for the sake of it, then they'll charge your insurance or charge you a copay or both. But, like, my work, for example, I was there at work, and then someone tested positive, so that put me in close I've been in close contact with someone that's confirmed positive. So when I went, I scheduled an appointment. What I did is I came home, I quarantined away from my family, so I basically sat up here and did absolutely nothing. Well, I just sat there and goofed off. Um, and I basically sat up here and my family was downstairs. Then after a few days, I put on a mask and started going downstairs near them. And every single day I was getting COVID tests. I was doing the rapids. Little did we know at the time that the Omicron variant it doesn't really respond as well to the rapid tests. You have to do the PCR to really detect it. The As I understand it, the Omicron is not being detected quite often on um, the instant the rapid test, 15-minute ones. So I scheduled an appointment after I think on the 6th day at that place around the corner because they said now they've it's funny here in America they originally said 2 weeks isolate for 2 weeks if you've been in close contact with someone else, but they announced earlier this week they said, well, it's hurting the economy having to shut down and it's so difficult for people to find workers and everything like that for 2 weeks, and the CDC was like, oh, well, you only need 5 days. So now they've officially changed it in the CDC that you only have to be away from someone and isolate for 5 days. So that's the incubation period now. So it's because we could jokingly say that's because of the economy. It's going to hurt the economy. Well, 5 days doesn't hurt nearly as bad. That's why the CDC changed it. Who knows if that's the reason why? It's just kind of funny to say, but regardless, it's one of those things where here in America, you can get free tests, you can get free vaccines, and that kind of thing. And if you've been in close proximity with someone that's a confirmed case or speculated case, due to exposure, then you can get a free test. And I took that PCR test and it was free. They didn't charge me or the insurance anything. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, with that 5 days of isolating, our latest Delta case that just happened, less than 24 hours ago, that was a guy, because our MIQ, basically the isolation scheme we've got, I think it's Ministry of Interior Quarantine or whatever. MIQ is basically the process we've got for when people come into New Zealand and they get locked up in a hotel or somewhere, and then only after 14 days after tests and so forth are they allowed out into anywhere. There's a whole go on for another 14-hour live stream about MIQ, but that did just change in some weird exceptions.
Night is young.
For me at least, being only 9 p.m. No, that did just recently change the rules or some exceptions. So I think some people can isolate for 1 week, and in the last few days they self-isolate, and then they still get another test for something. I don't know what the details are, but basically just sort of spending a bit less time in the MIQ facilities but still some time there and other time self-isolating. What apparently happened is this guy, he went and self-isolated and he got released, but he didn't stay self-isolated waiting for that final test on the last day before he left MIQ facility, which I think is 9 days of an MIQ before you leave. So he wasn't waiting for his 9th day, although I think it's like the 3rd of the tests that they have while in MIQ. They have ones like on arrival on day 4 or something. They get a test before. Right. So anyway, he had gone a negative test for all of those, but then apparently that 9th day test was a positive. Anyway, that guy didn't go home and self-isolated. He went to like some Christmas parties and went around town drinking in a restaurant and so forth. Good times. And he's a DJ. Even worse, he wasn't even a Kiwi that was coming back home. He was a DJ from the UK that came here to go play at a New Year's Eve party in Christchurch. So, people are just asking, like, we've got literally tens and tens of thousands of Kiwis stuck overseas. Because, like, out of any country in the world, we might have one of the highest proportions of people overseas compared to people that live in New Zealand. Like, we have a huge population overseas compared to New Zealand. Maybe only Ireland or somewhere beats us. But we have like an insane ratio of people who've left the country compared to people who are still here. So there's tons of people that won't be able to come home and haven't been able to come home for 2 years or whatever. Or, the people out overseas that might have like lost their job because of COVID lockdowns. And they're literally on the edge of being homeless, or they are homeless and they can't come back to New Zealand. So there's lots of people kind of upset over the fact that some UK DJ is allowed back in and they go spend stuff around.
Of course.
It's just very unfair.
Because a UK DJ would go into an event hall or something like that and play in front of everybody. So might as well. He'll be isolated. He'll be up there playing by himself, and he can be away from everybody, while DJing.
He's probably been taken into an MIQ facility by now. Also, I was going to make the point about you when you're asking me about testing and about who pays for that and something. I just realized we might be speaking slightly different, because you're probably talking about rapid tests, like, you've probably been doing rapid tests for like a whole year or something, or I'm not sure but like we don't have rapid tests in New Zealand aside from just like a week ago or maybe 2 weeks ago. We just had the first rapid tests allowed, but they're only allowed for unvaccinated people who are needing to travel across the border, I think. So it's just like a small niche case. Basically, we don't have rapid tests in New Zealand. We haven't ever had them, aside from just like the other week and for a small niche scenario. like that's again part of the just crazy mismanagement going on in New Zealand. That
Yeah.
the rest of the world has been using rapid tests for a year or something, whereas here in New Zealand, you've just got the much slower turnaround and painful up your nose that some people, obviously don't want to do. So there's difficulty getting people to do that. That's
Mhm.
and it's like, and now that we are slowly just starting to move and like use rapid tests, finally, we'll bring in rapid tests. You're mentioning, I mean, this is news to me because I haven't been keeping up. You're saying they're
Mhm.
not like effective for Omicron? It's just
Yeah,
like, oh
that's
well,
what my wife told me
maybe
earlier
it's
today. My wife just told me that earlier today. She said that it's not that the rapid tests are proving to be less effective in detecting Omicron. So I was like, wow. So I said, I wonder if it was bad that I was just taking uh the rapids, that we were just taking the rapids for days and days. I don't have any of the rapids right now anymore because I took them back downstairs. But the last one I took was a PCR and it was negative. So I haven't really left the house or done a whole lot. So that's actually the whole stipulation. I negotiated the highest rate of a WB TV show that they're willing to pay. And then I had them to double the kit that I'm getting on that show by doing it as a specialty package as a side, because there's a lot of specialty gear in that. So between those two things, I had to negotiate. But it's all resting on whether or not I pass a COVID test this upcoming Sunday. So if I pass a PCR test, don't have Omicron, then they're going to say, okay, cool, you're hired officially, and here's your compensation. But if I fail, if I have Omicron, if I somehow have it and then they're going to tell me that my job offer is not a valid thing. They're going to retract their offer or something, or at least I'm assuming that's what it would be, because they worded is it's resting on a negative test. So I would think that if something happened and I tested negative or I tested positive on Monday, they would have to find someone else to come in there to technically cover me until I started. But they may end up saying, no, he's too high risk because he's a boom operator, he's on set, and who knows? I don't know how they'd handle it. But what I can
yeah,
tell you is that the question I was actually asking, with regards to the COVID thing, is if you in America have to go in to get a COVID test before you start a job, union rules are that they pay you $250 for a COVID test, because I may have to drive an hour and a half away out of my way for a scheduled appointment time to get, the nose swabbed, and then I have to drive back home. So for that, they require you to be compensated for it. Now, I can't speak for non-union shows. Some of the shows I've heard about, they're expecting you to prove a COVID test negative, or you have to maintain it yourself and have something to prove, which are the less likely. That I usually associate with are not interested in testing themselves and having that, because there's a cost associated with having a test every couple of days. I have been taking no less than 3 COVID tests per week that I've been on these shows for the past year and a half since we came back, in September. So that's a minimum of 3 times per week. It's been the maximum of 5 times per week. So I've had over 150 COVID tests over the course of the past year and a half. And most of them have been no's. There was on Reptile, they did a cheek swab. Open up your mouth and do the inside of the cheek. I thought that was kind of interesting. I'd never seen one of those before, but that was the case right there. So,
wow, you must be like one of the most like heavily tested people out there.
well,
um,
the whole film industry is. As a matter of fact, I even talked to my doctor about that. They, because I was like, I went in for to visit. I went in for to talk to him, and I said that we're PCR tested 3 to 5 times a week, and they said, for what? And I said, well, they have actors without masks on, and we're in close proximity, and the doctor's sitting there shaking their head. He's like, that's ridiculous, because he says, these are people you work with every day, right? I'm like, yeah. He says, do they do anything after work or something? I said, probably not. I mean, they might go to work out or something like that. He says, yeah, but they're probably wearing a mask and taking, precautions and stuff, right? I'm like, yeah, I mean, they are, but, you know, actors could still, if anybody could go someplace, you could go in and get it from, you know, a Walmart, or you could get it at a grocery store, getting gas if you walk in to pay or something like that. You know, that's the thing about this whole thing, is that you don't know where it's going to pop up, who it's going to give to. The whole idea of 6 feet, 15 minutes, I've always thought was a joke. And the reason why I'll say that
Oh,
before you call it fake news or whatever, that's a guideline they want you to go by. But one of the things that I said to our COVID compliance officer on Black Lightning when I started is, I said, so let me ask you this: if I'm standing 5.5 feet away from someone for 15 minutes, I'm considered exposed. But if I bring in my sound utility to second boom and he is literally a foot away from me between two cameras and we're face to face for one take that's 2 minutes long, that's not considered exposure. She said, no, not according to the CDC guidelines. To me, I said, that is stupid, straight up stupid. And I said, because if he tests positive and he was face to face with me, regardless of masks and whatever else, I should be considered contact trace and exposed at that point, because he's literally a foot away from me and we're face to face booming, even if it's one take for 2 minutes. I said, if that's the case, I'm going to be in more jeopardy and stuff from being that close to someone than I would be if they're 5.5 feet away from me for 15 minutes. And she said, while I may agree with you there, those are the rules. And they had to follow by what the CDC and guidelines were.
on the
So,
topic of those roles, I just want to go on a small rant against imperialism, because I'm kind of very, not maybe not anti, but definitely not a big fan of imperialism. So it's all, you know, there's a very privileged bias here at work. You guys get 6 feet. Here in New Zealand, that is not imperial, metric, we get 2 meters. That's our
no.
instructions. Damn you, imperialism. You've got it so much better than us. I don't even need to be 6 feet away instead of us 2 meters away.
Yeah, but it's only a difference of this much. So you're,
So, so
well, I know, but believe me, I get
very
it.
unfair.
I get it. You know,
Anyway,
it's
I'm just joking around a bit there.
friendly, you know, friendly freak out. Yes, I get it. But it's still, it's interesting how, like, are you still doing the whole 6 feet, 15 minutes thing, like on your shows? They have
2
acknowledged
meters.
2 meters, yes, but they're still saying that to you out there, because
Um,
here on our sets, do they do that out there? Still tell you that?
I haven't. We haven't. There's only like this one feature film that I've done, kind of like under COVID, being in the community, if that makes sense. The current one I'm on right now. All the other ones I have done, we've had zero COVID, so we don't need to worry about that
Mm.
um, as such. The only, I think so.
Well, right
Yeah.
now, this comment says Europe is busier. They have a limit of 1.5 meters. So,
Wow, there you go. You've got imperialism, you know, the metric system going the wrong way for Europe. They're going a bit shorter. But yes, but there was one show, that Cowboy Bebop that I mentioned before, that even though we're on level 2, i.e., not a lockdown, when we were at work and not at work, we were meant to behave as if we were operating under a level 3 theoretical environment. So even though there was no requirement to do so, we had to always be masked. We had to operate in our bubbles, you know,
mhm,
social distance, and you know, yeah, and just, or you know, we couldn't get our own food, you know, to just, yeah, all that. So that's my only experience in working with COVID in the community that will be
mhm,
comparable to an American or elsewhere experience. Even though COVID wasn't in the community, we had zero COVID, but just we were having to behave as if we were, because, you know, Cowboy Bebop is a insanely, you know, expensive production. You know, it's the most expensive we've had in New Zealand. And I guess even though we had zero COVID, you know, that's, we don't know if maybe there was COVID in community. You know, maybe there was something going on, and they just wanted to be, just in case there was something going on, they really wanted to make sure that, you know, just that small risk factor. You know, it's just, you know, as things get bigger, more expensive, even a tiny risk becomes very expensive.
yeah,
Plus, also their lead actors were American, and they had a very different perspective than maybe Kiwis did.
Mm.
You know, Kiwis being a laid back when COVID zero world, whereas Americans who are like getting American media and friends and family talking to them, and so we need to respect how they felt about it, and I guess behave in a COVID cautious way for their peace of mind. You know, which is understandable that they've got a job to focus on as an actor. If that makes sense. And you know, being when you're one of the key actors on a film, you also have a lot more sway about how we can run the production. So yeah, just all these factors probably added up as to why we were shooting that Netflix series as if COVID was in the community, even though we had zero COVID. Yeah. But yeah, otherwise, all my productions, aside from the one on right now, have been in zero COVID. We haven't done any shooting while there's been COVID.
Mm. And that's interesting though, because all the shows I've been on have said we want you to stay socially distant, and we want you to socially distance, keep your distance away from other crew members. And at the beginning, when we were back to work, they were pretty much saying, you should definitely stay. They were saying that it's more important for you to stay socially distant. And I remember I was the steward on a show, and I said, okay, let me ask you this: how can we possibly stay socially distant when we are on set together, and you have a set that's designed to be 10 feet by 10 feet. You have 2 or 3 actors in there playing in the middle of the room, and you have a camera in there, and you have a dolly grip, and you have all this different stuff in there. How can we possibly stay distant like that? And they said, you have to. And I'm like, well, explain to me how. I need some coaching on this. And I would tell them I need some coaching because I don't understand how we can feasibly do this. And then after a while, they were like, just do your best. They realized that because they would pack us in there, and it's like, well, how in the world are we supposed to be able to do this when physically there is no way for us to do this inside of a particular set that they build? They build a shoebox of a set, and then cram it with 3 cameras and 2 or 3 actors, and then they would be like, well, just you should be able to socially distance. How? One of the walls didn't fly out. Well, you still need to socially distance. Otherwise, we're going to have to contact trace you. Okay, tell me how. You're putting me in these scenarios.
There's something else to think about. Is like you're talking about scenarios where you have a film lot, an actual proper studio, and they've built sets on this lot. And okay, you can complain about how the sets are built. They're built a bit small, or they're not built out so the wall can fly out. Yes, but you're still on a film set. You're still on a big lot. That's so like, or the PAs, or the unit, or the lighting people, and so forth, and just all those extra, why are they here people? You've got all that space for them, heaps and heaps. But imagine what that is like when you're shooting in like some townhouse, or worse, an apartment, or something, which, lots of productions, especially in New Zealand, don't have the budgets to build these film sets up. It's so much more cramped there, and just, next level more cramped when you're shooting on a real location. I think people overseas, when they think of New Zealand as some, like mini Hollywood, or, we're kind of, for our size, we're like a little bit famous for our film industry. But in reality, it is, well, I mean, we do have a film industry that's much bigger than you'd expect for our tiny population. We're a very small population in New Zealand. But, the size of our film industry is still really tiny. We don't really have film lots. But that guy I mentioned earlier, who came over from Canada, because I was working in some Canadian productions, that came back here to work on Lord of the Rings. He thought the QMU lot was like, oh yeah, there must be like lots of other lots around Auckland and New Zealand like QMU. No, QMU is the lot. I mean, we've got other lots, but they're all a lot smaller than QMU. QMU was the one that Lord of the Rings was shooting at. Yeah, and so lots of time we are shooting on locations. That TV series I was shooting on for the first half of this year, we had the family house, the living room and the 3 bedrooms and kitchen that was built in a film lot, basically just like a warehouse space. There's nothing made it a film lot. There was a set that was constructed, but absolutely everything else, 100% was on location.
Yeah. Well, there's been a couple of comments here that I was gonna bring attention to. Leonard says, that people in Germany, they still want to wear masks when COVID is over. Here's the thing, though. In China and in Japan and stuff, they've been wearing masks if people are sick. So if you have a cold, you wear a mask, and it kept it from spreading. Years ago, on a movie called Cell, I had a very bad upper respiratory infection, but at the same time, I could not at the time afford to take time off. I was like, I gotta work. But I said, under what circumstances could I? Because I would get people on set. And then we did a little bit of research and found that in Japan and in other countries where you wear a mask, if you are sick with certain things, you can prevent infection. But the thing is, though, you have to wear the mask yourself to protect others around you. And that's the whole thing. It's really funny to me because there was a first AD that told us on the very first day of the show. He said, look, the actors are the ones with all the risk here. They're the ones that are completely maskless around us. And I so wanted to say, well, according to the science, they're not the ones at risk because they could shoot their spit and stuff onto our mask that we inhale. We can't shoot our spit onto their faces. So technically, they're not the ones at risk. We are around the actors. But they were like, well, they're the ones with all the taking all the risk. Well, maybe to each other because they're talking to each other and stuff like that. But then, of course, actors will kiss each other on set and they'll hang on each other and hug and face to face, nose to nose, whatever else. But and that's the whole purpose behind the mask is to prevent spread to someone else. But because COVID is one of those things that if you get it, you have an incubation period, and there's going to be a few days before you actually know that you have it or whatever else. Liberty Jude says people want to wear a mask. That's going to be okay. All I want is honest information to be allowed again. Well, geez, wouldn't that be a nice thing if we could actually spread regular, good, honest information? Problem is, COVID has become too much of a moneymaker. It is one of those things where so many people are making money off of it. You have Pfizer, who, if you do a Google search for largest settlement, of a company, largest court settlement, it's going to be like $2.3 billion. Pfizer, because they paid off people on in 2008 and 2009, they paid off doctors so they could get one of their medications passed. So is it surprise to you when Pfizer magically ends up being the first FDA approved vaccination, and it was for at least a month before Moderna and then the J&J were approved. So it's like, okay, well, I agree with Liberty here. You gotta, and I don't want this stream to all of a sudden, get us flagged or whatever for misinformation. So let me just say,
I thought it was my job to get your channel deleted.
well,
it seems you're doing it
but
instead.
It's one of those things where it's very possible I may end up having to trim this later or whatever to not community guideline strikes or whatever. But here's the thing. At this point, there's a lot of opinions out there regarding COVID. There's a lot of different people saying things, and what's said now will be fact checked against something in 2 weeks, and they're still going to ban a video, or they're still going to ban something, even though the science has changed with the new Omicron variant or because of something. But
that's what I find just like crazy. I mean, I am what a person might call a free speech radical. Like or maybe not a free radical, just a free speech full stop. I don't see any limits. And so, it does annoy me that all the censorship gets done because,
and
free
it's being
speech
fact
doesn't
checked against
exist.
old information too. It's being fact checked against sometimes information from last year that we know is no longer accurate, but yet it's been fact checked by a third party.
Yeah. But free speech doesn't exist to say ideas that I agree with. That's not free speech. Free speech exists to say stuff I disagree with.
But technically,
so,
you could argue that YouTube is a platform that is private, and they can have the terms of service and require you to do, to do certain things certain ways.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm one of these radicals that while I do support private companies doing what they can do. I see problems when private companies are propped up by government, and then I have like government needs to intervene to cancel out the harm they did by propping them up in the first place. Of course, really the correct approach is just the government shouldn't be involved in propping them up and allowing them to have monopoly positions. Because like, drifting a bit further off, and we'll talk about monopolies in general, like I'm not anti-monopolies because I think most monopolies only exist because of some underlying government mechanism that happened that allowed them to become. Or if a monopoly does happen, completely free from government interference support, it's just a temporary thing. It just comes and goes, and it's only serving a purpose while it serves a purpose, and then it moves on. It's not a permanent state of affairs. And so when it comes to tech monopolies, I think quite a few tech monopolies happen due to our really bad IP laws. And again, just like my free speech stance, I don't really believe in IP. And I think when these tech companies hold patents, especially software patents, I'm very against, that's what adds this barrier to entries that blocks other companies to be able to go in and replicate an alternative, to what's being offered. Like you see insane software patents. Like, didn't Amazon at one point, or no, maybe they're being sued by somebody, they patented like the one-click shopping cart or something insane. I mean, thankfully that kind of patent got overruled. But when you got a patent like that, it stops a competitor to come and offer another shopping experience, another marketplace to shop from. And software patents are just absolutely insane because software fundamentally is just algorithms. Algorithm is just mathematics. You can't make a patent on mathematics. Mathematics, like, nobody invents mathematics. People discover mathematics. 2 plus 2, Peterson didn't invent 2 plus 2. Peterson went out and discovered that 2 plus 2 equals 4. It always was 2 plus 2 equals 4, but in a much more higher sense. Anyway, it's I've got a degree in mathematics and very much a tech geek, so I've got some firm opinions here about maths and algorithms and IP.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting because here's the thing. I know people that have been fired from shows because they refused to get vaccinated, although they had COVID and they get tested monthly to verify immunity, and it's been proven that you have immunity that is a better protection against CV-19 than having the constantly requiring boosting vaccinations. So I get it. I mean, there's a lot of discussion about this and what's interesting about this. I mean, Larko even said he doesn't care if he gets it at this point. Liberty says, I understand this platform isn't allowing honest content. I have no desire to get anyone banned. Reality is, has never lost a war yet, and I won't start now. And certainly doesn't need us to defend it. Here's the thing, though. They can technically do whatever they want to on this platform. They could end up, flagging this stream, whatever. It's still one of those things where technically this conversation started after the 12-hour mark. So we'll at least have the first 12 hours saved on YouTube. At this point, someone hopefully is still recording this live stream, and I'll be able to have it later, and we'll see if that gets striked or whatever. But who knows?
Or just trim it out.
Trim it out. Yeah, we can always do that, provided we have the content. I've been recording sound of this stream and me talking, and I can always level them later and then use that to sync them together with, any recording that someone does. And hopefully the audio would be better, if not at least as good as anything that came through from anybody who's recording the stream, the recording team that I have. So, and here's the thing. I mean, there's so much going on right now and so much changing with the science. And you see so many people talking about that they're just over this. Yet at the same time, you're going to see articles that say it is more important than ever to make sure you get vaccinated. And at the same time, you'll hear someone else say, well, technically, vaccinations are proving to be less effective against Omicron. Well, still, you need to have it in order to protect yourself, even though it's considered just to be a bad cold. A Siegel earlier today when he was on here, he said he was recovering Omicron. He was talking about the symptoms that he has. Well, if it looks like a duck, it sounds like a duck, it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. And he had the symptoms. He had already had COVID earlier. He lost his sense of smell earlier this year. And I know that because he was sent home and he tested positive. They sent him home. And he said this basically. So he was sent home, and when he was sent home and he was there for 2 weeks, he lost his sense of smell. He lost, and he had to build it back up. And now he said he has his ability to smell everything except bleach, which is kind of scary to him.
Yeah, I remember that moment. It just did seem very random and weird. That bleach. It's quite a strong smell. Should be the one thing he's like missing.
Yeah. And that's
yeah, I've
interesting.
never thought, I miss the sweet smell of bleach.
Yes, exactly. Well, yeah, but I can imagine it being one of those things where people have said that they get COVID. They have said that it's freaky not being able to taste any food. So they're like, if I can't taste the food, I'm gonna eat the healthiest stuff possible because there's no flavor to it. So might as well not eat candy and chocolate and ice cream because you get no benefit from it. You might as well eat healthy, eat nothing but salads and the healthiest possible stuff because you can't taste it anyway, so it's bland. I've had Leonard says I had 3 cases in my family/friends. One has long COVID and can't run up the stairs anymore 3 months after. One lied in bed for 2 weeks, but is okay now, and one was sick for 2 days and had no problems. And and the last one was vaccinated. So it's apparently that the person who was sick and had no real problems was the person that was vaccinated. You hear a lot of people say that, if you get vaccinated, you're staying out of the hospital. Most of the people in the hospitals now are people that are unvaccinated. I know
Yeah,
people
because
that are
it
nurses
just
in the
sounds odd.
hospitals. I know people that work in hospitals, and they've said, it's still a mix. And the reason why, and they said, is because, people will get it differently. Some people are asymptomatic. Some people have natural immunity. So they said it still could be that if you get COVID and you're one of these considered breakthrough cases, you could still get it pretty bad. And people I know that have gotten the vaccination have ended up in the hospital. But I mean, I don't hear as much about people, people that are unvaccinated are not going to be broadcasting it as much if they end up in the hospital, I'm sure. So I don't really hear about those cases personally, but I'm sure that they're definitely out there. Still, so many people are dying. These lockdowns are about the people that just have a cold. Interesting. So interestingly, the last person was more prone to infections before, so being vaccinated seemed to not be the worst idea. Okay, well there you go. In that particular case, it seemed to work. Wife is high risk transplant recipient, and I've done everything to protect her, even turning down work just for just in case factor. That's good. You got to take care of family, and that's one of the things that some people have said from the very beginning, is that it's very important for you to make the right decision for you.
Yeah, so each person is their own individual circumstance. So if somebody has somebody who is at high risk, like the wife being transplant recipient, I mean, they should be supported to,
Yeah.
Take extra precautions. But somebody who's like 25 and young and healthy and fit, I just like, if they catch it, it's a very different risk factor than when somebody who's 75 and is recovering from a surgery or something. And
Yeah.
I've just never like that whole discussion, which is like the single biggest factor when it comes to death rate. I don't think we've had a discussion at all in New Zealand. And yeah, you can support the government actions, but still just go like they're not talking about it or going about it in the right way. And the second biggest factor after age, which again, like these factors so outweigh like anything else. The biggest factor age, second biggest factor, obesity.
Yes,
I
and
mean,
that's actually probably number
does
one. Let the truth
anybody
be known.
even dare to think about that? I mean, that they would get in so much trouble if they talked about that.
Insensitivity, insensitivity and
Maybe
stuff.
everybody should just have a government mandated daily walk.
And I
But
would
no.
actually venture to say that it's probably the number one, because older people usually have a tendency to carry more weight on them, and they usually have higher blood sugar, and they usually have, their body naturally changes. Their metabolism is not as high, so sugar will knock them on their butts and it'll hurt them more. And so I think personally, obesity is the number one thing. If you're obese, then you're
I
going to have a higher risk.
I haven't actually gone to
Personal
double
opinion.
check that question, but just my gut feeling from the stats that I have looked at, I just think the way there's such an extremely high correlation between age and death rate, it's got to be a much smaller correlation than what I would assume there is between age and weight. So I couldn't imagine that outweighing it. But it's still like it's a good question to ask and like think about. Like I'd be very
Yeah.
curious to like proper like multivariate analysis of that. But
Well,
yeah, just my gut thought is perhaps not.
let's pull this back into sound because
Yeah.
we've so far gone down rabbit holes and ventured away from anything that would normally be considered to be appropriate. We should definitely venture back into the world of sound. Why did you choose the cable thickness you use for your cables, Alan? The reason why is because, first of all, if I use it inside of a boom, I like the L4E6S Canary Star Quad cable. The reason I like it is because it's a full thickness. If you put it on the inside of a boom and I have to do a horizontal retraction in the hall room with a low ceiling, something like that, I don't want it to bunch up on the inside of that of the flow through on the back of the boom. I don't want that to happen. And unfortunately, if you have a thin cable, all it takes is a little bit of a spiral on the inside and it will twist up and it'll start to kink. And then as you horizontally start to retract it, it will kink over and overlay on top of itself, preventing you from closing all segments. So I personally prefer the thicker star quad because there's more strength to it. There's a thicker diameter. It's not going to kink up nearly as much. So I can do a horizontal retraction and not run into issues with it. That's personally the reason why I choose the regular thickness star quad in the cables I use. It's not because it's better at resisting anything. The star quad itself is solid as a rock. If you get it if you get the Canary, the L4E6S or the L4E5C, those are both solid as a rock, as far as I'm concerned. And so you don't need to necessarily get. I mean, Belkin makes a good star quad. I've never used it, but I've been told that. Mogami, of course, has a solid star quad. They even have multi-core. So I mean, it's you can do a lot of really cool things with star quad. And I personally swear by those particular Canary, cables right there, the L4E6S and the L4E5C. And when you get those and you put those into a cable, as long as you do it the right way, I've never run into issues since I started using StarQuad, and that's been like 10 years plus at this point. So I said that transition was very nice. It's 2 times 0.22 millimeters, right? Sorry for the metrics. What?
Yeah, he's asking about the cable, and he's saying, is it 2 times 0? Wait, what's the 0.22? Is it talking about
That's
the
what I'm
internal
looking at.
strands? I guess. Yeah, but internal. So yeah,
Two
external 2
times.
millimeters. That's
2
pretty
times
small.
0.22 millimeters. That 0.22, that's a fifth of a millimeter? That's like, so how, what is that? Please clarify,
Yeah,
Leonard.
that'd
I
be
don't know
like
what in the world you're saying. I don't know
80%.
what that would be. Sorry, in metrics.
It,
0.22. We're talking like
anyway,
hair thickness. That's so thin. Hair thickness. What's up with that?
and also the outer case being only 2 millimeters. I'm sure your firm cable is thicker than that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I do have calipers and I do have boom cable, but I don't think the calipers would register anything. So, yes, internal. But still, 0.22 millimeters? A fifth of a millimeter? I'm not aware of anything that thin. That's like hair thin. That's like,
Yeah.
you could pinch that off with your fingernails with, ease.
And also like the outer case, that's less than a tenth of an inch.
Yeah.
If it, which yeah, I'm pretty sure your stuff is more than a tenth of an inch.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think that the Star Quad L4E5C, I think it's 4.8 millimeters in diameter. That's OD. And I think L4E6S is 6 millimeters, if memory serves. So that's the reason why
Yeah, I
it's
mean that is fucking the
L4E6S is
double.
6 millimeters. 5C is actually technically rounded up from so it says the CSA of the conductor and the inside jacket cross section area. I don't know, but still, do you 0.22 millimeters? That's so thin. A millimeter is like that. If that's a millimeter and you're talking about only a fifth of that, it's hair thickness. So, or like maybe a little bit above. So I think we were talking past each other. I don't know. But what I can tell.
Going point
Mhm.
about internal and externally, the internal cables, like there is a bit of a split in like different ways you can run your berm. Like there seems to be like three main ways.
Yes.
One is you put the transmitter at the far end,
Well, there's
and
four
then
ways
the
then if
other
you do
two
that.
ways. Sorry?
There's four ways then if you're talking about that. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Maybe I'm missing something, and you can tell me after on the spot. But yeah, the one way is transmitter at the far end. Then the other two ways are you run the cable down, and you either run the cable on the outside of the berm or you run it inside the berm. What's the fourth way I'm forgetting?
Internal straight cable, internal coiled cable,
Oh,
externally
right. Yeah,
wrapped,
I guess it's like
external
a
or I mean,
subsection.
you could
Yeah, it's like a
technically
subsection
external
of
wrap
that.
a coiled or a straight cable on the outside. So you could technically
Yeah.
put your transmitter on the microphone end right next to the end of the microphone, or you could run an externally wrapped cable. Most of the time, the pictures that you see people doing that on are going to be externally wrapped straight cables. Some people will use externally wrapped coil cables. I think Matt Price even has a video about that. And then if you run it on the inside of the cable, you have internally straight or coiled cable too. So those are the different options here. But the thing is, though, when you're talking about cables here, there are different advantages and disadvantages of either one. If you put your transmitter on the microphone end, it's going to be extra heavy and it's going to be front weighted. It's more weight on the end. But at the same time, in my video about holding how much weight do boom operators hold, I did discuss the fact that depending on your cable that you run, it can be just as much weight or almost as much weight by the time you add all the weight of that copper down the end of a long pole, that it can weigh almost as much, if not as much, as a transmitter on the end if it's a lightweight transmitter. So you have that extra weight of there, but at the same time, you're holding the boom over the actors. So that gets the transmitter up higher, which makes the transmitter have better signal strength as it goes up and over everybody. So that's the first one. It is the weight on the wrong side. So people will say, I'm going to run the cable through the boom and either external or internal straight cable or internal coiled. If you externally wrap a boom and then you put a transmitter in your pocket or in your belt or something like that, if it's not something like an MM1, if you just are running a transmitter, I ask why. Why run a cable externally wrapped down a boom just to put it on your belt or just to put it someplace else? If you're going to externally wrap your cable, it better be to go something like an MM1 going into a transmitter. It's got to make sense. It doesn't make sense otherwise. If you internally
You
straight
feel
cable
that
your
MM1 you feel the
Hmm?
MM1 adds that much benefit?
Well, the preamps are considered to be better than some of the transmitters like the HM, electrosonics, for example, HMAs, things like that. And you also will be able to control the step up gain, like if you need to between a line. Like when I worked for Michael Clark, I had an MM1 on my belt on Walking Dead. We would have sometimes someone would be really quiet doing a scene and then they would scream. Or on Stranger Things, we'd have someone that was delivering most of their dialogue relatively quietly, and then all of a sudden they would get loud. And that would be one of those things where all I would have to do is coordinate and say, between this line and this line, he gets loud. So I'm going to pop it up. So make sure you're off of me for that. And so I'm going to pop it up or pop it down according to what gain you wanted. The only thing is, the problem I have with the MM1 is the gain levels: 18 decibels of gain, then 28 decibels of gain, and then it goes to
Oh,
36, then 44, then 48,
42.
40,
Isn't it?
huh?
Isn't it
36.
42, not 44?
I think it was 18, then 28. So it was 10, and then the next one was 36. So it was 8
One
dB
second.
more. Yeah.
I've got one literally next to the it's literally right next to my tablet.
Okay. So double check me because you
Oh
let me go
yeah,
off of
it is
memory.
242. My bad.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I
so
think
it's
it's
0,
18,
18.
18, 18, 28, 36, 42, 48, 52, 56, 56, 60, 64, was it? Something like that?
Yeah, so here it actually goes 46, 50, 54, 58, 62, 68. But to be
60.
fair,
Yeah,
this is
spreading
actually the
forward.
MP one, or rather, as I call it, the Shure
Oh,
FB23, which is exactly identical to the
yeah.
MP1. Because I've got
MM1.
three of the MP1s. and I've got 2 of the MM1s. I just don't have an MM1 literally within hand's reach like this one.
I may end up having one over there. I
1
just don't want to have to go
second.
get it right now. But I think
But
it was
but yeah, I
18,
agree. That is
28,
so and it's so
36,
annoying
42,
that we have
46,
that we
52,
have
56,
yeah, that
60.
we have yeah, that we have 28 and 36 like so far apart.
Yeah,
I often
they
just wish
should.
I had like a 33 or something or
Yeah,
whatever, just in the
32,
middle
which
between.
32 would match the sensitivity of of most microphones. Most of them have a
Yeah,
negative
that's the other
32.
thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It often feels that the mic I'm using just isn't a little bit too much of that one. So I probably tend to run it at 28 unless it's a quiet, really. I know it's going to be a quiet sound. I'll go at 36. Probably.
To answer your question there, Liberty Dude, I don't think so. They may ground tie the ground, but they usually use the FXX connector and they use the MXX connector, or they'll use the FX and MX. This is the NC3 FX or NC3 FXX. Those are the differences right there. NC3 Neutrik connector 3-pin, and then it would be the female XLR. FX or female XLR version 2, so 2 X's. So one of those 2 things. But the EMC connectors that I use are based on the FX model, and I only ground tie them on the female end because, in my opinion, if you ground tie a floating ground on a microphone, which would be the outer casing of it, basically routing into the ground the same way that the internal pin 1 does, and it routes into that, and at that point, it basically goes as a drain through the entire XLR. But if you ground tie the male side of the XLR connector, then you're going to potentially get interference or anything like that from the interface or the recorder, the whatever interference that could be on the shell of the actual casing on that. So I don't ground tie the male end, only the female end. So that's one of the reasons why I also only use the EMC connectors on the female ends, because once you've eliminated that RF and it goes down the cable, it's basically gone. So you don't need to do it again. And at that point, my signal from the microphone is going into my cable, and I don't want it to connect up to the outside casing and potentially get any more interference. So I don't ground tie it at that point. I basically just ground tie on the female end. Now, technically, the AES standards state one of the 2 things. It either says, "Oh yeah, you shouldn't ground tie either side," or they say you should ground tie both sides. Personally, I have found that it gets best results for me if I ground tie the female and if I don't ground tie the male. That's personally my preferences. I have a link to a Tomon cable, if it's okay, so it may clarify. Maybe that's fine. How often is your mic in a blimp while booming? Well, anytime I do exteriors, personally. I don't use softies and things like that exterior. I always put it in a blimp.
I mean, I sometimes might go like a whole day shoot without ever bringing the blimp up and just using the softy, because I do find it sufficient for many occasions. And I guess a scenario is if you're in a one-man band scenario where you're expected to boom, mix, run around, do everything, like might as well just make life a little bit easier for you. But if you're working on a production like Alan is, where you don't want even a 1% risk of like, oh, I can move another tape, or just like, oh well, that was not quite, and you've got somebody who is, it's your job to boom, you are booming, you're just handling the boom here, and outside other stuff the boom does, then like, sure, the extra like pressure that a blimp does, then softer, yeah, makes sense. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm partial to using just a normal Waikato, fluffy, furry, and not a full-on blimp. If I'm outside and it's just a very still, quiet day, I'll take that risk because I'm doing all that other shit at the same time. Why do I need to like kill myself with a blimp as well?
Real quick, we have a question here. What make model of soldering iron do you use? Let me actually just show you. There is, and I talk about it in my soldering videos, but the actual model is discontinued. It is this one right here. It is the Weller WES51 analog soldering station. That thing is solid as a rock. It's old school. It's got analog controls, not digital controls. I know there's some soldering irons now that go instantly cold, instantly hot. It uses infrared, uses all kinds of different things. But me personally, I'm more old school. I just would prefer this analog station, and they stopped making them a few years ago. They replaced it by the, what is it, the WESD 51 or 58 or 50, 81, something like that. Whatever it is the digital version of this. And people say, why don't you get the digital version? I don't want the digital version. I want the analog. That's me personally. I want to be able to physically control it on a knob. You plug everything up, you hit the power button, and it's going to turn on. And about 40 seconds later, the little flashing light goes off. It goes solid. And for that reason, it is completely ready to go. When you kill it, it cools down relatively quickly over the next couple of minutes, something like that. But that answers your question here. So I prefer the freedom of having the transmitter at the end of the pole and my microphone at the end of a Rycote Nano Shield. I do have a Nano Shield that I'm in the process of needing to test, but I need to get past the Rycote microphone reviews first. And before I do that, I need to finish my Mighty Boom K-Tech review. And the Mighty Boom review was very detailed. I finished my script of that. I'm in the process of shooting it and working on it now. I'm really hoping to finish all the raw footage so that way I can work on the B-roll and stuff like that and try to get that video out because I really wanted to finish it before Thanksgiving. I was unable to, so I tried to get it done before this stream, but I was unable to finish it. So that's unfortunately, it's not going to happen. I'm going to finish the video at some point, and it will be released to the world. I think it's Weller. He wrote the description on his cable videos. You're right, Leonard. That's exactly right. So yeah, you can go back and watch my "This Is a Mistake" video about eating the spiciest gummy bear, and I talk about my favorite soldering iron in that video, and that's what I use. I've been meaning to get myself a solid soldering iron. A lot of people like the Hako digital one, and of course I've heard things about the Weller, the new Weller one that's the digital version of that. Nice, but anyway, that's me personally. I like the analog version. It's just really awesome. Pink Home, they're so cheap now if you want to get a starter soldering kit. But yeah, the thing you have to be careful about is if you get one of those cheaper soldering irons, the tip of it is going to be very fat. If you're trying to do detailed soldering, it's not really going to happen. If you're just going for regular like NC3, MX, or FX, soldering, and you got a cable and you tin the thing, and then you put a little solder in the reservoir, and then you do this, and then you stick it in there. Fine, simple, quick, done. It could be dirty solder even, not dirty, but it could be a dirty soldering job and not be great. But when you talk about thinner pins, you got to go down to like 1/64th of an inch, point. If you're doing anything with like TA5s, if you do anything with
yeah, for sure. I'm just
Huh?
I'm just doing XLR cables, but or like hobby little projects. But yeah, like if I was going to do like limos, for instance, there's
Limos are
virtues to
so
like
annoying.
yeah. I'm not going to try that. But yeah, it was just more a comment about like how amazing like progress of technology, just getting better and easier and cheaper stuff. Like I first used a soldering iron as a kid, and and then my dad would always just be like, we did have two. He had like one who let us use, but he had a nice one. It just cost hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It would freak out if we were like touching.
So, Peter says the spiciest gummy bear. Yeah, this one right here. This is the video, and you can click the link directly in the description or in this chat right now and see that it's a video I called "This Is a Mistake." It's like 45 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that. I eat the world's spiciest gummy bear, which is like 9 million Scoville units or something like that, and then fight my way through trying to solder with nerves doing this number, and it was crazy. And then David, you of course said I got one from China for pennies, and you can, that's fine. It's not going to be
Yeah, I
quality.
mean, if a person just starting out to learn and that's their first soldering iron, I mean, why spend tons of money on something they're probably just going to use wrong and break and damage anyway? So,
Well, here's what I'll say. If you buy something cheap, it's not going to last. It's going to be garbage. And so here's the thing. What are you more likely to damage, a connector, or are you more likely to damage the soldering iron? You're more likely to damage a connector, right? You're going to end up soldering it wrong. It's going to have a weird glob in the wrong place. It's going to completely invalidate the connector. You can try desoldering it, but if you don't have the skills, because you don't have a whole lot of experience with it, it's better for you to start off with something better that's going to heat properly and evenly across it and that way it would be a little bit more expensive, but you're gonna get better results, and that way you're not trying to learn on something that's busted or bad. Because I've used bad soldering irons, and this is after I've been skilled at soldering, and then I go and I'm like, "What is wrong with this thing? I suck at this thing. I can't get a good solder because the temperature isn't right, and because I'll turn it up full blast and it's just not heating properly, or it's scorching the solder. Something because there's no adjustable thing on there too. So you have to be very careful with those solderings. Um, Larko, oh yeah, my multi-track mixer USB went kaput. Now I have to go searching for a new mixer. Multi-track mixers USB. Which mixer was that, Larko? I learned soldering in my high school's really expensive soldering with my yeah, it was like a dream. Yeah. So it depends on what that one was. It's probably really good. Real quickly, as we're talking here, I'm gonna hit play on this. I brought the footage in. I imported it. I said I was gonna do this, and this is, of course, the video footage of me clean. This year's annual Yule log. This is me washing the Yeti. So this is when it came in from outside. Um, I was, there's the light when it fell in. We can talk through this video, obviously, like we're doing right now. But I the very first thing I had to do is I had to wash off this light, and I'm going to show you later on what the result of that light was. But it had some issues to it. But I went ahead and cleaned the rest of this blue Yeti, and we'll watch that right here. So, I've been soldering for 30 years. Repetition with goods tools breeds perfect joints. Yeah, basically. All right. So Soundcraft Signature 22 MTK. MTK, yeah. I've been soldering for 25 years, to be fair, and one of the best soldering irons I used was like a $15 AliExpress or some such, but I found it via lots of research and specific recommendations, and that's very possible. I mean, obviously, it is in your case, but here's the thing. The chances of there being like a gold, of that turning out, is very rare. Most of the time, you're not gonna run into really great results like that with something that's very, very cheap, and it says, "Spend $100 on a good brand, and you will be happy for a long time." And, yeah, there's a lot of truth in that. So, I mean, it really depends on what you're going for, and if you do your research to, Laitu's point, you could possibly find one that people are like, "You know what? This is actually as solid as a rock soldering iron. It's cheap, and it punches above its weight." So, uh, didn't know gummy bears could be torturers, yeah. Well, if they're extremely spicy, they can be. So, yeah. But, yeah, good times. So the Yule log that I did for this year's epic live stream, if you're just waking up and you've missed it at the beginning of this stream, and we played it a little while ago, just over an hour ago, we finished it. This was the Yule log for this year. We burned it in a charcoal fire that allowed it to heat itself and cook itself from within the all metal body of this Blue Yeti. So that's what we did. It was pretty awesome. So let's see this comment here. Yep, nowadays I just use a small digital soldering station for $100 range for convenience and more accurate temperature control. But I was very happy to pass the the $15 one to a younger starter. Yeah. And you know what? For most solderers, you only need to run maybe one temperature. If you're soldering, if you're desoldering, it may need to be different. Depending on the solder you use, it may need to be hotter or cooler, and also depending on what you're soldering. Sometimes you need to run it a little bit hotter to make sure that it doesn't lose its flux quick enough, and that you don't need to run it overly hot. Otherwise, it scorches the solder. So there's a whole lot to that you just need to be aware of there. So, yeah, the yay Blue Yeti being washed off. And when I pulled it out here a
Do you
few
know the
minutes ago,
story of why it's called Blue Yeti? Because I feel like there must be a story behind that name.
but behind
A
what? A Blue
Yeti
Yeti?
that's blue?
The company was blue, and they just called it the Yeti. I don't know why. They just come up with names for these things. But yeah, I don't know, man. All I know is that it seemed to do its job and seemed to do its job fairly well, and that is burn. A lot of people seem to like the Blue Yeti for entry level, YouTubing back in the day. And then a few years ago, they were like, you know what, this isn't good enough anymore, because people decided to start taking their sound more seriously. And when they did, they realized the Blue Yeti wasn't good enough. Some people still like the idea of putting it farther away from themselves, but then they end up getting click, 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 click all over the keyboard or clicking of the mouse. How many times you watch a video and there's a very obnoxious clunk, clink, clunk, clink, clunk, clink on somebody's mouse, and it's like a tutorial video on something. You're like, geez, you're killing me with this mouse. It's so noisy. And I get really irritated when I hear those kind of things. Not surprisingly, I get hot-headed when I hear some of these things. But let's see here. We have not had a donation to the DAV in quite a while. So if I don't get a donation here shortly, I'm going to go ahead and call the stream. So you need to get some sort of a donation to keep this thing going, because we're here trying to raise money for the DAV, and if the money is dried up, we haven't had a donation in quite a while. It's been, I think, over an hour now. The last donation we had was Liberty Dude, and what time did Liberty donate?
And remember, if the donation is big enough, you get yourself a free Video Mentors course. Here the amount, conditions, timing, stuff that Alan will fill you in. And just say, like, somebody who has bought courses from Video Mentors, I definitely think they're very worthwhile if there's a course that you think is appropriate. And some of that content you just don't see elsewhere, like the utility course. I mean, nobody's really giving like info about precisely the role of the utility, and it's quite good being detailed. So yeah, just giving my voter support for doing that, getting one of the courses, Video Mentors.
You see the light starting to flicker right here? Watch this video. Watch this part of the video real quick. As I'm cleaning off the Yeti, you'll start to see the light flickering. It started to flicker already. And the reason why is because you're starting to get light on the inside, and the water started to work its way in there and hurt the components on the inside of the light a little bit. So you'll see it flashing more. It's flashed a couple of times, but then what started happening is it was stuck in the on position. I'll show here in a second as soon as I'm done washing the Yeti, and you'll see what the actual light looked like close up. You'll see the lights and stuff on it, and you'll see the on-off switch as well. So this is me coming to the end of cleaning the Yeti. I let it drain out, then I put it inside of my dehumidifying chamber. So I killed the lights right there. And then this was the light, and the one that fell in the water. And it's kind of hard to see right here, but if you look, the light, the battery indicator is flipping out. And I'm hitting the switch on and off back and forth, but it is completely not shutting off. When I hit it a few times, you would see the light flicker on and off. I could get it to stay off when it was in the off position. See, it's in the off position right now. And if I turn it into the on position and then back off again, it would flicker a little bit. It was just, it had a little water droplet there on the connector or on the inside of that switch. And that's why it was flickering. It was freaking out because this thing is like, oh my gosh. And it was completely messed up. So I was hitting it, and it's like, it went off there. So I hit it again, finally went off, hit it again, went off. Eventually, I basically had to leave it on until it died. Like you see, it's off right now. And at that point, I was like, okay, good. So it had completely died by that point, and I just let it. It turned itself back on after a few minutes. I put it in my dehumidifying chamber, and eventually the battery died. And I continued to leave it in there for almost 2 weeks now, until today when I just revealed it for the first time. So Liberty is being a troll here. Baltic Lithium Universal Electronics. That's hilarious. Yeti is the microphone name. Everyone went from the Yeti to the SM7B and the Go XLR. Now the RA20 is the cool mic. Well, would like to donate, but I do not own a credit card at the moment. That's fine. Well, not even a debit card. RA20 has always been the cool mic. Sure. Depends on you. Depends on what you're interested in. I did not find a debit card option, at least here on YouTube. Okay. Well, that's fine. We, Larco, kept donated $1 to keep it going. Interesting. And then Carlos then followed up with a $25 donation. Thank you very much, Carlos. Now, keep in mind, Carlos, that since you donated, I'm gonna mention this, of course. All 100% of donations go to the DAV Disabled American Veterans. So if an American veteran was disabled in a war or somehow related to their military service, the DAV helps them. I don't want to say get back on your feet because that's insensitive. But what it does help them do is it helps them in some ways to get like maybe a ramp set up at their house, or maybe helps them to get a wheelchair lifted to their car, or helps them in some sort of ways. They're also doing humanitarian relief options right now and things where they're trying to get trying to help with like disaster relief and that kind of thing. And since you donated, I'm going to mention also Video Mantis because they are being extremely generous. In addition to the 50% off sale that they have going on right now, they are offering, if you put in the coupon code SoundSpeeds, you can get an additional 10% off for any courses that you want to buy from Video Mantis right now. And if you donate at least $25 until the end of the stream, then you will get a free Video Mantis course. But what I ask of you, because I have no idea of knowing who you are or something, especially if you do an anonymous donation, if you donate, you need to of at least $25. Shoot me an email at alan@soundspeeds.us, and that way I can verify your donation, and then I can notify Video Mantis and put them in contact with you, so that way he can get you a course. So that is an option that you have there as a benefit. So awesome sauce. Here we go. Surprise, we're still going on. Yeah, I know. Well, we're crazy. Hope you get some rest soon. I would like that, actually. It's nice. We've been going for over 16 hours at the moment, and yeah, we're going pretty crazy. So this is approaching, and keep in mind, I've been sitting here with very few exception. At one point, I stood up to put slippers on because my feet were getting cold. And
Have you
then
had a meal yet?
I'm sorry.
Have you had a meal yet? A meal
A
break?
meal? Yeah, I
Yeah.
had
Other
early in
than
the
Fizbit.
stream. Early in the stream, my wife brought me Zaxby's, and I didn't eat the fries. I just ate the sandwich. But you'll see if you watch the stream and you fast forward through it, you'll see me disappearing for like 20 seconds, and that was me quickly taking a bite, chewing, and then putting myself back on. I did that a few times. Um, I think it was during Mark Mangini when he was here. I removed myself for about 3 minutes or so, long enough for me to eat a Chick-fil-A spicy sandwich that my wife bought me. And she's brought me she brought me hot tea a little while ago. She brought me a Coke earlier with things. She's brought me various different things. No
Good
ASMR.
one.
None of that. None of that crap there. And stop that. Ping pong. This is not going to be ASMR at all. And yes, earn some sleep, hopefully. Do you do you have to empty your catfish bag? There's a throwback. Are you familiar with the catfish bag, David?
No, I've got no idea what he's referencing.
Okay. Well, I'll mention this. I said this earlier as a joke because if you are familiar with different there are various pranks out there done on April Fool's Day. And so this particular product, and I'm going to see if I can find it. It was at K-Tech's website, and I posted the link to it earlier.
Oh, yes, the K-Tech bag. Right, yeah, I know what you're referring to now. Yes.
I'm going to see if I can find the link to it. I posted it earlier. It was hilarious. But K-Tech, different kind of bag, I think is what they called it. But it was on their web.
On that topic, I used to be heavily into online poker and the many years ago before the film industry, and the top professional players, or even just like average ones, they would have a piss bottle because they would calculate like what is their hourly rate that they're earning while they're playing, and because you're always playing multi tables, because like the amount you earn per one table isn't enough. For someone, I mean, even I, who's like terrible at poker, would often play like 4, 8, 12 tables at once. But like top
Yeah.
players might be doing like 20, 30 tables. So you can't just leave while you're waiting for your hand to be dealt and quickly dash back, or you can't just go like, oh, I'll just miss out on one hand or just auto fold, because you've got 20 of these going on. You can't, if you wait for you to drop out of a tournament, you know, for all of those to end and then come back and restart again, that takes so much time. So they calculate the cost to take a piss like $200 or something. So it's like, yep, just a piss bottle and just piss into that, so you don't like and just spend all that money, lose all that money.
So if you look at this,
should
it says
market that to poker players.
launched on April Fool's Day 2016. And so K-Tech said it's the bottom dweller. And this was a basically it's like a catheter type bag, you know, that you would apparently have on your side and you could pee into if you're doing long takes or something like that. That was the joke of the catfish bag. And I will put the link down in the chat so you can check it out and watch that video if you want to. I'm not going to put it on this stream right now. It's K-Tech's video. They deserve the watch time for that. It was a great prank for that year. But and so I said earlier in chat, I said I have a catfish bag on. That's why I haven't left this chair for, what is it, 16 and a half hours at this point. So yeah.
It might be the truth.
Huh?
It might be the truth. And you're just
might,
joking to like play it off that it's not real.
Yeah, I mean, it very well could be. I'll tell you this though, if I stand up, I'm probably going to be running to the restroom. Sitting down, I'm probably all right. But you know, if I stand up, I'm going to be like, oh yikes, let's run to the restroom. So but I can't leave right now.
I could completely believe that K-Tech is essentially the prototype, so they can release it for real next April 1st.
Well, this was, of course, a product they released on April. They announced April 1st, 2016. It was funny because they did a photo contest. I think it was a couple of years ago, and they said any of our products, take a picture of us of using our products and enter the K-Tech photo contest or something like that. And they said any of our products, and I wrote to them in the social media. I said even the K-Tech, even the K-Tech catfish. And he says, yeah, if you have one, absolutely. I was like, you know, that was a good reply, because of course, you know, it was never released. But I was like, I thought about that. I said, man, I wish I could make something that looked like the catfish bag and, you know, pour Mountain Dew in it or something like that. But of course, then Mountain Dew would be fizzy, and then it would be like, what in the world have you had? Because that doesn't look right.
No, just shake the Mountain Dew really hard,
Until
leave
it's
it
flat.
open, just let it go flat. Yeah, this is very common. Like as I mentioned, like I used to be really into triathlons and Ironmans, and I'd give out fat Coke to people all the time in races because you don't want to drink fizzy Coke while you're racing. So yeah, I've drank like tons of flat over the years. But you can do the same thing with Mountain Dew.
So here's a question right here. So would you say the best way to get good sound for talking head videos like yours, with the mic not in view, is by having a shotgun overhead right outside of frame? Well, first of all, you want it to be quiet, a quiet environment, and second of all, you have to pick the right microphone for your environment. If you're talking at a computer, a shotgun microphone may or may not be the best for your best choice for you. I'm actually surprised
Why
that
not?
no
I mean,
one.
so long as the person's not typing. I mean, like obviously, if they're doing and they're going to be typing a lot, then you don't want a shotgun pointing straight down at the keyboard.
Right.
But if they're just simply going to be at the computer talking, yeah, it should be fine.
It should be. I mean, but like, think about how many people are clicking. Like for example, if they're doing gaming, you know, they're gonna what you're gonna hear is something more like, and oh, garbage. What just happened on the screen? I just totally spazzed this thing out. There we go. I shouldn't do that anymore. But anyway, yeah, I clicked it. Last time that happened, I jumped out of the screen. I think I hit I think I hit the home button, and it left StreamYard, left you the host for a moment. This, of course, after like a few hours ago, you were left to be the host. When just before midnight, I had power go out, which was a fun part of the stream as well. So suddenly, Aaron Siegel left. I left magically, and David was the host of this live stream for about 10, 15 minutes, however long it was. But it depends on what you're trying to do. You said talking head type videos like yours with a mic. If you use a shotgun the right way, you're going to get good sound if you're using it at a desk. I did a video recently on how to properly use a shotgun microphone when someone's sitting at a table, and it really depends. The thing is, it really does depend. Normally, the microphone that I use is this one right here, and I just use the SE400, and it's normally right here. Now, I'll tell you the honest truth of it. You know me, and I like to test my audience because my audience will be usually pretty critical of me if I make any kind of a change to my sound. And so I will and so one of the things I did like on my video where I talked about how to waterproof electronics, and I basically waterproofed a transmitter that was recording my sound, and then I submerged it in water. And then and I basically said, if the recorder shorts out, then I'm going to have no audio for this. So if the sound turns out fine, then yay, we win. But I took that gamble, and I took that risk, and I threw the transmitter inside of a thing of water after waterproofing it, because I was showing what it would be like if you use it for rain protection, but I submerged it straight in water. Here's the thing though, I intentionally changed up my setup today, and no one has mentioned it. And the reason why I changed it is because I was going to see if anybody would notice, and if so, say anything. And I was going to use that as the reason for me to do a first giveaway. And I was going to give away whoever asked that question about what am I doing differently. And I gave teasers. I talked about, and I even showed early on. I showed like in the first like half an hour, or whatever. Oh, here's the microphone I normally use. And I did not talk at all about. I even said, look, I can move my hands around in front of me. You have no idea what microphone is and where it is and whatever. I can look down, and then I can look back up. And what is the microphone? No one has asked. But anyway, you can, if you know how to play the pattern, if you know how to do things right. It took me a while to get things set up today in a way that I was happy with. And this is not going to be a setup I'm going to keep on going. I did it for a reason for this live stream, and I'm going to change it up back the way it was before. Can you get good sound out of a shotgun as long as you're not doing anything physically in front of you that you're worried about the sound being picked up? Every time I move in this chair, you hear creaking, unless my gate happens to kill it, which luckily I think it did just then. But as I'm talking, you hear the creaking of my chair here, and I'm sure you've heard this a few times during the stream. This is a noisy old chair, and I just am not wanting to upgrade it because I'd rather do something else. But that's just me. I could easily, get another chair. I just don't. But here's the thing. I've been using the shotgun this entire stream. At some point, a couple hours in, we had Ray Ortega, Mike Delgadio, Curtis Judd, Bandrew was in here. We had a whole bunch of people in here, and they said, let's all change microphones. So we changed microphones, and I changed up the microphone I started with, and I'm on a different one now. And still, no one has asked what I'm using. And it's very interesting. So that's fine. I'm not going to tell you if no one cares. Did I read correctly? David, using blinking Morse code, save me. I'm being held stream captive. Were you blinking Morse code here? Yeah, there you go. I don't think you're getting tired yet. It's not yet midnight.
Oh yeah, it's only 10:30, and like my sleep schedule is so messed up. So it's on night shoots for week after week. Yeah, and then I'm just naturally a night owl. So yeah, I slept in until like 11 a.m. I think. Yeah, pretty bad. And yeah, and now it's not even 11 p.m.
I tried to sleep late today. I really tried. I went to sleep last night because I was working on things, trying to get things lined up and trying to get some things going. And I didn't get to sleep until about 3:30 in the morning. So literally, I didn't get to. I went to sleep 25 hours ago, and I set an alarm for 10 a.m. So I was like, I'm gonna get 6.5 hours. But I naturally woke up before that at like 6 hours in. So I got up after 6 hours, which is typical for me. If I'm not working, if I'm not expelling a bunch of energy, I'm gonna get up early. I only require like 5 hours of sleep, 4.5, 5 hours of sleep normally if I'm working a day. If I'm working overnights, I need a full 7. But that's just me. I need to have 7 to 8 if I'm working an overnight to stay alert the whole time and to make it home safely. But if I'm working by day, I'm fine on like 5 hours normally. And so since I wasn't expelling a whole lot of energy, what?
Oh, I was going to say, have you found doing overnights harder as you get older? You should be doing this for like 30 years or something.
Well, it's actually, to me, I have my system down, what works for me. So to me, it's actually a little bit easier. When I first started, I was going to sleep. I was waking up. I wasn't worried about the circadian rhythm at all. I was just worried. I was just working. And when that happened, um, it was one of those things where I quite intentionally, um, just did what I felt like I needed based on, myself. But as I got older, I was like, I think I need more or less sleep because I realized there's a point where if I go to sleep tonight when this epic live stream is over and I don't wake up for, let's just say I don't wake up for 10 hours, I'm going to be tired all day tomorrow. I'm going to be exhausted. My family is, of course, I'm gonna go downstairs. I'm gonna be falling asleep on the couch. My wife and daughters are gonna be like, "What in the world? You slept so long. Why are you tired?" And it's because my body had too much at that point. If I go to sleep, let's just say I went to sleep by 5 a.m., which is like 22 minutes from now. If I went to sleep at 5 a.m. and I naturally woke up on my own at, let's say, 10 a.m., after 5 hours, I'd be fine. If I wake up at 8 a.m., after 3 hours, I'll be tired all day. But that's just me. Too much, too little. It's like a sliding scale. Here's the total scale of sleep from like 0 to 12 hours. This is the tired part. In there, it's fine. So 4.5 to maybe 6 hours, and I'm good. I haven't done a
Right.
whole lot of energetic stuff today.
So you try to avoid going over 8 or 9 or something.
Rare exceptions, very rare exceptions. If I worked like an 18-hour day and it was fast walk and talks and it was just constantly crazy work, I'll be exhausted. I'll go to sleep for a longer bit and I'll hope that I have a long turnaround. On the weekends, if I'm working like overnights and working long days, and then after working multiple 16 to 18-hour days, I go home, I go to sleep, and I don't set an alarm, and my wife and kids don't wake me up, then very easily I could be waking up exhausted at what time would that be? I could be waking up completely exhausted after like 7 hours, but if I had like 8 or 9, I may be fine. It depends. If I'm overly taxing my body over the course of a week and I don't maintain the sleep that I need, either 5 hours or 7 hours, depending on if I'm working days or nights, then it's going to make me, overly tired. Um, and I'll end up having to crash for a longer period of time. Um,
What if you say on holiday and say you've got like a
yeah.
month or two off until whenever the next thing is? Would you still be strict on yourself, making sure you don't go over that 7 or 8 hour limit? Or
No,
will you just do like whatever, sleep?
my wife knows. She normally likes to do the routine with the kids, getting them up in the morning. First of all, MKH 416, no, it's not what I'm using. Um, if I am, my wife will do the normal school routine. She'll do different things with the kids and stuff. So, I will normally wake up when I wake up. My body tells me I need 4.5, 5 hours of sleep. I'll wake up naturally. And so I'll be up until 4 or 5 a.m. I'll go to sleep. I'll wake up at 9:30 or 10 a.m. and I'll come downstairs and be perfectly alert. And by just afternoon, my wife will pass the watching of the girls off to me, or I'll go and pick them up from school or whatever the case may be. And that'll be the routine. But she normally likes to do their morning routine, getting up with them and stuff. And if I'm off, between shows, I'll hang out with them afterwards, making sure that they do their homework correctly or their reading assignments or whatever. I'll get them dinner, that kind of thing. It's kind of an unspoken thing. She likes to get up early with them, get them started on their day well, and then lets me finish it up. And then she'll come down right before bedtime for the little one, for the almost 6-year-old, and she will make sure that she's ready to go to bed, and then hang out a little bit with the older girls or something like that. But she's with them all day otherwise if I'm at work. So um, let's see. Well, now I want to know. I got the Deity S-Mite 2 after seeing many recommendations for it a while back, and I've been quite happy. But definitely still more practical skills with it in proper use. So watch my video on how to use a shotgun microphone, and you'll see. So not an MKH 416 overhead or an NTG5, not either one of those, no. And then it says, so that's not what I'm using. Good guess. I think that was a prize for the live stream. It was. We gave away an S-Mite 2 earlier. And we gave it away to someone who has very limited gear in a small village in Hungary. So pretty cool. S-Mite 2 by any chance. I will tell you this right now. When I started the stream, the microphone that I was using was not the S Mic 2. But when they said we're going to change out microphones, I did switch to the S Mic 2 because I wanted to hear the difference between it and the microphone I started with. So what you're hearing right now is indeed the S Mic 2, and I've been using that this entire stream. Well, since we changed out microphones. So this right here is the S Mic 2. And I've been using it, and it is quite literally right there at the very edge of the stream, at the very edge of the screen. And if I touch it right here, barely out of the frame. But if you notice, it's at a 45. So if I've been back over here looking down, it's still in my face. I'm still able to get myself on axis and stuff like that. If you hear my voice sounding different, it's because I'm directing it downwards, and because anytime you crush your vocal cords, even though I'm looking up right now, I'm still crushing my vocal cords. So you still have my mouth there, but if I don't crush my vocal cords, it doesn't change my voice. So if I look down, what you're hearing is actually me crushing my vocal cords. It's not me going off axis. So that's the difference. There's a difference between, like this because you're crushing your vocal cords and because you're going off axis. If I went handheld with the microphone and looked down, it would still sound the same way because this microphone is actually coming in at about this kind of a steep angle. So yes, the Deity S Mic 2 is what I'm using right now. At the beginning of the stream, I was using a different microphone though. And personally, I like the S Mic 2 better in this particular circumstance, at this exact angle and everything that I'm using right now, than the microphone I started with. So, yeah. Let's see here. Have we gotten any more donations? Carlos Hernandez? No, not since Carlos Hernandez. So we're at $2,700 for this live stream so far. I don't know that we're going to get a full 3,000 before the end of the stream. You know what I'm going to do though? Right now it's we've been going on 16 hours and 43 minutes. I'm going to call it at 17 hours. So we'll call it at that point. And then he says, brilliant. The more examples I see of people using the S Mic 2, the more happy I am with buying one. And I tell you, I'm not using the wind protection on it. If you don't, if like here at this desk, when I first started testing the microphone setup earlier today, and I knew I wasn't going to be using this T-Bone SC400. When I did that, I know the pattern of the S Mic 2. I know that if I was getting reflections with that old microphone off of the screen. And so I said, okay. And what I started doing is I started putting these very plush microfiber cleaning cloths that I use for booms, started putting those, a few layers of them in different places. Like right now, I have some up here over my CAD Equitech E100. And there's a bunch of those. So that's a couple of inches of that in order to tame the reflections right off the side of the microphone. So I'm doing that right now, even though I don't personally think it's really affecting the S Mic 2 any. It was definitely affecting my old microphone that I was using up there, which is the Rycote. What is it? The HC or MC? HC, I think it is 22. That's what I was using at the start of the stream. So, yeah. But there you go. I still have not gotten an email from Matt Price. I am getting more and more sad. I really wish he would have shown up. It would have been great to see him again. So, yeah. Okay. We have...
Yeah, Matt Price has been focusing more on his business with his wife, I think, over
Yeah.
the last couple of years. So it would have been an interesting update as to how that's going. Or they're still doing the sound mixing on the side as well. I think that's probably a good thing if you're going to change careers. Something
Yeah.
that you're also self-employed on. You can juggle both together and make that transition smooth.
Well, he can also pick and choose what he does and when he does it. So, like, if he gets offered a job, he can say, I don't want to take it. It's not good enough rate or something like that.
Be more selective, more picky.
Yeah. So I'm probably going to butcher your name, and I do apologize for that. Litu donated 20 euros. Thank you very much for that donation to the DAV, and I very much appreciate that. So let's see here. Wave's got to has to leave. So there you go. All right. Let me see if there's any other fun things. I'm going to go ahead and say it one last time. 100% of the donations going into this stream are going to be going to the DAV. We're not splitting this at all between me and YouTube. It is a fundraising stream set up so you can donate using the link on the right-hand side of the screen, and you can do that right over there down at the bottom. Or in the chat, if you're logged into YouTube, you can click on the donate button in there. So between the two things, you can donate directly to them through those links. If you would prefer to donate through a link that's actually on their website, dav.org, or you can use the link down in the description and go straight to their website and donate there. 100% of all the donations go to the DAV directly. Now, there's a couple of promotions that are going on, and at this point, it's going to be going on for about another 13 minutes because I'm going to call it at 17 hours. And the first one is that for every $25 donation or more to the DAV, Video Mantis will give you a free course. However, it's during the stream only, so you have about another 12 minutes left. If you do donate to the DAV, then you must send me an email at alan@soundspeeds.us to get your course, because otherwise I have no way of hunting you down and finding you and saying, oh, here you go, here's your whatever. You need to send me an email and say, hey, I donated this amount to the DAV. Hopefully it's not anonymously, otherwise it'll be very difficult for me to verify. And then basically at that point, I will connect you up with Video Mantis and he will make sure you get your free course. Now, if you miss that opportunity and you want to still get a free, you want to get a course from Video Mantis, you can donate up to $100 before the end of the year. So before, like what is that? And this is probably Pacific time because he's Pacific. So we'll say maybe for the next 48 hours or 46 hours roughly. If you donate $100 or more, then you can send me an email also, and I will gladly pass it on to Video Mantis so you can get your course. Now, also, if you don't want to donate over $25 after the stream, you can go to Video Mantis, and they have a 50% off sale going on their courses right now. And if you want an additional 10% off, you can use coupon code SoundSpeeds at checkout and get an additional 10% off. So that's a total of 60% off for courses at Video Mantis. And Video Mantis is completely awesome with their support of everything tonight. 2 dislikes on the stream. That's sad. Yeah, I know. It's really weird. I don't know who disliked the stream, but apparently they must have really felt it, or they're trolling, or who knows. I don't know. All I know is that it has been a blast. It has been. We've had some great guests. We've had a lot of great conversation, and it's been like I said, a lot of fun. It's the best way that I can put it. That's why I say it constantly in the thing. 69, dude. Bill and Ted that thing. But yeah, so Dave, you said it's almost 11 there now. Is that right? Or is it almost 12 there now? Uh-oh, you muted yourself.
For some reason, yeah, the thing doesn't respond very well when I touch it. It takes like 3 taps. But yeah, it's 10:51, so almost 11 p.m.
So
We've
I
still
will
got
not
another 1 hour before it's the last day of 1 hour and 9 minutes before it's the last day of the year.
Gotcha. Okay.
Finally, 2021 is over. But wait, what's going to happen in another 24 hours or 25 hours? We are going to have 2022.
Yeah.
Going to get 2 of them.
Yeah. 2020.
Sorry, I might get to the bed drug.
Yeah, 2020 TOO. So it's going to be like 2020, but also 2020 also. So yeah. Not anymore. Oh, what is the not anymore? How many? We have 70 likes. Woohoo. Let me see a couple of things. Average watch time for this live stream has been 15 minutes and 1 second. We have had, let me look at some of the metrics here. We'll see what the metrics have looked like on this stream tonight. We have had a total of 1,135 people popping in. We have had 3 people subscribe to the channel during this epic live stream. And it's been going on now for quite a while. So yeah. Awesome sauce. Oh, what is this code? So apparently when I was typing, clicking around on the screen and stuff, some interesting things happened. So thanks for the stream. Have to get some sleep. Have an 8 a.m. live stream set up for four mics, two camera deposition. COVID has changed law firm practices in a good way for many things. Good night, all. Good night. And yeah, Rim Jam still streaming as of right now. We're about to call it though in about another 8 minutes. I said that I would basically stream until at this point I called it the donations. I said originally I would stay until the donations started drying up. We didn't get a donation for over 2 hours and we just kept on talking. But at this point, we've not had very many more donations, and I'm doing this as a fundraiser. So why stay up any later than after the donations are drying up? So we're going to call it in about another 8 minutes, and that will be it for the Epic live stream for the year 2021. Time and place bets on how many more variants we get next year. I think after maybe Omicron, I'm going to take a guess and say there'll probably be another variant that will be milder as we continue to get stronger and build up more immunity and more vaccinations and stuff like that. It'll probably be, well, we get another one after Omicron that's going to be bad, and then after that it'll probably be probably fairly weak. And it's going to be one of those things that I know Liberty actually said that he said, mark his words, in 4 months it'll basically be a cold. So but I think it'll probably be one more variant that's actually going to be that they'll name, and they'll try to keep it alive and saying that this one's a bad one, or this one's, the next bad thing or something like that. But personally, I think that after that, there'll be one more variant and they'll finally have to admit that, okay, well, this is kind of a, it's not bad. I think we'll all get stronger to it personally. That's just me though.
This here is not my guess. It's not my guess. It's just what I want to see happen. What I want to see happen is for there to be so many variants coming through in the future. Lots and lots more variants. And we've got to use up all the Greek letters. So they're forced to go back and use the Z. I can't pronounce it. The XI variant. Because I skipped over that one.
Yeah, you know why though?
I want them. Huh?
You know why they
Oh,
skipped
I've got no idea why. I've got no idea. But I just wanted to
I can
enjoy
tell
them
you
going
why.
through all the other Greek letters.
You know why?
The forced to yeah, of course, because you're the chairman, or sorry, president.
Yes, the president. Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why. President of China. They did not want to name a variant after the president of China. So
Awkward.
that's the reason. That's the reason why. It's hilarious though. So yeah, impressive. Get some sleep. I'll get some sleep here. We ended up over the course of this stream, in case anyone wants to watch the replays, we had Halter Technical come on and talk about their headphones. We had Video Mantis come on and talk about the courses that he's offering, taught by film professionals for film professionals and people that are interested. We had Greg Crawford come in and talk about post and ADR. We had Mark Mangini, Academy Award-winning production designer, come in and talk about sound design and stuff. He did Dune and he did Mad Max and things like that. So we had those guys come on as guests. We've had a lot of other guests come on. Bandrew from podcasts. We had Curtis Judd. We've had Ray Ortega. We've had David has been here with me for a long time. We had Nathan Smith. We've had a whole bunch of people come into this stream over the course of this entire Epic live stream for the year 2021. It's been going on almost 17 hours. We played through the entire Blue Yeti Yule log video, which was an hour and a half plus long. And we watched it slowly burn over the course of the live stream. We've talked about all kinds of things. We've collected almost $2,800 in donations to the DAV, Disabled Americans Veterans, and there's still enough time. Ping Pong donated $1. Thank you very much for that, Ping Pong. If it would be really awesome if before we logged off in the next few minutes, if somebody has been holding out and you're interested and willing to help us try to get this thing up and over $2,800, I don't know what that would be, but right now I can tell you it's at about $2,700. I can't see the exact amount. I'm trying to, I wish YouTube would show me the exact amount, but they're not showing it to me. Revenue, let me see what the revenue is. Doesn't have it. So, nope, even under advanced, it doesn't have it. Oh, well. That's okay. We're, it's showing me that it's got $2,700, and we've done really well this live stream. I've been very, very happy with the way it is. I still don't know why YouTube has this stream listed as limited monetization. I really hope that doesn't mean that they're going to be not giving the DAV the money that we've been raising. I'll be really mad if they do that. Hopefully, because it's a charity stream, they won't do that. But how do you see that amount, Ping Pong? Is it showing up in chat and I'm just not seeing it? I can't see that amount. How do you see it and I don't? That's amazing to me. Shows up under the chart. What chart? Oh, under the chat. Okay, so Darren Land just donated $50 and he pushes over the $2,800 mark. Booyah. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Darren, for that donation. Don't forget to send me an email so that way I can connect you with Video Mantis and get you a free course or a free course, for your $50 donation. Thank you so much to everybody that has shown up here tonight. It's this is an old number right now. We just punched up over $2,800. It's just early day here in the EU, so I'm definitely interested in watching the thing from the start. Might even have the time for that in the next couple of days. Now, keep in mind, anything over about 12 hours is not archived by YouTube. And I have a team, hopefully, between my 4 people. I knew that chances are 1 or 2 people might have some issues with recording. There could be someone that ended up saying, well, I forgot. Or somebody saying, well, I shut it off when I went to sleep or something like that. I'm hoping that between the 4 people recording the live stream, I already got an email from one person saying, oh, yeah, I only recorded some of it and then I went to sleep and shut down the computer. So I know I don't have the entire stream there. Hopefully, between the other 3 people, I do have the entire Epic live stream after the 12-hour mark, which usually last year's stream cut off at 11 hours, 55 minutes, and I think 10 seconds or something like that. So after that, we have no record of anything that happened after it. But I did show in my update video or my video announcing the live stream, one of the two, showed the timer from StreamYard that showed that we went 14 hours, 35 minutes, and 50 seconds last year, and we had blown that out of the water. This year was 17 hours almost, and we're within our last minute before the end of the 17-hour mark. But it says, okay, so yeah, it's in the chat. That's awesome. I'm not seeing it on my screen, but oh well. So awesome. I think limited monetization means that you get what you raise. You get what you raise during the stream, but not ad revenue for replaying view. Okay, well, look, as long as they get the donations, I'm fine. I don't need money for the replays. I don't care. Give it to them. Booyah. Let them have it. So 2 a.m. here, sitting here with the curtains open, watching it snow. Well, that's amazing. Our temperature here is 64 degrees. Luckily, I haven't heard thunder in a long time. We had thunder that actually killed my stream for a while, and David was the lone host of the Soundspeeds Epic live stream for about 10 to 15 minutes, and he could have had me completely banned if he wanted to just drop a bunch of crazy things, and he could go through he could have done conspiracy theories. He could say every offensive thing in the world. He could have done anything.
I was going to get naked, but
that would do it.
I've been waiting for my opportunity for there to be another power cut, so I could do it and get you banned. But I didn't think to do it the first time.
But
so
you know
what?
That would have. You know what? If you did do that, it probably would have gotten us a lot of donations. Just like hours and hours ago, David said that if we got a one lump sum of $10,000 or more, he would shave his beard live on this stream. And no one took him up on that. People did not spam Mr. Beast quick enough or strong enough. Otherwise, Mr. Beast would have probably come in here and done it. If you could have gotten to him, because it's nothing, it's peanuts to him. He would have come in here and said, "Booyah!"
Well, he probably gets I bet Mr. Beast get lots of weird, crazy, random requests like that.
I'm sure.
I think the odds are still low, but it would have been funny if he had. That probably was my one risky thing that might have happened. But otherwise, I was safe.
Yeah. And that would be the but considering that it's the middle of the night, not likely to happen. I definitely appreciate everybody being here. We've crossed the 17-hour mark. Yeah, he could have played Rapping for Jesus. That would have been bad. Recreating YouTube Red. Yeah, well, that was I thought that was a very weird name when YouTube released that and they announced YouTube Red. I'm like, how is this different than RedTube? People are going to start calling it the red tube, but anyway, I think his plans. I think he has a plan out where the money goes first. Anyway, I doubt Mr. Bean would do. Mr. Beast. I keep saying Mr. Bean would do it, but I asked him to the prom. Maybe. Awesome. That's pretty awesome. But there'll probably be a time where he'll accept some random things like that. I remember there was a military guy that reached out to Ronda Rousey and said, "Ronda, I'd love to take you to my military ball or something like that." And she's like, "Oh, sure, what the heck?" And so she went as his date. I mean, pretty obviously he's not going to get frisky with her because she would have torn him up. But it's
Well,
funny. It's funny. She said he was a perfect gentleman, and I can imagine so because he's a military guy, and military people are extremely disciplined, and I'm sure he was nothing but a gentleman to her. It's pretty awesome that
uh,
she accepted.
as somebody who's a son of a military family couple, I mean, sure, there's some gentlemen's in there, but not all of their attitudes to
Oh,
women's are necessarily great. I mean, maybe stuff has improved since my parents' generation, but anyway, I get your point about your behaviour around Wanda Rousey because she could break you otherwise.
oh yeah. She wouldn't tolerate that. And he was a gentleman to her. Anonymous donated $20 to the DAV. Thank you very much for that. So at that point, we are going to call the Epic live stream for the year 2021. Thank you very much for showing up here tonight. Thank you very much to my recording team that's I'll be reaching out to tomorrow to hopefully get your recording since I can start piecing this together and we can upload the remaining part after the 12-hour mark, which is going to be a 5-hour stream, which is basically the length of a regular live stream that I would do anyway. So basically I did a typical 12-hour workday and then an additional 5 hours and it's and basically been sitting here in this chair for 17 hours straight with exception of getting up to get the microphone, getting up to get the slippers on, things like that. So crazy. Thank you very much for showing up. Thanks for being here for hours with me, David, and for everybody else who's been watching from the very, very beginning. It's been epic as far as I'm concerned. Do you want to say anything,
Yeah,
David? Like, tell us where we can see your videos.
It was nice to be here and give you some company, so you didn't need to go through the final bit all alone. And there's some benefits to living on the opposite side of the world. It's not a unusual weird time to be up and awake. Although to be fair, I keep such weird times. I probably could have done this even if I was in Atlanta. And yeah, you can go check out my channel. Just search Sound Speed. But just scroll down further past like 3 pages of Alan's videos until you find reminders instead of the search results. I really haven't been uploading anything recently because I don't know, just kind of felt like the habit. Habits are powerful things in both good and bad ways. And also just this year I've been quite busy. Also did a lot more work this year on productions that I can't really film on. And yeah, but
Another way you could find David's channel is if you go to Sound Speeds on YouTube and you look under the channels tab, you will
yes.
see
Thank you very much, Tom.
David listed. So you will see David listed under there. So you can go to youtube.com/sound speeds and then go over to the channels tab and you'll see people, like Podcast, it's Curtis Judd, friends of mine there, and then you'll see amongst them David, who is definitely a friend of mine. So
Or if you just go to, if you just go to my Instagram, which is SoundSpeedNZ, so SoundSpeed but NZ at the end, and yeah, my YouTube channel is on my link for my Instagram.
Now,
So
isn't it
yeah,
also
and I hope everybody.
youtube.com/sound speeding? Isn't that you?
Yes, I think with an ing it's speeding,
Yeah,
because I think that the number one got taken. So I think that's another way. But yeah,
yeah,
I do recommend everybody gets involved on Instagram if you're a filmmaker, because even though we're like in the auditory world with sounds, we are primarily working in what is mostly visual people around us. And where
yeah.
do the people who are visually minded hang out on? Instagram. So
Mm.
yeah, definitely if you don't already, you just have an Instagram account and start being active on there. That's something I recommend. You don't, I think, maybe, Alan, but
I
you're,
don't.
you're
I don't
running
have
enough
an interest
social
in seeing
media
people's
channels.
food. I don't want to see pictures of people's food. I'll join Facebook and see people post about sound related stuff. I don't want to see what people are eating
To be
or
fair, I
not
don't really
eating.
think I really ever see that on Instagram, but I am pretty like ruthless in my Instagram trying to stay on brand, and I only follow like filmmaker people. Oh, but there's a few. I know I lie. I follow a few friends, but even non-filmmaking friends, but even they don't, I think, post stuff.
Yeah.
They're just product food. I think it's a bit of a meme. I'm sure there's lots of people who do that, but believe me, it's not all like that. Just like TikTok isn't just all preteen girls dancing. Like there's actually like good stuff in TikTok. Apparently, TikTok just overtook Google as the most visited website. I was reading yesterday. After Google being like #1 for how many years? I'm not sure if that's right. I need to like check like an independent resource and double check that. But yeah, I just saw that when I was reading. It's like, really? It's going to happen eventually. Google will get knocked off in the top spot. I mean, back in the world of programming, for me, like we finally just this year got Java or C++ knocked off in the top spot, and Python is now. So yeah, everything comes and goes. As I was saying about monopolies, nothing is forever.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not sure if I want TikTok to replace Google as the new monopoly, though, to be fair.
Well, I don't know. A lot of people are just like, anything to knock Google from that top spot. And I don't personally care. I know that Google is extremely powerful. They have the most popular search engine. They have the most popular video service, YouTube here. We'll see.
I personally use DuckDuckGo as my search engine.
Absolutely.
Not
You've heard me say a lot about that. Because to me,
not because I'm super anti-Google. I use lots of Google products, but I just think it's good to not let yourself be stuck in a rut and just like, if you've been doing something the same way for years and years, just try something out. So I've been using DuckDuckGo for the last few years, and sometimes if I don't like the search results, I'm trying to find something, I will jump to Google because it will offer me better for something. It's like my browser. I mean, I'm using Chrome at the moment, but a couple of years ago, I was always using Firefox. Just like, so don't let yourself be stuck in a rut because that's how you stop growing. Just make sure you try different stuff out.
Yeah. Well, I don't see myself going on Instagram anytime soon. The last thing in the world I need is to be on another platform and to do yet another social media. I need to actually cut more social media out as opposed to being involved more in social media. So we'll see. Anyway, that is it for this epic live stream. I'm going to call it there. You know how to contact David. You know how to find me. Don't forget about the DAV and the fundraiser. It says it's going on another 18 hours, and definitely donate as much as you can, as much as you will. I definitely want to remind you one last time, 100% of the donations go to the DAV. If you donate at least $25 in the next minute, I can verify your donation, and Video Mantis will send you a free course for that. Or if you donate at least $100 over the course of this fundraiser before the end of it in 18 hours, then you can also contact me, and I will connect you with Video Mantis and get you the free course. But you got to email me at that email address. Otherwise, I have no idea who you are or that you did that. And of course, if you miss the opportunity, you can go to Video Mantis. They have a 50% off sale going on as of the time of this video. And if you put in coupon code SoundSpeed, you get an additional 10% off. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining during this epic live stream for the year 2021. We have gone 17 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds as of now. I definitely appreciate everybody coming out here. One last comment here. Well, you said you would end the stream if Heather. I never said that. I never said I would end it if Heather jumped in here. I would never say that. Heather's wonderful. Sunshine and Power Cuts is Heather's podcast. Make sure you check that out if you are looking for positivity in your life. And she alternates in her podcast. She talks about sunshine and what it does with solar panels and stuff. And then she talks about power cuts and what it is to go off the grid. So that's something she does as well. Ball of positivity right there. You're okay, Heather, no matter what Alan says about you. Wow. There you go. So a lot of absolutely, Heather. Love you together. Okay. Troll legend. Yeah, well, maybe. We'll see. All right, y'all. Y'all take care. I know that if I don't end this, y'all will keep me going until we hit 18 hours, and I don't want to do that because the donations have dried up. One last double check. No more donations. Okay, we're calling it definitely. Y'all take care. Thank you very much for joining, and be sure to catch the replay if you want, because in my opinion, this video this live stream was indeed a lot of fun. You take care, and I will see